Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Supergirl. I'm creating the universe in Marvel. Part 1. In the year 5233 of the Kryptonian calendar, the once mighty Krypton met its destined end. On the eve of civilization's total collapse, the House of El made its final choice. They fused Krypton's most precious heritage, the Codex, which carried the genetic map of the entire race, with the youngest child of the family, their infant daughter, Kara Zor-El. At the same moment the home planet turned into brilliant fireworks and vanished forever into the universe, a spaceship carrying the last spark of Krypton was pushed into the vast sea of stars. Kara Zor-El became the last Kryptonian. Unfortunately, fate seems to enjoy playing tricks on survivors. The spaceship carrying her strayed into the notorious Phantom Zone, stagnating for several years in that void of chaotic space-time. Until one day, the entire DC universe met its own end. The collapsing space-time structure spat the ship out, sending it crashing into an unexpectedly open dimensional rift. The over-infinite realm, a gargantuan structure containing infinite, dimensional bubbles. Here, various civilizations, immortals, emperors, and gods coexisted, with each dimension following its own unique laws. Of course, universes also have their time to run dry. For an endangered world like the DC universe, which had been tossed around countless times by various heroes, being able to hold on until this moment was a miracle in itself. Little Kara was lucky, and perhaps unlucky as well. The lucky part was that when the DC universe collapsed, it happened to eject the fragment she was in into a nearby healthy and stable, dimensional bubble. The unlucky part was that this new universe was extremely xenophobic. The moment she crossed the universal barrier, Kara Zor-El's soul was completely annihilated by the rules of this world. Only one thing remained, that petite Kryptonian shell. Even the fragments of the DC universe and the Kryptonian ship were compressed into her body. It seemed a humanoid form was the limit of foreign matter this healthy universe could tolerate. This universe was exclusionary. That soulless husk drifted through space, eventually captured by the gravity of a young yellow star. This solar system had 8 planets, vibrant with life. The husk drifted in the gravitational field for a long time before finally being captured by a beautiful blue-green planet, piercing through the atmosphere and crashing heavily onto a snowfield, leaving a massive crater. This appeared to be the planet's south pole. Time passed like a fleeting shadow. In New York City, a Chinese international student named Kara had been incredibly busy lately. His wealthy Chinese classmate had somehow decided to organize an all-expenses-paid Antarctic expedition. Kara had been happy for weeks, but when the ship actually entered the Antarctic Circle, he regretted it. The place was as cold as its reputation suggested. It was so cold he was shivering all over, unable even to retort when his classmate made jokes about his name. Kara, you okay? I'm Chinese, my ancestor's surname was Ka, and my parents found the word, le, in a dictionary. What could I do? His teeth were chattering, his voice trembling. The extreme cold of Antarctica always delivers a resounding slap to anyone who underestimates it. It wasn't until Kara and his group reached the South Pole camp on foot that they truly experienced the horror of the polar regions. A sudden blizzard, like the wrath of God, instantly tore their camp to shreds. This suicide squad, formed on a rich boy's whim, was extinguished as easily as a firefly before the might of nature. Kara was perhaps the luckiest one. He was swept up by the gale and thrown into a massive deep pit. Although covered in injuries and bleeding profusely, he was at least temporarily out of the direct blast of the wind and snow. In his fading consciousness, he felt warm blood flowing from his forehead, dripping onto something cold and hard at the bottom of the pit. It seemed to be the forehead of a young girl. Beings from another universe are rejected by this one unless they merge with local life. Perhaps out of an instinct to survive, that soulless husk that had slept for years began to frantically absorb the soul beside it, which was on the verge of dissipating due to blood loss and cold. The blizzard howled past, quickly burying all traces. The pit, the camp, and even the bloodstains were covered by pure ice and snow, as if nothing had ever happened there for hundreds of millions of years. Kara had a very, very long dream. Everything in the dream was like a sci-fi movie. People wearing skin-tight suits with an S symbol on their chests, technology so advanced it was incomprehensible, just like a popcorn blockbuster filmed in neighboring Hollywood. The heavy feeling covering his face made him uncomfortable. Subconsciously, He gently blew a breath of air upward. Whoosh! Like a storm passing through, the accumulated snow on his face was instantly blown away, and sunlight shone directly down. He squinted his eyes, surprised to find that he could actually look directly at the sun without feeling pain, even clearly seeing the solar prominences dancing on the star's surface. It took a good while before he snapped out of this extraordinary vision. Memories gradually became clear. The blizzard, being blown away, falling into the pit, and then, fainting. But the bone-chilling pain and cold had all vanished, as if he had just taken a nap. Moreover, this was the South Pole, how was he not frozen to death? Did I mutate? An absurd thought popped up. Kara tried to move, propping himself up to slowly sit. He found that his original thick, warm clothing was gone, and his body was buried naked in the snow. Wait. He looked down, and what he saw were not the familiar, rough hands and skin of a man, but the fair, slender hands of a young girl. What the hell? He muttered instinctively, then covered his mouth in horror. What was with this crisp female voice? Trembling, he slowly reached his hand downward. The sensation was completely smooth. It's over, it's all over. A massive wave of sorrow surged in his heart. My most important treasure is gone. Can a blizzard really make someone change gender? The Antarctic weather must have become a spirit. He, or perhaps, she, now, struggled to digest the fact that he had become a woman, took a few deep breaths, and gently exhaled toward a small snow hill ahead. Boom! The snow hill ahead exploded at the sound, as snow and ice shards were blasted into the high sky by the violent airflow, flying into the distance. Am I Superman? With a trial mindset, she concentrated her gaze on a sheet of ice further away. Her eyes began to heat up. 2 crimson high-temperature rays surged out, plowing a deep, steaming trench wherever her gaze landed. Heat vision. It really is heat vision. After the massive shock came uncontrollable excitement. Mimicking Superman from the movies, she crouched on the snow, exerted force with her legs, and suddenly leapt upward. The ground rapidly shrank in her field of vision as clouds rushed toward her face, only to be quickly left below. She shot all the way to the stratosphere before her upward momentum finally stopped, and she began to fall. This won't kill me, will it? The girl in the air shrieked in panic. She crashed like a meteorite into the body of a snow-capped mountain, shattering half the peak. The anticipated agonizing pain didn't come. Her body felt as if it had crashed into a giant ball of cotton, completely unharmed. The poor mountain, however, had lost its summit. The second time, she learned her lesson. She first slowly felt the power surging in her body. With a slight thought, several pieces of rubble around her began to float slowly. She leapt gently again. This time she could clearly feel her control over direction and force, and it seemed she could stay suspended in the air as long as she wished. She began to accelerate. Mach 10, Mach 20, Mach 100. The air behind her let out a crackling explosion, and a ring of milky white sonic boom clouds blossomed behind her. As the sunlight above grew stronger, Kara's speed became faster and faster. Gradually, the sky turned from blue to deep blue, and finally into a pitch black dotted with stars. Her figure stopped in low Earth orbit. The sunlight, without atmospheric attenuation, rapidly enhanced her bodily functions. The powerful strength brought by this pure sunlight was something that couldn't be experienced on the ground. Kara looked down at the beautiful blue planet below. There was no sense of suffocation, and no sign of her blood boiling. Instead, as the intensity of the sunlight increased, a pervasive warmth began to spread through her body. It seemed her abilities were indeed highly similar to that comic book hero, equally dependent on the energy of a yellow star. So, what about super hearing? She closed her eyes and listened carefully. At first, it was noise like cosmic background radiation, then countless sounds flooded into her ears. The bustle of cities, the waves of the ocean, people's conversations. She locked onto a distant sound source, the language of a tribe in Africa, clearly discernible. She then turned her hearing toward China, capturing a news broadcast from the billions of voices. Reportedly, a private expedition team heading to Antarctica encountered a severe blizzard. Currently, all members are missing, and search and rescue operations are underway. Besides hearing, I haven't tried super speed and super strength. She summoned her strength, turned, and flew with all her might toward deep space away from Earth. Her body turned into a streak of light. Only a few dozen seconds later, she arrived near an asteroid belt filled with meteorites. Speed is close to 1/7 the speed of light. It seems I really am Superman. She murmured to herself, her tone carrying an incredible joy. She casually grabbed a meteorite a kilometer in diameter and hurled it at another like a bowling ball. The two giant rocks turned to dust in the terrifying impact. Her eyes narrowed, and heat vision shot out, melting a slightly smaller meteorite in the distance right through the middle. Then, her figure blurred, rushing toward another meteorite at a speed difficult for the naked eye to capture, and she threw a punch. Where the fist landed, the meteorite instantly exploded into countless fragments. She slammed her hands together in front of her chest, and the resulting violent impact pushed all the fragments away from Earth. Having finished testing all her abilities, Kara floated blankly in the vacuum of space, letting the yellow sunlight, unattenuated by the atmosphere, radiate upon her. Before coming to Antarctica, she was just an ordinary college student, but now she had become a supergirl, possessing Kryptonian power. Is it just because my name is the same as Superman's sister? Does the transliteration even count? Kara muttered to herself with a bitter smile. Regardless, life had to go on. Kara needed to return to civilized society. Identifying the direction, she once again turned into a streak of light and flew toward Earth. When Kara was 10 years old, his parents died in a traffic accident. Afterward, relatives sent him to a boarding school in the United States. Usually, only when other relatives came to the US on business would they occasionally visit him. The United States is a bizarre country. It has the world's top tech companies, with Stark Industries being the most famous. However, in Queens where Kara lived, various gangs were the masters. According to a white classmate Kara had before, in Hell's Kitchen, a few blocks away from their university, the boss Mr. Kingpin was the true master of Queens. Even the mayor of New York City gave this gentleman face. New York, Queens, her rented studio apartment. The door lock snapped with a gentle twist from her. Pushing the door open, a smell of moldy instant noodles wafted toward her. Before going to Antarctica, she seemed to have forgotten to wash the bowls soaking in the sink. Holding her nose, she quickly searched the room. Some important documents, a hard drive with photos, and a little cash were stuffed into a large backpack. She definitely couldn't live here anymore. The original, Kara, was likely declared missing, or dead, by officials. Now she was an undocumented person, without a legal identity. Fortunately, she now had the face of a standard white teenage girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, and an outstanding figure, the kind of American sweetheart who would turn heads on the street. At least she wouldn't be immediately treated as an illegal immigrant based on skin color and looks. Need to get a legal identity first. She carried the bag and turned around in front of the full-length mirror, thinking. In the United States, who was the best person to go to for such things? In her memory, a name popped up, Kingpin. That underworld emperor who ruled over Hell's Kitchen, and was said to be given face even by the mayor of New York. She remembered a white classmate once saying mysteriously that Kingpin was a tough character who had fought his way from Brooklyn to Queens in his youth, with influence in both the legal and illegal worlds. Hope that kid didn't lie to me, and this Mr. Kingpin really has some connections. Kara murmured. Dealing with such a person involved nothing more than two things, money or force. She had plenty of force now. If she wanted to, she could launch the entire street to the moon. But what she wanted was a clean identity that allowed for a normal life and could withstand inspection, which meant it was better to use a transaction rather than threats. Money, she was penniless right now. Just then, her keen super hearing caught some movement in a dark alley several hundred meters away. Two vans, a group of people making a deal. Her gaze penetrated the walls, seeing the situation inside clearly. One van was packed with white powder, and in the other vehicle was a briefcase full of cash. Roughly estimated, it was over $500,000. Just right to solve her urgent need. Kara tore a piece of cloth from the curtain and quickly masked her face, leaving only a pair of azure eyes visible. Because of atmospheric attenuation on the ground, she was far less powerful than in outer space, but taking down a few small-time drug dealers was still effortless. She pushed open the window and leapt out gracefully, like a cat in the night, silently landing in that alley where the illegal transaction was taking place. On an advertising screen outside the alley, news was playing. A large green guy was exchanging fire with a group of soldiers on a university campus. Of course, the large green guy was almost one-sidedly suppressing the US military, even though the military had deployed several armored vehicles emitting sonic waves, to no avail. And in the alley, a small gang leader named Jimmy was squinting nervously. Standing across from him were several mysterious figures wearing red robes and hoods. Mr. Jimmy, the leading Red Hood said in a somber voice, magic cocaine, the only source in all of New York. A van of goods for 500,000, the usual rules. Jimmy took a deep drag of his cigarette, crushed the butt hard under his foot, and handed over the briefcase. Just as the hands of both parties were about to touch the case, a figure landed lightly on the roof of the vehicle. Masked, with blonde hair fluttering slightly under the dim yellow light leaking into the alley entrance. Good evening, gentlemen. A young girl's voice rang out, clear and calm. It seems I've arrived just in time. This van of money, I'm requisitioning it for the time being. Kara's figure blurred. To the people present, it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. But in the next second, the briefcase containing the cash was already held steadily in her hand. The people from the Jimmy gang and the Red Hoods froze for a moment before reacting. They hadn't seen how Kara moved at all. The Red Hoods reacted a bit faster. After all, they dealt with magic tricks year-round, and telekinesis wasn't entirely incomprehensible. The leading Red Hood's eyes suddenly became sinister. Fool! His voice was raspy, with unconcealed threat. I advise you to put the money down. Otherwise, there will be one more unclaimed female slime in the sewers of New York tomorrow. Kara stood in place, motionless. Disgust from the depths of her Chinese soul surged in her heart, toward drugs, and toward the scum in front of her dealing them. There was nothing more to say. She moved. Fast as a teleportation, a sidekick slammed hard into the chest of the Red Hood leader. With a muffled thud, the man flew backward like a broken sack. In midair, a red glow flickered slightly in Kara's eyes. ZZT. A thin but extremely high-temperature heat vision beam swept across, precisely severing the man's right hand, which was still clutching the drug sample. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the silence of the alley. Only then did his men snap out of it. They began making bizarre hand gestures as ominous energy fluctuations rippled through the air. On the other side, Jimmy's gang hurriedly pulled out their handguns, their dark muzzles all aimed at Kara. Fireballs accompanied by heatwaves and bullets tearing through the air swept toward her from two directions simultaneously. Kara simply tilted her head slightly. Under super speed, the trajectories of those attacks were as clear as slow motion. She dodged them with ease by a hair's breadth and then took a deep breath. Hoo! A surge of frigid freeze breath erupted from her mouth, instantly sweeping through the entire alley. The flickering fireballs were frozen in midair, maintaining their exploding forms. The flying bullets were embedded in ice crystals. The two gangs, still in their attacking or terrified poses, had already been turned into ice sculptures. Kara walked toward Jimmy, the only one she had deliberately avoided, who was now slumped on the ground. She needed a guide. Take me to see Kingpin. She looked down at the shivering man, her voice devoid of any warmth. Miss. Jimmy's teeth chattered, his words almost incoherent. I'm not with Kingpin's gang. I'm just a small-timer. How could I possibly know where that gentleman is? Kara raised her arm and lifted the limp Jimmy completely off the ground. She tilted her head and smiled at him, a smile that seemed somewhat bright even in the dim light. You don't know. Then how do you dare come to his territory for this kind of deal? Aren't you afraid Kingpin will throw you into the river to feed the fish? Miss, I really. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone snapping cut off Jimmy's defense. Kara expressionlessly broke one of his arms. She had no interest in playing a Q&A game. Fisk Tower. Top floor. He's in the top floor office. Jimmy's face was contorted with pain, sweat pouring down like rain, and he spoke so fast he was almost unintelligible. Kingpin. Mr. Kingpin has a meeting with the mayor today. All of Hell's Kitchen's attention is on that. That's why I dared to sneak in for a deal. Those fools from the Red Hood, only in Kingpin's territory did they not dare to mess around. I'm telling the truth. It's all true. Kara let go, letting him fall to the ground, and patted his face, which was deformed by pain and fear, with satisfaction. If you'd said so earlier, it would have saved us both the trouble. She was pondering how to deal with this floor of ice sculptures. Maybe she should make an anonymous call to the NYPD, when a dull thud of cracking ice suddenly came from behind her. Bang! A ball of searing fire smashed hard against her back. The violent impact sent her flying, slamming her into the nearby concrete wall, causing bricks and stones to crumble down. A strange, stinging pain came from her back. She was actually injured. The Red Hood leader, whose hand she had cut off, had actually managed to forcibly break through the freezing using some kind of magic. Now he was kneeling on one knee, his remaining hand raised, with ominous dark red energy swirling in his palm. Seeing this, Jimmy scrambled to his feet and ran toward the alley entrance without looking back, not forgetting to turn around and fire 2 shots wildly at Kara during his escape. The bullets hit her body, only producing a few sparks. Jimmy was terrified out of his wits and ran even faster. Kara stood up straight from the brick debris, her heart filled with uncertainty. Bullets, cosmic rays, extreme cold, and high temperatures couldn't harm her, but this strange, magic, attack could actually make her feel pain. There was no time to think. The Red Hood leader was chanting something, and the energy in his palm became increasingly violent. Super speed. The world instantly fell into stagnation. The falling dust, the corner of Jimmy's clothes fluttering as he ran, the distorted red light gathering at the tip of the opponent's staff, everything was as if the pause button had been pressed. This was the first time Kara had been truly injured since gaining her abilities. A strange surge of anger churned in her chest, and her cheeks flushed slightly due to the emotional fluctuation. She stared intently at that face frozen in a hideous, cursing expression. Her eyes began to get hot, burning. Blazing heat vision shot out. In that near-stagnant time, those 2 crimson beams were like the most precise laser-cutting lines, plunging straight down from the Red Hood leader's brow, instantly splitting him in 2. When Kara emerged from her super-speed state. Squelch. A clean sound of separation rang out, and the man's body, along with the red robe he wore, split neatly into 2 halves and fell to the left and right. The cut was charred black, and not even much blood splashed out. Kara stood in place, her slender body trembling imperceptibly. She had killed someone. Even though the opponent was a drug dealer and an enemy who wanted her life, the physical discomfort and psychological emptiness brought by ending a life with her own hands were still clear and sharp. She took a few deep breaths of the cold night air to suppress the nausea in her throat. The magic fireball just now had proven that this type of supernatural power could pose a threat to her. Before figuring out the details, using heat vision to solve the caster instantly from a distance was the safest choice. It was a pity Jimmy got away. But there were more important things now. Enduring the nausea, she crouched down and quickly searched the corpse that had been split in 2. Besides a few $1,000s in cash, she only found a parchment invitation with a special texture in the inner pocket. On it, in elegant yet slightly eerie cursive script, was written, "You are cordially invited, fellow practitioners of New York's mystic community, to attend the Midnight Salon tomorrow evening. Location: Lower Manhattan, 7th Avenue, abandoned multi-story parking garage basement level 3. Awaiting your arrival. Grandmother Enya." A gathering of the magic world. Kara carefully put away the invitation. Her resistance to magic was clearly weak, which was a fatal flaw. To understand or even defend against magic, contacting this circle was the most direct path. Moreover, she had always been curious about the mysterious. Her experiences in Europe during high school, seeing that White Knight, who had single-handedly taken down dozens of armed thugs under unusually bright moonlight, had left her deeply shocked. She had also leafed through some obscure ancient books and vaguely knew the name, Kamar Taj, but she could never find a way in. As for the location of Kamar Taj, even the authors of those books probably didn't know where it was. Right now, this blood-stained invitation was like a key. She decided to go and take a look tomorrow night. Pulling back her thoughts, Kara picked up the suitcase full of cash, walked out of the alley, and headed toward Fisk Tower. The building wasn't the tallest in New York, at least far less so than that flamboyantly designed Stark Tower. Kara walked into the lobby and went straight to the front desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Fisk." Her tone was flat. The receptionist glanced at her, a beautiful girl in an ill-fitting old coat who looked very much like a student, and doubt appeared in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fisk does not receive visitors without an appointment." Kara didn't say anything, she just gently placed that dark red hooded robe, its unique texture still stained with blood that hadn't fully dried, onto the polished counter. The receptionist's gaze changed instantly. He immediately picked up the internal phone and said quickly in a low voice, "Boss, there's a young lady downstairs who wants to see you." She brought a robe of a high-ranking Red Hood member with fresh blood on it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before a brief instruction was given. "Miss, please come this way." The staff's attitude became respectful as he led her toward an exclusive elevator that required a special keycard to activate. The elevator went straight to the top floor. The doors opened to reveal a vast space akin to a monarch's hall. With its high vaulted ceiling, expensive artwork, and thick sound-absorbing carpets, it was less an office and more a small palace. At the end of the hall, behind a massive high-backed chair facing away from the entrance, half of an enormous head silhouette reflected the light from the ceiling lamps. That red hood, is it yours? A low, deep voice with a metallic quality came from behind the chair. No. I killed its owner and stripped it off him, Kara answered directly and calmly. The chair slowly turned around. A giant, that was Kara's most immediate impression. Standing over 2 meters tall, he had a massive body that was less fat and more a mountain of rock-solid muscle and fat. Just sitting there, he was like an impenetrable wall, radiating a heavy sense of pressure. He wore a custom white suit and held a cane topped with gold in his hand, his bald head gleaming under the lights. You killed a high-ranking member of the Red Hood. The corner of Kingpin's mouth curled into a cold smile. Those people may be few, but their little tricks are very troublesome. Even my most elite tactical teams would have to pay a price to take one down. They have their tricks, Kara said, meeting his scrutinizing gaze without flinching, and I have my ways. Ha ha ha. Kingpin laughed, his laughter echoing loudly in the empty hall. Interesting. I am Wilson Fisk, though some call me Kingpin. So, this young lady with extraordinary ways, how should I address you? Kara Danvers. She used the surname of that Supergirl from the comics. The name also happened to be similar to her original Chinese name. Miss Danvers. Kingpin nodded slightly, his thick fingers stroking the lion's head on the top of his cane. So, what brings you to see me? I need an identity. A legal, clean US citizen identity that can withstand any background check, Kara said, getting straight to the point. I've just arrived in New York, and currently, I'm undocumented. Oh. Kingpin leaned forward slightly, a subtle movement that brought even stronger pressure. A smart choice, knowing to come to me. But, Miss Danvers, why should I help you? $500,000. Kara placed the suitcase on the floor and opened a crack, revealing the neatly stacked green bills inside. It should be enough to buy an identity. Ha ha. The money is certainly enough. Kingpin's laughter grew louder, yet it carried no warmth. But haven't you heard the rumors about me? What's to stop me from simply taking your money and sending you to one of my clubs that needs a fresh, beautiful face? In New York, a unique and charming young girl like you is worth a lot of money. His gaze swept over Kara like he was evaluating cargo, filled with undisguised calculation and coldness. You can certainly try, Mr. Fisk, Kara's voice turned cold. But if you do that, before you can send me anywhere, you will meet the god of death first. Kingpin slowly stood up. When he was fully upright, that mountain-like pressure almost became physical. He looked down at Kara and said slowly, Miss, I'm curious, how do you plan to make me meet the god of death? Kara didn't answer. She just moved. An instant before the surrounding bodyguards could even react, she had appeared like a ghost beside a guard next to Kingpin. The handgun at the man's waist had somehow ended up in her hand, its cold muzzle firmly pressed against Kingpin's gleaming bald head. The entire process was so fast it was nothing but a blur. Kingpin's pupils suddenly contracted. A mutant. Or some other kind of superhuman. Alarm bells rang in his heart, but his facial muscles didn't move an inch. Ordinary bullets have limited effect on me, he said deeply, not bluffing. His incredibly dense muscle layer could indeed withstand most handgun rounds. Is that so? Kara's fingers exerted a bit of force. Creak. Bang. Pop pop. The steel handgun was easily crushed and deformed in her slender white palm. The unfired bullets in the chamber exploded from the intense pressure, making several muffled pops in her palm, yet they couldn't even scratch her skin. Kingpin sat back down in his large chair, his movements slow and deliberate. He waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards who had instantly pulled their guns on Kara to lower their weapons. It seems we are indeed discussing a deal, Miss Danvers. His tone returned to its previous calm, even taking on a hint of feigned gentleness. Making too much of a scene in New York is no good for a special individual like you, is it? There are always agencies, like S.H.I.E.L.D., that love to keep an eye on people like you. Mutants. S.H.I.E.L.D. Kara silently noted these terms but remained impassive on the surface. So, Mr. Fisk, have we reached a consensus? You handle the identity for me, and I pay. A clean and straightforward transaction is good for everyone. Kara let go, and the deformed gun parts clattered onto the carpet. Kingpin stared at her for a few seconds before finally smiling again, this time with a bit more sincerity. He clapped his hands. In less than 2 minutes, a man who looked like a secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly delivered a thick manila folder. Kara took it and flipped through it quickly. Inside was a complete set of identity documents, a birth certificate, a social security card, a New York State driver's license, several initial cards from different banks, and even a clean criminal record certificate. All the documents were well made with clear stamps and looked flawless. The photo on the file was exactly how she looked now, clearly a still taken from the building's internal surveillance footage. Very efficient. Kara tucked the folder away. Kingpin just smiled. Kara pushed the suitcase over, said no more, and turned toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Under the stunned gazes of the bodyguards, she grabbed the heavy curtain and yanked it aside, then unlatched the window lock, letting the night wind howl into the hall. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Fisk. Before she finished speaking, she had already leaned back, her figure instantly swallowed by the glittering night view of Manhattan as she vanished. Kingpin walked to the window, overlooking the brightly lit city below that looked like a flowing stream of gold and silver. The smile on his face gradually faded, becoming deep and inscrutable. Boss, do we need to leak this? Kara Danvers, information to the mayor's office, or, over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? A trusted henchman approached and asked in a low voice. No need. Kingpin stroked his cane, his gaze still fixed outside the window. Our Mr. Mayor will soon be overwhelmed with his re-election campaign, he won't have time to worry about a mutant girl who suddenly appeared. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm not familiar with them. He turned around, glanced at the red-hooded robe on the floor with its now dark brown bloodstains, and thought again of Kara's inhuman speed and strength, as well as her cold eyes when she crushed the handgun. The waters of New York are going to get muddy again. He whispered to himself, his mouth widening into a mirthless grin, revealing his signature gold tooth. Now this is interesting. The night in New York was both brilliant and dangerous. As Kara walked out of the Fisk Tower, she had just finished spending the $500,000 she intercepted from Jimmy, leaving only a few $1,000s in her pocket that she had scavenged from the leader of the Red Hood gang. She didn't plan on requisitioning funds from gangs anymore. Ever since she heard about mutants and S.H.I.E.L.D. from Kingpin, she realized this world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Even though Kara possessed physical strength capable of lifting a meteor, mysterious magic could still hurt her. Then there were those unheard of mutants, S.H.I.E.L.D., and that green giant in the news. Keeping a low profile was the wise move before she fully understood the hidden side of this world. Constantly robbing gangs of their money would sooner or later draw unnecessary attention. Kara's current abilities seemed extremely similar to the Kryptonians in that niche comic book, Superman. This comic series wasn't even popular among children. Although it had been adapted into a movie by Hollywood, only one was made, and the reception was mediocre, making it just another popcorn flick. The original author of the manga passed away after completing the series. When Kara first came from her home country to study in the United States, she had only happened upon this comic and movie out of sheer boredom. Now, her superpowers were almost identical to Superman's cousin in the comics, except in the real world, she didn't have such a powerful younger cousin. Since she could no longer rob criminals, she had to find a place to stay through normal means. Lost in thought, Kara unknowingly walked to the base of Stark Tower. The parents of a wealthy former classmate of hers used to work here, supposedly as executives in some department of Stark Industries. Back then, Kara often attended parties at the high-end apartments near Stark Tower where her classmates' executive parents lived. Kara remembered a few newly completed apartment buildings nearby that were up for rent. She counted the cash in her pocket, there was about $7,000 left. In this prime real estate area where Stark Industries was located, this amount would probably only be enough to rent a decent place for a little over 2 months. Kara turned into one of the apartment buildings and, after paying the manager $3,000 in advance, was taken to a room on the top floor. The room was quite nice, with a touch of sophistication in its simplicity. Kara then went to the mall to buy some furniture for daily living, finally having a temporary place to settle down. Kara's decision to stay here temporarily was also based on its unique location, the center of New York. With her super hearing, Kara might be able to capture hidden information about mutants and magic from the vast crowd, allowing her to figure out exactly where she stood among these extraordinary beings, lest she accidentally provoke some magic big shot one day and get swatted to death. This world might not necessarily have the kryptonite that restrains Superman in the comics, but magic, she had seen its power with her own eyes. Even a street-level gang magician could cause her harm, though the injury was minor and her super recovery ability could heal it instantly, but what if it were a more powerful magician? Furthermore, Kara remembered that in that niche comic, Superman had almost no resistance to mind control magic, and villains often used mental magic to easily control him. She worried that if she encountered such enemies, she might only be able to rely on super speed to deal with them, or even be controlled if she wasn't careful. After all, mental magic often shows no signs when it is cast. In the night sky of Manhattan, the stars twinkled. She wondered what kind of scenery lay beyond those stars, or what kind of dangers were hidden there. In an office inside Stark Tower, Obadiah Stane, a veteran executive of the industry, was on the phone with the leader of the 10 Rings Gang, a terrorist organization in the Middle East. After you kill Tony Stark, I will give you what you want. Mr. Stane, please rest assured, we will make sure Stark doesn't walk out of the Afghan desert. However, for the missiles we originally agreed upon, we want double. What do you need so many missiles for? You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Stane. Just mind your own business. If your government finds out about the deal between us, I'm afraid it will be very bad for you. You dare threaten me? You desert scum. After taking a shower, Kara lay on the bed, looking at Stark Tower outside the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to their conversation with great interest. It seemed that in some people's eyes, the glamorous playboy Mr. Stark was already a dead man. Meanwhile, the man himself, Tony Stark, was still busy with two white girls in his Malibu beachfront villa, as captured by Kara's super hearing, completely unaware that his fate had already been decided by others. Kara thought for a moment and felt that this might be a good opportunity. If she could save Stark, then she might be able to use the Stark connection to learn more about various superhumans. After all, in news reports, Stark Industries had close ties with the military. If any organization possessed, or was even a member of a superhuman organization itself, then the military, the CIA, and the SHIELD, mentioned by Kingpin were very likely among them. However, there were still 2 days before the agreed-upon time for the action between Obadiah and the 10 Rings Gang. Tomorrow, Kara could still attend that magic gathering of Grandmother Enya, which was also an important way to get in touch with the superhuman world. To delve deep into the world of superhumans, combat would likely be unavoidable. During today's fight with the Red Hood leader, Kara realized something else, the issue of clothing. In the real world, ordinary clothes would basically be ruined if they were even grazed by a magical or physical attack. Kara didn't want to fall into the embarrassing situation of being naked after every battle. In the comics, Superman always wore clothes made of materials from Krypton to avoid being naked. If only Kara had a fortress of solitude like Superman, the technology in that Kryptonian spaceship could definitely create a custom suit for her. However, in Kara's memory, when she turned into her current form, there was no such thing as an alien spaceship in the place where she was. Let alone an alien spaceship, even her original body, which had been battered by the blizzard, had disappeared after Kara woke up. At that time, there was nothing but the boundless snowfield and the awakened Kara. Even the clothes on her body were taken from an unattended clothing warehouse on her way flying back to New York. Fortress of Solitude. Kara muttered to herself. Having spent a long day, Kara was a bit tired and quickly fell asleep after lying on the bed. What one thinks of by day, one dreams of by night. When the Kryptonian Kara merged into this universe bubble, within the fragmented DC universe shard compressed into her body, a silver glowing interstellar spaceship seemed to be faintly responding to its master's call. In her dream, Kara's consciousness seemed to cross a strange spatial barrier and arrive inside a spaceship. Soft silver light was everywhere, and a silver female-shaped AI robot came to Kara's conscious form. A gentle and calm voice came from the AI. Master, welcome back to the Fortress of Solitude. Kara had just recovered from the shock of crossing the spatial barrier. It seemed that she did indeed possess a Fortress of Solitude, but for some unknown reason, this spaceship was actually hidden in a strange space within her body. This point was vastly different from the relevant plot of Superman in the comics. There were too many things beyond Kara's understanding, she needed to slowly unravel the mysteries. This included not only the world she was currently in, but even the mysteries surrounding herself, which she needed to try to solve bit by bit. Kara pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. What is your name? The AI robot replied calmly, Master, I am the shipboard AI of the Fortress of Solitude, designated 001. 001. Kara repeated in a low voice, then ordered, then 001, report on the ship's status. Understood, Master. The hull of the Fortress of Solitude is 79% damaged, only the core chamber and the equipment chamber remain intact. 120 systems, including energy, power, weapons, and defense, are offline or damaged. The hull lacks energy supplies and cannot perform self-repairs, 001 replied. Kara shook her head. What exactly had this ship gone through to be so severely damaged? It was probably only one step away from total disintegration. Report on the specific status of the core chamber and the equipment chamber, Kara continued to order. Core chamber systems. Life support and hibernation equipment are normal, database equipment is normal, ship master control equipment is normal, and various secondary equipment such as the shipboard AI and star charts are normal. Equipment chamber systems. Storage equipment and other secondary equipment are normal, and the equipment components stored inside are intact, 001 continued to reply. Kara stroked the cold wall of the hibernation pod. It seemed her current body had been separated from here. Next, she opened the database, which stored millions of years of Kryptonian civilization's history and technological data. It seemed Krypton had launched the Fortress of Solitude as the final spark of their civilization. Open the equipment chamber, 001, Kara said. Yes, Master, 001 replied. The massive equipment chamber door slowly slid open, revealing various types of equipment crafted by Krypton for elite warriors, categorized into 4 types: light, standard, heavy, and super heavy. The light and standard equipment were the most numerous, but Kara felt she could easily shatter them with a single punch. The heavy equipment had almost transcended the scope of normal equipment and could be called mecha, but Kara was still dissatisfied. This was something she could destroy in just a short while. Only the 3 sets of super heavy equipment were more to Kara's liking. The first set was a giant mecha focused on attack power, its massive main cannon shimmering with a chilling coldness. The second set was a black full-body armor focused on balance, equipped with various firearms, swords, and blades. The third set appeared plain and unadorned. Although the description explicitly stated it focused on defense, its appearance was merely a red and blue bodysuit, complete with a short skirt, a cape, and that iconic large S symbol on the chest. Kara asked 001 where exactly the third set of equipment demonstrated being defense-focused, not to mention the face was completely exposed, even the legs under the short skirt were bare. The conclusion was, this suit was made of the highest strength special material from Krypton and was indeed the one with the strongest defensive power. It could even withstand the blast from an interstellar Titan ship's main cannon without being damaged, and even the high temperatures on the surface of a star could do nothing to it. Unfortunately, the reserves of this material on Krypton were too low, so they could only make this one piece for Kara. Kara was somewhat speechless. How could they have the nerve to call this leg-exposing design the strongest defense? Could it be that it was made into a short skirt because there wasn't enough material? However, the other suits were too flamboyant, either giant mecha or armor full of alien style. Anyone on Earth would think she was an alien visitor. In the end, Kara still chose the third set. This outfit not only bore some resemblance to the look in that comic, but it was also much better than the somewhat exaggerated and revealing designs in the comics, giving an overall sense of sleek technology. Kara put on the outfit and found that it was not only exceptionally well-fitting, but it could also be nanotechnologically shrunk into a bracelet to be worn on the wrist when not in use, which was extremely convenient. After changing, Kara inadvertently caught sight of a small box nearby containing another special piece of equipment, a pair of glasses. 001 explained that these glasses could change the wearer's appearance to achieve a lifelike effect, and even various advanced detection instruments would be unable to see through it. Kara took the glasses as well, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. It seemed her Kryptonian home had been quite good to her, even preparing a newbie gift pack. Kara's consciousness gradually withdrew from that space and sank into a deep sleep. A dozen hours later, Kara woke up from her sleep. Recalling the experience last night, she thought to herself that something was wrong. If that was just a dream, it was far too real. She tried calling out, "Fortress of Solitude," in her heart. Fortunately, One's voice immediately came from within her body. It seems it wasn't a dream. Kara felt a surge of joy in her heart. Then, "001, no, I'll give you a new name from now on. Let's call you a Silver. Silver, can you teleport my battle suit to me?" Kara felt the name 001 wasn't pleasant enough, so she gave it a new one. "Yes, Master. AI designation 001 has confirmed the change to designation as Silver. Silver cannot directly teleport the battle suit to the Master. According to detection, the Fortress of Solitude ship is located in a pocket dimension within the Master's body. The Master needs to personally enter it to retrieve it." Silver's voice came clearly. After Silver explained the situation, Kara had to try hard to recall the feeling of entering the pocket dimension inside her body last night. Her consciousness tried once again to break through that spatial barrier and successfully entered that strange internal space. She picked up the red and blue battle suit, and her consciousness returned to her body. Sure enough, the battle suit had appeared in her hand. Kara nanotechnologically shrunk the battle suit into a bracelet and put it on her wrist. For tonight's magic gathering, she needed to prepare a bit, at least by changing into some normal clothes. Yesterday's clothes had been quite damaged during the fight. When not in combat, there was no need to wear the battle suit all the time. Fortunately, when she bought the furniture yesterday, she had also bought a few sets of clothes and put them in the closet. Kara changed into a simple and beautiful white dress and went out after washing up. New York during the day was still busy and noisy. Huge advertising screens were broadcasting the news that billionaire Tony Stark would set off for Afghanistan today for a weapons demonstration. Kara couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be rich. You can travel all over the world frequently, and the only trouble is that people are constantly plotting to assassinate you. Living in modern society, money is indispensable. She decided to solve the problem of her source of income before the magic gathering started in the evening. In the comics, Superman was a reporter for the Daily Planet. Perhaps Kara could also find a newspaper to work for as a reporter. After all, using super speed to come and go without a trace was perfect for the profession of a reporter. It was practically like using a cheat code to get lots of big scoops. There were many well-known newspapers in New York. Among them, the Daily Bugle was famous for various tabloid news and paparazzi photos. The editor-in-chief of this newspaper didn't seem to care who you were. As long as you had a big scoop in your hands, he was willing to hire you as an employee. Kara liked this point very much. Using her super speed, she visited the residences of several popular movie stars in no time and collected a large pile of private photos. Most of these stars had decadent private lives, enough for any newspaper to report on for several consecutive months. In front of the Daily Bugle building, Kara stopped her pace. She looked up at this building that wasn't particularly eye-catching but had a prominent enough sign, holding an ordinary digital camera in her hand. Of course, that was only secondary. Her real shooting tool was her super speed. Walking into the lobby, the receptionist was a young girl painting her nails. She didn't even look up. For job applications, go to the third floor and look for Robbie Robertson. Do you have an appointment? No, Kara smiled. But I have something they'll definitely be interested in. The girl finally looked up and sized her up. A white dress, a sweet appearance, but unfortunately wearing glasses, looking more like a college student than a paparazzi. She curled her lip and pointed to the elevator. Third floor, turn left. The editor-in-chief's office on the third floor. Robbie Robertson was a serious-looking middle-aged man, currently frowning at a computer screen. Hearing the knock, he didn't look up. Come in. Kara pushed the door open and entered, gently placing a stack of printed photos on his desk. Robbie glanced at them, and his eyebrows shot up instantly. In the photos was a currently hot movie star in intimate contact with several people at a private party. Another showed a politician known for his happy family image entering a special club late at night. There was even one capturing the moment a tech company CEO met secretly with a competitor in a garage. These photos had clear angles and distinct details. Even the subjects' expressions were captured perfectly. They didn't look like surreptitious shots at all, but rather like they were taken while standing right in front of the parties involved. Robbie looked up. Looking at Kara seriously for the first time, how did you take these? I have my ways, Kara said calmly. And I guarantee these are just samples. If needed, I can provide similar, explosive material, every week, not just celebrity gossip, but also business scandals, political secrets, and even, certain more, unusual, events. Robbie leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. What do you mean by unusual? For example, the meeting between the mayor of New York and Mr. Fisk yesterday. Kara said suggestively. This morning's news had downplayed the event, reporting that the mayor had attended a large corporate gathering yesterday. Robbie was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You're hired. I want to see a consistent output. Salary plus extra fees for manuscripts, and separate bonuses for exclusive scoops. But remember, his tone turned somber. While the Daily Bugle loves sensational news, we never fabricate facts. If you dare to fake anything, I'll make sure you can't survive in the New York media circle. No problem, Kara nodded. Very well, give me your resume so I can register you. The third empty office on the left is yours. You are now a columnist for the Daily Bugle. Robbie leaned back in his chair. Kara handed her resume to Robbie. He glanced at it, appearing somewhat surprised. Kara Danvers, State University of New York. Standard enough, but 18 years old. I thought you just had a youthful appearance. I skipped grades, nothing strange about it, Kara said dismissively. Kara felt there wasn't much to say about those files fabricated by Kingpin's gang. Kara gave a few perfunctory words and went out to her own office. It was much smaller than Robbie's editor-in-chief office, but Kara didn't care. Providing the newspaper with a few photos every few days and throwing together some copy was an easy way to get paid. Why not? She pulled out a chair and sat down, starting to write copy for the other celebrity scoops she hadn't given to Robbie. This task took Kara all afternoon. After all, she had captured too much dirt using super speed that morning. Giving the newspaper a portion periodically would be enough to last over half a year. In the newspaper office, Kara did not use super speed, as she didn't want to risk any exposure. Before dinner, it was time to get off work. The other reporters were packing up to go home, but Kara had to see Robbie one more time. According to the employee handbook she'd skimmed that afternoon, a scoop for a columnist earned a bonus of at least $10,000, with manuscript fees after publication settled separately based on subscription volume. Although today's 3 scoops hadn't been officially reported yet, the $10,000 bonus per item could be collected. Entering Robbie's office, Kara gave a greeting. Robbie looked up at her. Here for the bonus. It's already prepared. As he spoke, he took a check from a drawer, stamped it with the newspaper's seal, and handed it to Kara. Kara glanced at it. The amount was $30,000, exactly right. It seemed the Daily Bugle didn't dare touch news related to the Kingpin either. No one really dared to provoke the underground emperor of New York City casually. With this $30,000, Kara wouldn't have to worry about her living situation for a long time. She didn't need to eat now. She was literally full just by basking in the sun. Once her food and housing were settled, Kara would have more time to explore the world of superhumans like Red Hood and the Hulk. Walking out of the Daily Bugle, Kara rushed to the Magic Gathering location on the invitation. Clearly, at this time, almost all the participants for Grandmother Enya's Magic Gathering had arrived. After Kara arrived, she found a random seat and sat down. Unsurprisingly, there were many Red Hood members at the venue, accounting for almost half. The other half were basically various wizards, warlocks, rogue mages, and so on, and there were even beings that looked like werewolves. Kara subtly questioned the people around her and found that this so-called Grandmother Enya was a witch with a bit of a reputation in New York City and even the world. It was said her ancestors were disciples of Kamar Taj. After a while, it was the start time written on the invitation. A decrepit old woman stepped onto the podium and began to exchange pleasantries with the mages and warlocks in the room. Kara used her X-ray vision and found the old woman had a piece of paper hidden in her clothes, a rubbing of strange runes. Judging by the words she could understand, it was about a spell named Vishanti. Grandmother Enya began to recite some incantations Kara didn't understand, making Kara feel drowsy. However, the others present listened with great interest. Kara guessed that Grandmother Enya was likely teaching some kind of magical knowledge, she just couldn't understand it. However, a man wearing a black hood in the audience caught Kara's attention. Not only was his attire strange, but he also wore an ancient-looking ring that required 2 fingers to wear, with strange runes inscribed on its surface. In Kara's view, the man seemed to be in extreme pain, as if something was about to burst out of his body. Kara was somewhat alert. Her X-ray vision couldn't see through the man's surface. A layer of black mist shrouded his insides. It was magic. Kara was starting to dislike magic. With all the various super abilities she possessed, she was always at a loss when encountering magic. Furthermore, Kara faintly sensed an extremely violent energy inside the man in the black robe. Looking at his expression, it seemed that energy was about to make him explode. Just as Kara wanted to go forward and examine the situation closely, a rude shove came from her side. Immediately, Kara's anger flared up. That fat warlock had actually pushed through the crowd arrogantly, his greasy hand nearly brushing against her waist, as he shouted with breath smelling of alcohol. Move it, you're all in the way. Kara quickly sidestepped to avoid him and turned to glare with displeasure at the stumbling fat warlock. The other party was completely oblivious, instead narrowing his eyes, which were squeezed into slits by fat, and grinning at Kara. Hey, pretty little girl, how about going for a drink with Uncle after the gathering? Uncle has some. Before the fat warlock could finish his words, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from ahead. With Kara's super hearing, the source of the explosion was exactly the direction of that strange man in the black robe. Almost at the same instant, Kara entered her super speed state, but her perception clearly captured that the magical energy shockwave produced by the explosion was spreading incredibly fast. Even with her speed, it was difficult to completely avoid. More troublesome was that this shockwave clearly contained some kind of unstable magical property, making her afraid to head-on tank it recklessly. In a flash, Kara's gaze fell back in front of her. The fat warlock was still standing there crookedly, an annoying smirk on his face. Without hesitation, Kara used her super speed to grab him and pull him in front of her. His fat, broad back perfectly and tightly blocked the direction from which the shockwave was coming. The aftershocks of the explosion swept through in an instant, and wails immediately broke out across the venue. Even with a meat shield for a buffer, Kara was still left dizzy from the shock. She steadied herself and looked down. The fat warlock in front of her was already dead. His back along with a small portion of his skull had vanished in the impact. Kara cursed inwardly. Fortunately, she was sitting quite far away and had a scapegoat she could pull over to block for her. Otherwise she estimated she would have been badly shaken by the blast. Just as Kara wanted to push away the fat warlock's corpse, a sizzle sound came. Kara looked through the fat warlock's corpse with her X-ray vision and saw a bald woman walking out of a firework-like portal, also wearing one of those ancient rings on her hand. She whispered, Caecilius. Then, the bald woman seemed to sense something. With a wave of her hand, she shattered the space in front of her like a mirror and stepped inside to give chase. Kara didn't dare move at all now. To her, this woman's combat power was absolutely off the charts. She could tear through space with her bare hands, something even Kara's super strength couldn't achieve. This was clearly one of those super magic big shots. With Kara's current ultra-low magic resistance, she felt that if she faced the bald woman, she might be torn apart just like the space from before. After waiting for a while, in Kara's perception, the surroundings seemed to have quieted down a lot, and even the sounds of wailing had decreased significantly. She felt it should be safer, so she forcefully flung the fat warlock's corpse off her, stood up, and shook her head, feeling much clearer. Kara randomly picked up a dropped phone and dialed 911 emergency services. Just as she was about to turn and leave this den of trouble, she stopped her pace. She remembered when she first arrived at the gathering, she had seen through Grandmother Enya's clothes to those few items that looked like pages from a magic book. Kara was very interested in that. This Grandmother Enya had previously acted like a magic instructor. It was very likely she possessed items similar to magic books. Such items were extremely important to Kara, who currently knew nothing about magic. Within a mirror dimension, the Ancient One used magic to block the path of her apostate disciple, Caecilius, who was attempting to flee. She gazed at her former student before her eyes filled with disappointment. Caecilius, give up the dark magic. Dormammu will eventually consume you. Caecilius sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hypocrite. You are the one who has stolen the most power from the darkness, yet you refuse to pass this great power on to your students. A sense of helplessness welled up within the Ancient One. Drawing life from the dark dimension was a necessity. She was waiting for the fated successor to take up the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. She had lived for too long, so long that life itself had become a burden. Her only solace was that the one she awaited would be the most outstanding of all the Sorcerers Supreme throughout the ages. Unfortunately, that person had not yet awakened to their mission and was still practicing surgery in a New York hospital. The Ancient One spoke no more. Her hands instantly formed seals, and a magic circle shimmered with light as it surged toward Caecilius. Amidst the assault, her voice carried a profound sorrow. Caecilius, why did you murder her descendant? Centuries ago, she was one of my most promising students. Now, only Enya's lineage remains. Has Dormammu's power truly made you this bloodthirsty? Caecilius knew he was no match for the Sorcerer Supreme. If the Ancient One exerted her full power, she could even contend with the dimensional demon, Dormammu. While secretly signaling the zealots beside him to prepare for self-destruction, he had already quietly gripped his sling ring, preparing to teleport. I killed her only because she foolishly rejected the god's gift and refused to listen to his teachings. To possess magical talent beyond ordinary people yet refuse to accept the god's power, only death can allow her to witness his greatness. Caecilius's words were full of manipulation, an attempt to distract the Ancient One. The Ancient One's gaze grew even more pained. This former student had completely become Dormammu's puppet. Several violent explosions suddenly erupted, the zealots sacrificed themselves, and dark magic energy burst forth like a tide. Seizing this moment of chaos, Caecilius quickly slashed open a portal and vanished to a hidden location beyond the Ancient One's perception. The magic circle in the Ancient One's hand rotated slightly, transforming into a fan-shaped radiance that quietly brushed away the raging impact. The mirror dimension returned to silence, empty. She shook her head silently, turned, and stepped out to return to the Sanctum Sanctorum. It could not be left unguarded, as even a brief absence carried the risk of being lured away from her post. In the real world, Kara stepped onto the podium where Grandmother Enya was, only to be surprised to find that the old woman still had a breath of life left. She propped up the dying Grandmother Enya, her mind racing to figure out how to quietly get her medical treatment. At this moment, Grandmother Enya was gravely injured. She had been closest to the center of the explosion. Even with the Shield of Seraphim, a defensive spell solidified on her magical pendant, she could not withstand the direct impact of such powerful dark magic. Feeling someone supporting her, she spoke with a voice as thin as a thread. Child, thank you for your kindness. I won't make it, the dark magic has already eroded my body. If you really want to help me, take the key from my pocket, go to the magic house in the suburbs. There is a letter on the table, take it to Kamar Taj and give it to the Sorcerer Ancient One. The magic house, and the pages from the Book of Vishanti, that I copied, consider them your reward. Kara frowned. Kamar Taj had always been difficult to find, she had always thought it was nothing more than a legend. How was she supposed to find it? She was about to urge Grandmother Enya not to give up, but the other woman had already used the last of her strength to murmur, "Thank you, child." Then her breath faded, and she passed away. Kara was caught in a dilemma. Grandmother Enya's magical items were crucial to her, but where exactly were Kamar Taj and the Sorcerer Ancient One? How was she to fulfill this dying wish? Never mind, Kara thought. I'll take the things first and look for them later. Maybe I'll get lucky and stumble upon it. She comforted herself this way. Outside, the 911 sirens grew louder as they approached. Kara quickly fished out Grandmother Enya's key and the pages, then vanished in a flash, quietly leaving the scene. In the night wind, Kara took out the key and the pages to examine them closely. A faint glimmer appeared on the key, as if it were guiding her in a certain direction. On those few pages, the gold-powdered handwriting shimmered with a faint glow under the moonlight, concealing an indescribable magic. The Book of Vishanti. Kara fell into deep thought. Although Grandmother Enya had said these were just rubbings, the fact that she carried them so carefully indicated their importance. Her eyes swept over the pages, the text on them had been translated into modern language. Roughly reading them, these 3 pages recorded 3 spells: Shield of Seraphim, Sword of Vishanti, and Images of Icon. Kara was unconsciously drawn to these spells. The wind in her ears gradually slowed, and time seemed to decelerate. Within the pages, all of Grandmother Enya's understanding and memories of these 3 spells seemed to be sealed. Kara absorbed the knowledge as naturally as breathing, but she soon discovered a problem. she simply could not communicate with Vishanti. To cast these spells, one must have a source of power. Without a connection to Vishanti, even if she learned the incantations, she could not release any magic. Kara emerged from her immersed state. At this moment, she knew the 3 spells by heart, but the awkward part was, without a source of mana, it was all talk. In her helplessness, she could only pin her hopes on Grandmother Enya's magic house, hoping there might be a solution there. The night wind howled, and the night view of Manhattan receded rapidly in Kara's eyes. Before long, she arrived at the location guided by the key. As she approached the area, the key emitted a bright flash, and a small house slowly emerged from behind an invisible magical curtain. With a click, the door opened automatically. The interior was simply furnished. Besides various magical apparatuses, there were only daily necessities and a wooden table. Kara spotted the letter on the table at a glance. Without needing to open it, her X-ray vision allowed her to see the contents. It turned out that Grandmother Enya's ancestor had been a student of the sorcerer Ancient One. After the dark wizard named Caecilius came to her door, Grandmother Enya knew her time was short because she had refused his recruitment, so she wrote this letter, both to thank the sorcerer Ancient One for the gift of her lineage and to say a final farewell. A hint of sorrow rose in Kara's heart. The struggles between sorcerers were actually this dangerous. While there were righteous sorcerers protecting the world, there were also evil ones attempting to drag it into darkness. She composed herself and looked around the magic house. The room was filled with a vast ocean of magical grimoires. Kara immediately activated her super speed and flipped through every single book. She discovered that if she wanted to cast spells without relying on the power of Vishanti, the only way was to find an alternative energy source. Kara had zero interest in borrowing power from other demon gods, that would only corrode the soul. If she didn't borrow power from demon gods, she had to find another way, either use her own psionic energy or rely on natural or man-made objects that stored mana. Kara knew she had no psionic energy. She had a Kryptonian body. Her blood and bones originated from that distant planet, and psionic energy did not exist within her. Lacking internal psionic energy, she could only rely on external objects. However, energy sources sufficient to support powerful spells were extremely rare. Even Grandmother Enya, in her nearly century-long magical career, had only found one type of green magic stone to craft magical items that stored spells. Fortunately, there were still some green magic stones left by Grandmother Enya. Kara could follow the records in her notes to craft a batch of new magical items herself. As for why she didn't just absorb the mana from the magic stones, Kara had already tried, only to find that not only could she not call upon the power of Vishanti, but she couldn't even absorb the mana from the magic stones. As soon as any external mana entered her body, it would be instantly dispersed by the surging Superman energy within her Kryptonian bloodline. Therefore, if Kara wanted to use the power of magic, her only option was to solidify the spells within artifacts, making them completely independent of her body. Not being able to use mana also meant she could hardly learn other spells, because magic required actual casting to understand its circuit structure. It wasn't just about reciting incantations. The 3 spells she currently mastered were entirely due to the memory inheritance Grandmother Enya had sealed within the pages. But Kara wasn't greedy. She had her own power and didn't need a replacement. What she sought was merely a means to counter magic. Concentrating her mind, she found several magic stones and began refining and processing them using the magical apparatus in the house, following the steps in the book. After becoming a Kryptonian, her thinking speed also far exceeded that of ordinary people. In just a few moments, several pendants had taken shape. Among them, the Shield of Seraphim pendants were the most numerous, with over 20 pieces. There were also more than a dozen pendants for the Sword of Vishanti, and images of Icon. These pendants were easy to use, one only had to crush them to release the solidified spell within. As for other spells, Kara did not understand their magical circuits, so even with the materials in hand, she had no way to craft them. After stowing all the magical items into the Fortress of Solitude, within her internal subspace, Kara stood up and let out a soft yawn. Today's harvest was quite bountiful. It was time to return to Manhattan. She still had to make some preparations for heading to Afghanistan to rescue that playboy Tony Stark, and see if she could gain some benefits from it. Back at her Manhattan apartment, Kara took a comfortable hot bath, then lay down on her bed and drifted into sleep. In her dreams, she seemed to return once more to that planet both strange and familiar, Krypton. Unfortunately, all the scenes were blurry and indistinct. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see them clearly. Early the next morning, Kara got up and sent a text to the Daily Bugle saying she was out reporting on a story, then finished washing up and hurried out the door. Today's goal was Afghanistan. The morning news had already reported that the playboy from Stark Industries had been kidnapped. Kara had to rush there as quickly as possible. If Tony Stark really died, her losses would be immense. The best opportunity to directly understand the connection between the US government and superhuman organizations might fall through as a result. Ever since personally experiencing the dangers of the magic world yesterday, Kara had become increasingly curious about the secrets of the federal government. Given the US government's style of operation, there were bound to be many secrets hidden behind the scenes. After becoming a Kryptonian, her curiosity about the other side of this world had become exceptionally strong. After all, danger and opportunity often coexist. Kara never believed that possessing the powerful strength of a Kryptonian meant being invincible. Just that bald woman who tore through space with her bare hands yesterday was likely much stronger than she was now. Having died once, Kara cherished life more than anyone. Now that she had come into contact with a more hidden world, she decided to take the initiative and personally brush aside the fog shrouding it. Only in this way would she not be unprepared when real danger arrived. Kara soared into the air, breaking through the atmosphere in an instant. She looked toward the Middle East and continuously accelerated, the distance spanning half the Earth rapidly shortening beneath her feet. The Middle East, in the sky above a certain desert. Kara looked down at the boundless sea of sand below, her super hearing fully deployed. However, a moment later, she frowned slightly. Logically, she should have locked onto Stark's location long ago, but after searching for a long time, she had no leads. This situation could only mean that the place where Stark was held had some sort of magic-like concealment method. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape her perception. Since super hearing was ineffective, Kara turned to the most primitive method, sweeping over every corner of the desert repeatedly at super speed, using her eyes to carefully search for any suspicious clues. For several days in a row, she combed through almost the entire area, yet still found nothing. It wasn't until the fifth day that a hidden cave caught her attention. From the outside, it looked utterly desolate, but a few hours ago, a convoy had appeared out of thin air from the cliff face. This was highly unusual. Having read the records in the magic house, Kara immediately recognized this as a barrier. A large-scale barrier set up with powerful incantations or artifacts could completely hide the internal space, and the caster would have strong control over the interior. Mr. Stark was likely imprisoned inside, his life or death unknown. However, based on the calls between Obadiah in New York and the terrorists she had intercepted over the past few days, the kidnappers seemed to be forcing Stark to build the Jericho missile for them. Thus, he was likely still alive. She couldn't just barge in. Kara knew that forcing her way through the barrier would definitely be noticed by the caster. The depth of that spellcaster's strength was unknown. Acting rashly would likely alert the enemy and lead them to kill the hostage. She quickly thought of a safer plan. Since a frontal breakthrough was difficult, why not find a way to sneak in? At the very least, she could gather some key intelligence first. Soon, an opportunity arrived. A convoy was heading toward the cave, looking like it was about to enter the barrier. Kara seized the moment, silently taking out one of the members with super speed. Then, she took out the disguise glasses from her subspace, disguised herself as that terrorist, and sat in the vehicle. The convoy continued forward, passing through a magic barrier nearly invisible to the naked eye before driving into a wide cave entrance. The people on the trucks got out to move supplies, and Kara followed suit, picking up a few bags of resources and heading deeper into the cave with her head down. The moment she stepped into the barrier, she finally perceived Tony Stark's location, though his presence was very weak, and she didn't know what he had been through. Kara's disguise was flawless, no one even questioned her along the way. Only a few people coming from the opposite direction nodded to her, all of whom she passed by naturally with a smile. Before long, she found the place where Stark was held. It was a cell sealed by a heavy iron door, but under Kara's X-ray vision, the internal situation was clear. Besides a haggard Tony Stark, there was also a balding middle-aged man who seemed to be treating his wounds. Just then, a terrorist carrying food walked toward the cell. Kara immediately stepped forward, activating the glasses, voice changing and translation functions. Before setting out, she had already downloaded various language packs for the Middle East. While striking up a conversation with the man and complaining about how tiring the hauling work was, she casually handed him the bags she had just taken from the truck, asking him to help deliver them to the warehouse, while she, kindly, offered to deliver the meal to the cell for him. As she took the tray, Kara couldn't help but frown. The mush on the plate was dull in color and smelled foul. No wonder Stark was so weak. She smiled naturally at the guard, who opened the cell door. Kara stepped inside to see a man with a haggard face and a messy beard, showing almost none of his former playboy flair. The man glanced at Kara and then closed his eyes in disgust, whether at the food or at her, the terrorist. Setting down the tray, Kara instantly entered her super speed state and cut the cave's main power supply. Exiting super speed, she pulled out a flashlight she had brought, turned on the light, and whispered to the two people in the cell. Mr. Stark, I've come from the United States to rescue you. Stark remained expressionless, a hint of mockery even flashing in his eyes. He didn't believe it at all. This was likely just another trick by the terrorist organization to test if he was truly being honest about building the missile. After all, he had just finished the prototype of that armor. There was no guarantee they hadn't seen something suspicious through the surveillance. Instead, the man who looked like a doctor spoke first. Tell your boss that Mr. Stark will fully assist in manufacturing the missile. There's no need to use these kinds of tactics to test us. Kara was speechless for a moment. Had these two developed PTSD from the persecution? They didn't even believe the person coming to save them. She turned the flashlight to its brightest setting, took off her disguise glasses, and revealed her original face, saying helplessly, "You should believe me now, gentlemen." Stark's eyes widened. He never would have imagined that in this terrifying cave completely isolated from the civilized world, such a refined white girl with a temperament totally out of place with her surroundings would appear. In that moment, he felt as if he saw the light of the civilized world shining into this dark cage through her. However, the hope only lasted for an instant. Was the federal government crazy? Sending such a young girl to rescue him. This was practically like thinking it wasn't enough for him to be trapped alone, so they had to throw in another person. Kara saw his doubts and said in a calm tone, "I can help you escape. If you need anything, you can tell me." Stark pondered for a moment. There didn't seem to be a better choice at the moment. He didn't know when that armor would be completely finished, and eating that slop every day, he probably wouldn't last until then. "Fine, I believe you," he finally said. "As long as you can bring me some decent food every day. If I eat that stuff for a few more days, I don't think I'll make it." Simple. Kara took out the sweet bread, canned food, and drinks she had grabbed from the truck earlier and handed them over. "Hide them well. If you're caught, I won't be able to save you either." Stark stared at the food, his eyes instantly lighting up. He grabbed a can and began to devour it ravenously. Kara estimated the time. The power outside should be restored soon. Though power outages were common in the cave, a large-scale outage like this was still unusual. She had to leave quickly to avoid alerting that mysterious magician. "You two eat first, I have to go. The power is about to come back on," she said, her speech quickening. "Be careful," the doctor beside him whispered a reminder. Kara nodded and quickly exited the cell. Using the last of the darkness, she had to deal with the actual food deliverer to clear the obstacles for what was to come. This was easy for Kara. A moment later, she had disguised herself as that food deliverer and appeared in the cave passage with a normal expression. For the next 2 months or so, Kara delivered meals to Stark every day, on orders. Before entering the cell each time, she would first sneak into the surveillance room and replace the footage with a loop of old images. She also managed to skillfully smuggle in some supplies. Stark's mental state had clearly improved significantly. But on Kara's end, she still hadn't found any trace of that magician. The other party seemed extremely low-key and never showed their face easily. Stark's progress, however, was much smoother. His armor was only a few steps away from completion. Thanks to the various precision parts Kara frequently smuggled in, it would have been impossible to finish so quickly otherwise. In the cell, Kara curiously looked over the crude armor known as Mark I. Stark introduced it with full confidence. "Our hope of escaping depends entirely on this. My masterpiece." Kara resisted the urge to dampen his spirits. There was still a magician hidden here. Could this pile of scrap metal really withstand spells? As long as you're happy, she said with a wave of her hand. You don't believe me. Miss Kara, although this armor looks simple, its technology is definitely ahead of any country, especially its power core. Stark began to explain volubly. Right, there's one thing I forgot to mention. Kara suddenly interrupted him, her voice calm but cold. The day after tomorrow is the final deadline they gave you. If you don't hand over the missile, they'll kill the hostage. Stark fell silent for a moment, his gaze darkening. Then we leave tomorrow. The next day, Kara took the opportunity of delivering food to walk towards Stark's cell again. Over the past 2 days, she still hadn't found any trace of that sorcerer. Magic was simply too convenient. Neither super hearing nor X-ray vision could penetrate that invisible barrier. For now, Kara could only take it one step at a time. Entering the cell, she found that Stark's armor was only one step away from completion, putting it on. There wasn't much expression on Stark's face, but Kara could see his tension. He knew that once he put on this iron suit, it meant facing a life or death battle with an uncertain outcome. This pre-battle anxiety made him appear somewhat restless. Kara handed him an energy bar, hoping it would calm him down a bit. Stark took it, took a bite, and suddenly looked up to ask. How many people are waiting outside to meet us? Kara almost laughed. Right now, no one in the world knew where he was. Where would backup come from? There is no backup, Mr. Stark, she answered truthfully. How is that possible? Stark's voice rose unconsciously. The CIA must have notified the military, right? Who told you I was with the CIA? Kara countered, finding it a bit amusing. Not CIA. Then are you Navy? Or some special forces? Stark frowned. It couldn't possibly be Mossad, could it? I'm not with anyone, Kara said calmly. Stark's expression changed. Then who exactly are you? If she was on the side of the terrorists, then all his plans would be completely exposed. Don't be nervous, Kara's tone softened. I'm a reporter. A reporter for the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle. Stark breathed a small sigh of relief. That newspaper that publishes gossip all day. To be precise, I am Kara Danvers, the new columnist for the Daily Bugle, she introduced herself. Miss Kara, Stark still found it hard to understand. What is a reporter like you doing in the Middle East desert? For a big story, of course, Kara said as if it were obvious. The famous Tony Stark kidnapped. Is there any headline bigger than that? Then how did you find this cave? Stark continued to press. I followed you all the way from New York, Kara casually made up a plausible explanation. I was even watching from a distance when you were captured, and I followed you right into this place. Stark was speechless for a moment. Are reporters these days this hardcore? Daring to break into a terrorist's nest all by themselves. Stark opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and stuffed the last bite of the energy bar into his mouth. A reporter, fine. So, reporter Kara Danvers, what's the plan for later? Once I put this thing on, he patted the crude metal armor beside him, do we fight our way out together? Have you prepared any weapons? Kara looked at her empty hands, then pointed to herself with a meaningful smile. My weapons are right here, Mr. Stark. But more than that, there's something else you need to worry about. What? There aren't just terrorists with guns here. Kara lowered her voice, her gaze sweeping across the dim corridor outside the cell. There is a sorcerer who has cast a barrier over the entire cave. I can't see him or hear him, but he definitely exists. Your armor might handle bullets, but against magic. She didn't finish, but her meaning was clear. Stark's face darkened. As a staunch scientist, words like magic and sorcery originally only existed in his fantasies or low-budget movies. But Kara's expression told him this was no joke. What do you suggest? He asked bluntly. The plan remains the same. You must put on the armor and cause chaos, it's our only chance to get out. But I will try my best to hold off that sorcerer, if he can be held off. Kara took a pendant from her pocket and pressed it into Stark's palm. Crush it to deploy a protective shield. It should block one magical attack. Use it as you see fit. Remember, this is a last resort. Stark looked at the crudely made pendant in his palm, which faintly glowed with light, and for the first time, he looked at Kara with true seriousness. Who exactly are you, Miss Danvers? Just a reporter who happens to know a bit more than most. Kara glanced at her watch. There are 40 minutes until the next meal is delivered. How long do you need to get ready? 30 minutes. Stark took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp again. In 30 minutes, I'll be one with this iron shell. Good. I'll cut the power at the 35th minute, just like before. Then you'll have 1 minute to start the armor and burst out of the cell. I'll cause even more chaos in the main corridor to draw most of the fire. Kara spoke rapidly. What about you? Kara smiled and didn't answer. Good luck, Mr. Stark. I hope tomorrow we'll be on the front page of the Daily Bugle as survivors, not in the obituary column. She turned and left the cell, the heavy iron door closing behind her. The corridor was still thick with the smell of dust, sweat, and low-grade fuel. Kara pushed the food cart, slowly walking back the way she came, while her super hearing spread out like an invisible net, catching every abnormal vibration. Still nothing, not a single ripple. It was too quiet. Kara's heart sank slightly. Either the other party was so confident they didn't care about any internal movement, or they were waiting for something. Time passed minute by minute. As usual, Kara returned the food cart to the crude kitchen, nodding to a few familiar terrorists and even chatting idly about the weather. Every one of her movements was perfectly natural, as if she had lived here for weeks. At the 34th minute, she used the excuse of checking the circuits, having, enthusiastically, helped repair them several times after previous outages, and went to the power distribution room near the cave entrance. There was only one guard there, dozing against the wall. Kara approached silently, and with a precise hand chop, the man slumped to the ground. Her finger pressed down on the main switch. Meanwhile, inside the cell, Stark and Dr. Ethan were making their final preparations. Crude metal components were being fastened onto Stark's body one by one, wires were connected, and the arc reactor, emitting a faint blue light, was carefully slotted into the chest piece. Heavy footsteps began to echo within the cell. Remember the route. Stark's voice came through the prototype faceplate, sounding somewhat muffled. I remember, Ethan nodded, clutching a rusty wrench he'd found somewhere. His face was pale, but his eyes were determined. Stark looked at the two pendants in his palm and stuffed them into a small, temporarily welded compartment on the outside of the armor's arm. He didn't understand magic, nor did he believe in it, but at this moment, he had to grasp any extra bit of hope. Exactly at the 35th minute. The cave suddenly plunged into darkness as all the lights went out simultaneously. Familiar cursing and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from all over the corridors. Now, Stark growled. Dr. Ethan yanked open the cell door. The lock had already been quietly sabotaged by Kara. The heavy Mark I armor, burning with a sense of primitive industrial beauty, took its first step, its metal feet clanging against the rocky ground with a dull thud. Alarm! The prisoner has escaped. A shout came from the distance. Gunfire erupted almost the next second, bullets sparking as they hit the armor. Stark raised his arm, and the crude flamethrower mounted on the front of the armor spat out a tongue of searing flame, temporarily repelling the enemies at the corner. East. The main corridor. Ethan shouted, pointing in the direction Kara had told them. The armor took large strides, smashing through all obstacles in the narrow corridor as it charged toward the light at the cave entrance. Ethan followed closely behind. Kara was no longer in the power distribution room. She moved through the corridors at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Wherever she passed, wires short-circuited, guns jammed, and the weight-bearing structures of several key locations groaned ominously as she created as much chaos and obstruction as possible. Suddenly, she stopped. A bald man wearing a strange scarf blocked Kara's path. On his arms were 9 rings emitting a faint blue glow. This was undoubtedly the sorcerer Kara was looking for. He had arrived just in time. Any later, and Kara would have had to fight her way out alongside Stark. Kara wasn't sure of the extent of this sorcerer's power. That was exactly why she had helped Stark build the Mark I armor. As long as she could hold this man back, Stark would have a chance to break through the surrounding bandits. Magic was a power Kara always had to treat with caution. It was almost one of her fatal weaknesses. Magical energy would disrupt the energy balance within her body. Gentle natural elements were fine, at most being impossible to absorb, but if she encountered malicious offensive magic, it would certainly cause her real harm. Kara stared at the bald man before her. Although she couldn't absorb magic power, the vast number of books she had read in the magic house allowed her to make a quick judgment. The opponent belonged to the type of mage who relied on artifacts to cast spells. The glowing blue ring on his arm was his casting medium. Without hesitation, Kara instantly entered her super speed state, intending to end the battle before the opponent could finish his spell. Seeing that she was just a young girl, a flash of disdain crossed the man's eyes, and he actually spoke leisurely. Strange woman, I am Raza. State your. Before he could finish his sentence, a searing beam of light tore through the air. The heat vision fired in her super speed state was faster than Raza could react to, slamming solidly into his chest. Kara thought this strike would be enough to pierce his heart, but runes sharing the same origin as the ring suddenly surfaced on Raz's body, forcefully blocking the burning ray. Kara increased her energy output, and her heat vision became as thick as a water pipe, but it only made those runes glow brighter. She let out a cold snort, her figure flashing like lightning as she delivered a heavy punch to his chest. Razov flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain behind him and smashing a crater over 10 meters deep. Exiting her super speed state, Kara breathed a sigh of relief. That punch just now was enough to cleave a mountain, there was no way Razov could have survived. Just as she turned to leave, 8 rings imbued with magical energy shot out from the crater. Kara failed to sense them in time, and her abdomen was struck violently, sending her flying backward. Razov stepped out from the dust, inwardly shocked. If he hadn't traded with that Chinese man named Wenwu for the usage rights of the 10 rings a few months ago, he would have been killed instantly by this mutant. Without the 10 rings, he was just an ordinary terrorist. Although Wenwu had warned him that the 10 rings would cause severe backlash to anyone who wasn't their master, Razov usually only enlarged them to use as a barrier to hide his base. If Kara hadn't pushed him to a dead end, he would never have worn them personally. In just this short while, he already felt his life burning away rapidly, and this was even after he had spent a fortune to transplant a small amount of Ta Lo blood. However, the power of the 10 rings was indeed astonishing. After Kara was sent flying, the massive magical energy rampaged through her body, especially her abdomen, which felt as if it had been struck by a heavy sledgehammer, leaving the energy balance within her in chaos. Fortunately, Kara could rely on her incredible physical recovery to gradually restore her energy balance. Since she couldn't win quickly, she decided to fight a war of attrition. She didn't believe the opponent's magic reserves could outmatch her recovery speed. Razov wasn't stupid either. Seeing that Kara wasn't dead, he immediately enlarged 4 rings to surround himself as a defense, while the other 5 rings streaked toward Kara like meteors. Kara didn't dare to be overconfident. Although these rings couldn't keep up with her speed, they could fire magic beams to intercept her. If she were hit by multiple beams simultaneously, she would inevitably lose her balance and fall again. It would be dangerous then, as there were still 4 rings unused. The sounds from Stark's side reached her ears. His advance was going quite smoothly, and he had almost reached the cave entrance. However, that doctor had unfortunately been caught in an RPG explosion and was beyond saving. A furious Tony was currently on a killing spree. Stark's progress put Kara's mind at ease. She crushed a pendant, and a great sword flowing with golden light suddenly appeared in her hand, the Sword of Vishanti. Kara swung the sword, cleaving through the incoming beams one by one, and the battle fell into a stalemate for a moment. Razov, however, grew increasingly anxious. The speed at which the 10 rings were burning his life was accelerating, and the bit of Ta Lo blood in his body was about to be exhausted. If he couldn't defeat Kara soon, the 10 rings would burn him into an empty shell even without her doing anything. Rage scorched his sanity. If it weren't for this woman interfering, Stark would already be in his grasp. As long as Stark built missiles for him, all his sacrifices could be recovered. But now, all his plans were in disarray. Kara keenly perceived the other's agitation. In her view, this mage was already at the end of his rope. Her spirits lifted, Kara accelerated her offensive. Although the magical defense was hard to break through head-on, as long as his magic was exhausted, the opponent would just be an ordinary person. Under her fierce assault, Razov began to cough up blood. The 10 rings were about to burn away his life, and his only choice was to gamble everything, releasing the barrier outside the cave, reclaiming the last ring that maintained it, and merging the 10 rings for one final strike. Seeing his crazed expression, Kara sensed trouble. Just then, the final ring flew in from the cave entrance and struck her back heavily while she was off guard. Although it wasn't as painful as being hit by all 8 rings earlier, the magical energy still disrupted her balance. Razov was overjoyed. As long as he could slow Kara down, he would have a chance to complete the merging of the 10 rings. He strained to recall all the rings, frantically pouring his remaining life force into them. The 10 rings erupted with a dazzling light, shooting toward Kara like falling stars. Kara forced her weakened body up, knowing this combined attack was no small matter. Although it wasn't as powerful as the magical explosion that killed Grandmother Enya, it was enough to severely wound her. In a flash, she quickly crushed 2 pendants engraved with the Shield of Seraphim. The double shields unfolded instantly but sent sparks flying the moment they touched the 10 rings. The first layer was torn apart like thin paper, and the second layer only managed to delay the rings for an instant. But for Kara, this instant was enough. She crushed another pendant, and another sword of Vishanti appeared in her hand. Crossing the 2 swords, she firmly resisted the impact of the 10 rings. With a roar of exertion, she burst forth with incredible strength, catching the 10 rings between her swords and hurling them deep into the mountain. The rings vanished into the rock layers. His life force exhausted, Raza slumped to the ground, his venomous gaze locked onto Kara as if he wanted to devour her with his eyes. Kara responded with a disdainful chuckle. A mage without magic was just a mortal, she had won this battle. The dying Raza used his last ounce of strength to pull out a pistol and pull the trigger. In Kara's eyes, the bullet was as slow as a snail. But out of caution toward mages, she still instantly crushed the images of icon, pendant, splitting into dozens of phantoms that scattered in all directions. After the gunshot, Kara realized it was just an ordinary bullet. Raza had already breathed his last. She scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her fear of magic seemed to be a bit excessive. Just then, a suit of armor riddled with bullet marks charged in. Seeing Kara and Raz's corpse, Stark roared and lunged forward, his armored iron fists frantically pounding the already dead enemy. You killed Ethan. Go to hell. Go to. Stark didn't stop until he had hammered the corpse into a bloody pulp. Kara had also recovered the stamina she had exhausted from fighting magic and stepped forward to pull him away. It was time to leave. She dragged Stark, who was still panting heavily inside the armor, out of the cave along with the suit. Outside was a mess, with traces of burning weapons and ammunition everywhere. Evidently, Stark had first incinerated the munitions before rushing into the cave to find her. Stark calmed down slightly and spread his arms. My armor has a flight function, I can take you down the mountain. Kara looked at his severely scorched armor with a face full of disdain. No thanks, I can fly myself. Thanks for the offer. Before he could finish his sentence, she had already soared into the air. A sonic boom exploded over Stark's head, the air currents swirling like clouds. Tony was dumbfounded, looking up at the sonic boom cloud in the sky and muttering to himself. Is she from the same planet as me? Shaking his head, he quickly performed a few operations on the inside of his arm. Immediately, the thrusters on the back and soles of the Mark I spewed fierce flames, and the armor took to the sky, chasing in the direction where Kara had disappeared. A dozen minutes later, in the desert skies near the border of Afghanistan and its neighbor, the tail flames of Tony's armor thrusters began to flicker erratically. He anxiously tapped the control panel on the inside of his arm, but the system didn't respond at all. Tens of seconds later, the propulsion system shut down completely. As a makeshift creation from the cave that had just endured a fierce battle, the Mark I armor had reached its limit. Tony fell from the sky along with the heavy armor, swallowed by the sensation of weightlessness, his screams fading as the ground rapidly approached. When only a dozen meters remained above the desert, a pair of slender hands firmly grabbed the armor from behind. Kara slowly landed while carrying the armor, setting Tony down on the sandy ground. She tapped on the faceplate, but there was no response from inside. Kara's cheeks puffed out slightly, and a cool freeze breath gently brushed over the surface of the armor. The cold air, carrying a faint fragrance, seeped into the armor and jolted the unconscious Tony awake. Tony struggled to lift his right hand and flip open the faceplate, taking deep breaths of the scorching air while secretly vowing to himself, when I get back, I must build a suit of armor that will never fall. After the faceplate was removed, before Tony's eyes stood a young girl wearing a red and blue skin-tight battle suit and a red cape. The S symbol on her chest was exceptionally striking under the desert's blazing sun. This was Kara, having shed her disguise. Her golden hair fluttered in the hot wind as she stood on the sand dune with her hands on her hips. In Stark's eyes, the Kara of this moment was incredibly dazzling. Of course, except for Potts, she's the hottest. Tony muttered softly with his head down. Mr. Stark, what did you say? Kara tilted her head to look at him. Nothing. Miss Danvers, is this your battle suit? Tony quickly changed the subject. You could say that. Kara brushed her long hair back and puffed out her chest. That distinct S emblem seemed to flow under the sunlight. This is. Tony pointed at her chest. Does it stand for a super? Kara replied almost without thinking. You could say that too. But in my family, S stands for hope, El Mayara. It is like a winding river, flowing endlessly. Before she could finish, it felt as if her mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. Those images from her dreams surfaced again. Kryptonian, the red sun, the shattering planet, and a universe like a bursting bubble. Tony didn't notice her abnormality and continued talking to himself, but in the United States, S is just S, for a super. With abilities like yours, you could be called Superman. No, should it be Superwoman? No, you're so young and beautiful, how about Supergirl? Kara could no longer hear his voice. A massive flood of memories crashed through her consciousness, her vision went black, and she slowly collapsed onto the burning sand. Kara. Tony lunged forward in a panic. He had just lost Ethan, he couldn't lose her too. He looked around anxiously, but the edge of the desert was empty. Just then, the roar of helicopters came from the horizon. U.S. military Black Hawk helicopters were flying toward them. It seemed the military had finally found them, making the massive commotion they caused by blowing up the entire cave worth it. The helicopters spotted Tony waving for help below and slowly landed. The cabin door opened, and a black colonel rushed down to embrace him tightly. Tony. You're alive, thank goodness. Next time, you're coming with me. Colonel Rhodes' voice trembled with emotion. Hey, Rhodes. I made it out. Tony hugged his old friend back, then his expression darkened, thanks to two friends. Unfortunately, Ethan, he paused and urgently pointed to the sand, and Kara. She collapsed, save her quickly. Rhodes immediately ordered the medics to carry Kara onto the helicopter and helped Tony board as well. Inside the cabin, Tony briefly tended to his wounds and then immediately went to Kara's side. The medics were trying to give her an IV, but the needle simply couldn't pierce her skin, several had already bent. Mr. Stark, the doctor reported helplessly, the patient's skin is abnormally tough. We can only perform basic monitoring and oxygen supply, we cannot carry out any invasive treatment. Tony's heart sank. The girl who had been so full of life just moments ago now lay there silently, like a fragile sculpture. Was he about to watch another friend leave? His gaze swept over the Stark Industries logos inside the cabin, reminding him of the weapon crates in the cave bearing the same mark. Those lethal weapons, including the missile that nearly killed him and the rocket that took Ethan, all came from his company. If Stark's weapons only take lives, then what am I? An executioner. Pain wrapped around his heart like thorns as he slumped into the seat opposite Kara and closed his eyes. The helicopter transferred to a transport plane, flying all the way to New York. On the way, the doctors tried various instruments, but they were almost useless on Kara. They could only stay by her side without leaving for a second, fearing any mishap for the girl who had saved Tony Stark. At the New York airport, Pepper Potts had long been waiting anxiously. The news of Tony's rescue had made her ecstatic. As soon as the plane entered the country, she rushed to the airport with her team. The transport plane's door slowly opened, and Tony and Rhodes walked down the ramp side by side. Pepper was about to step forward when she caught sight of Kara on a medical gurney behind them. Her footsteps faltered, and she quickly put on a professional smile, though a fleeting emotion flashed in her eyes. This guy Tony, even while being kidnapped, didn't forget to get involved with young girls. Tony walked toward her, feigning seriousness, eyes red. Crying for your long-lost boss. Their tears of joy, Pepper smiled. After all, I hate job hunting. Yeah, vacation's over. Tony nodded and walked toward the car. Pepper opened the car door for him. You need to go to the hospital, Tony. No. You have to go. I'm not going. Just send Miss Danvers to the hospital. Tony's tone was firm. You have to let the doctors check you. Pepper said almost at the same time. I've been locked up for 3 months, and now I only want 2 things, Tony interrupted again. One is an American cheeseburger, and the second is. That's impossible, don't you already have a young lady by your side? Pepper said helplessly. It's not what you think. Listen, arrange a press conference for me. Tony climbed into the car. A press conference? Why? Cheeseburger first. Tony waved to the driver, let's go. Kara had a long and fragmented dream. In the dream, she was placed in a spacecraft as an infant and launched into the starry sky. Behind her, her home planet Kryptonian turned to dust in a crimson glow. She drifted in the void for an unknown amount of time until she was suddenly swallowed by a rift and fell into a strange realm, a place with no boundaries, only countless massive and nameless bubbles, floating slowly. And the bubble she came from was shattering and dissipating just like Kryptonian. She drifted in that mysterious space for even longer until she was captured by another bubble. At the moment of impact, the small bubble in the spacecraft carrying her seemed to be compressed and merged into her body. After more long drifting, finally, a blue planet captured her. She fell onto a frozen wasteland, enveloped by cold. Through the haze, the sound of sirens and noisy voices gradually became clear. As her eyelids twitched slightly, she heard the doctor's tense call, "Miss Danvers. Can you hear me?" Kara opened her eyes and sat up. The doctor beside her was both surprised and delighted. "You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? We'd like to perform an examination for you. After all, your condition is very special." Kara shook her head. If those dreams were the memories buried in this body, then she wasn't just an alien, she might even be a drifter from another universe. This truth was hard for her to accept. She politely declined the examination. She pushed open the ambulance door and instantly turned into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. "Wait, Miss Danvers." The doctor's shout was left far behind. Kara flew back to her residence at top speed and changed back into her civilian clothes. She needed to find Stark, to ask clearly what happened after she collapsed, and whether her body had shown any traces of being from another universe while she was consumed by those memories. Kara focused her mind slightly, and her super hearing rippled out like water. Stark Industries had already begun preparing a press conference for Tony's return. As a columnist, she naturally wouldn't miss such an occasion, especially since she truly needed to see him. She opened her phone, and the unread emails from the Daily Bugle had already piled up to 99 plus. It seemed that over the past few months, the editor-in-chief, Robbie, had indeed been going crazy with worry. Fortunately, before heading to Afghanistan, Kara had set up scheduled sends, so those pre-prepared scoops and drafts would still appear in the newspaper's inbox as planned. Despite not showing her face for months, Robbie hadn't removed her from the roster, thanks to those explosive celebrity secrets. In fact, the name Kara appeared on the newspaper's pages almost every few days. She had become the most prolific reporter over these past months. Because of this, Robbie kept writing to check in, terrified she might be poached by another outlet. Kara picked the most recent email and sent back a reply with a casual excuse about being too busy chasing news across various states. Robbie replied almost instantly. "Miss Danvers, in light of your outstanding performance, the newspaper has decided to promote you to the position of feature reporter. Your salary has been doubled, and your bonuses have been wired to your account. Please come to the office as soon as possible to collect your press credentials." Kara smiled slightly. Robbie was clearly worried about her being headhunted. There were indeed many invitations from other newspapers sitting in her inbox. She listened intently. Tony had finished buying his burger and was heading from the airport to Stark Tower. The press conference was about to begin. After a quick shower and changing into a simple dress, she shrunk her suit into a bracelet and put it on. Kara then headed out toward the Daily Bugle office. 10 minutes later, she walked out of the newspaper building with her brand new feature reporter ID. Putting on her glasses, she hailed a taxi and headed straight for Stark Tower. The press conference hall was already packed. Kara blended into the crowd soundlessly and soon heard familiar movements from behind the podium. A bald man was half pushing, half pulling Tony toward the front. After taking the stage, Tony said a few words and then sat down casually, gesturing for the reporters to relax. Kara sat down with the others, wanting to see what he actually had to say. "I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries." As the words fell, the entire room went dead silent. The world's largest weapons manufacturer was announcing the abandonment of its core business of nearly a century. Kara was also stunned. This was practically digging up his own foundations. She even wondered if Tony had sustained some brain damage in that cave. Having made the announcement, Tony walked straight off the stage, leaving even Pepper, who was busy dealing with a persistent agent, unable to react in time. Kara quietly slipped out of the crowd and followed him. She intercepted him at the end of the corridor. Mr. Stark, may I have an exclusive interview? Sorry, miss, I don't have time right now. Tony didn't stop walking. It's because of that cave, isn't it? Kara asked softly behind him. You're shutting down weapons production because of everything you saw there. Tony stopped abruptly and turned to stare at her, his expression serious. Which paper are you with? The Daily Bugle. Well then, lovely bugle lady, his tone carried a suppressed anger, you wouldn't want to hear about my experiences in that cave. Kara sighed softly and slowly took off her glasses. Actually, I know. Kara. Tony's eyes lit up. You're awake. That's great. Wait, why couldn't I recognize you the moment you put on those glasses? Just call me Kara, she smiled. Then you should call me Tony. His expression relaxed, and he led her into a private reception room. As soon as they sat down, Kara cut straight to the point. Tony, are you okay? He rubbed his brow, looking somewhat exhausted. I just want to do something right. Seeing those people, civilians, soldiers, and Ethan, all dying because of Stark weapons. That's not your fault, Kara said softly. The fault lies with the people using the weapons. No, Tony shook his head, pain hidden in his eyes. Stark made the killing more efficient. We were supposed to protect lives, not end them. Kara fell silent. He was right. I just want to protect others, the way you and Ethan protected me in Afghanistan. Tony looked up, a glimmer in his eyes. To fight against evil, to guard the innocent, just like you said, hope. I want to bring people hope. Kara was momentarily speechless. She had originally gone to Afghanistan to gather intelligence on other superhumans. Tony looked at her with sincere eyes. Kara, that symbol on your chest, El Mayara. I want to become that kind of force. She watched him. The cynical playboy of her impressions seemed so different now. Perhaps he really could become some kind of hope. Tony, do you know about SHIELD? Kara changed the subject. SHIELD. Tony looked bewildered. What's that? A new branch of the CIA. Kara was stunned. As the CEO of a military-industrial giant who had worked with the government for years, he was completely ignorant of SHIELD. Even someone like Kingpin knew a thing or two. What about mutants? Humans who possess superpowers like I do, I've heard. Tony coughed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Mutants, is that some kind of ethnic minority? Like the gypsies? Quote. And magic. How much do you know about that? Kara, to be honest with you, Tony rubbed his nose. Before going to Afghanistan, the two things I was most proficient in were engineering, and Victoria's Secret. Kara pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed. Fine, then while I was unconscious, did anything unusual happen to my body? Oh, I can answer that one. Tony sat up a bit straighter. You just slept quietly the whole time. The doctors couldn't even pierce your skin. Seriously, how do you even get treated when you're sick? No other anomalies. Like glowing, energy fluctuations, anything like that. None. You were just like Sleeping Beauty, the one from Disney. It seemed those memories only existed within her mental world and hadn't manifested externally. Kara, Tony said suddenly with a serious expression, I plan to continue perfecting the research we started in the cave. I need your help. Would you be willing to join me? Was being a laborer in a cave not enough? Kara blinked and stood up. I still have to go back and write your exclusive interview. Wait. At least stay in touch. Tony stood up hurriedly. She smiled, waved her hand, and turned to leave Stark Tower. Returning to the Daily Bugle, Kara handed an edited recording of the conversation to Robbie and spent the afternoon writing a long editorial supporting Tony's decision to shut down the weapons business, hoping this would help stabilize Stark Industries' stock price a little. Robbie was exceptionally satisfied. Despite the outside world's pessimism, the Daily Bugle had secured an exclusive interview with Tony Stark, which was enough to boost subscriptions several times over. Looking at the layout pages scrolling slowly on the computer screen, Robbie picked up his coffee, feeling that the best decision he had made this year was hiring this incredibly young reporter. Meanwhile, Kara was already standing on the roof of the newspaper building. The setting sun dyed the clouds golden red. She looked towards Stark Tower and gently touched the suit bracelet on her wrist. Deep in the endless desert of Afghanistan, several figures wrapped tightly in cloth were hunched over, searching. They were the remnants of the 10 Rings gang, survivors of the cave explosion who had transmitted the footage of Tony Stark's iron armor. When Kara confronted Raza, the remaining surveillance equipment had happened to record part of the combat footage of the Mark I. These desert hyenas smelled money. If they could find the wreckage of the armor, they would certainly be able to sell it for a good price. A few days later, the Malibu Beach Villa. Tony sat in his workshop, a copy of the Daily Bugle spread out by his side. The front page headline read clearly, "Shutting Down Weapon Manufacturing, the New Hope for Stark Industries," with the byline, "Kara Danvers." Footsteps echoed from the stairs. As Pepper walked down, Tony was testing a new component for the armor. She had just put down the gift box in her hand when she heard a muffled bang. A beam of light shot out from Tony's palm, and the massive recoil sent him flying backward. "I thought you weren't making weapons anymore." Pepper raised an eyebrow. "This isn't a weapon," Tony said as he climbed up, unfazed, "it's a flight stabilizer." "Whatever you say. Obadiah is upstairs, you need to see him." Tony removed the device, picked up the newspaper, and followed Pepper upstairs. Obadiah Stane was sitting at a Yamaha piano, his fingertips flowing with a few scattered notes. Tony knew that the company must be in trouble. He had expected this when he announced the shutdown of the weapons division. "Tony, you need to give me something to appease the board." Obadiah turned around, wearing a professional smile. "They are pushing to remove you from management. Because the stock price dropped 40 points. 56.5 points, Mr. Stark." Pepper corrected him softly. Obadiah leaned forward, his tone persuasive. "Just hand over the arc reactor to the engineers for analysis, draw up a few blueprints, you know the process." "No," Tony interrupted him, "it's mine." He couldn't trust anyone. Who could guarantee that the technology wouldn't fall into the hands of the next battlefield? Besides, the situation isn't that bad. Tony handed over the newspaper in his hand. "At least public opinion is still on our side. Look at this report. Shutting down weapons manufacturing is the true hope for Stark Industries." Obadiah glanced at it and almost laughed in anger. Tony was actually using an article from a tabloid to fob him off. What could something written by a reporter possibly prove? "I think it's well written. It might even win a Pulitzer Prize." Tony shrugged. Obadiah's face darkened, and he turned to walk toward the door. "Good night." Tony waved his hand nonchalantly. Returning to the workshop, Tony immersed himself once again in the development of the armor. He worked tirelessly to rush the production of various components, testing, adjusting, and testing again. Jarvis's reminders were ignored time and again. Sometimes, one has to try to run before learning how to walk. When Jarvis completed the final assembly and the silver Mark II stood before his eyes, Tony clenched the armor's fist. What would it feel like to fly freely? An image appeared in his mind. The blonde girl hovering in the air, her red and blue uniform striking and vibrant in the sunlight, her skirt fluttering in the wind, and those straight, long legs seemingly plated with a halo of light. God, she's so cute, if only it weren't for Pepper. Tony muttered to himself. If Kara heard that, she would probably give him a dose of heat vision. Soon, the Mark II was ready. The thrusters roared to life, and the massive acceleration pushed Tony violently toward the front of the tunnel. He didn't have time to react, and he was about to crash into the wall. Jarvis overclocked to intervene, correcting the trajectory in a flash. The armor grazed the wall and shot out into the New York night sky. The silver figure tore through the sky, the exhaust flames trailing like a meteor. Tony laughed loudly behind his mask. "Jarvis. I'm flying." Kara, who had just finished work and was walking on the street, looked up. A piercing sound of air being torn apart came from the sky, and a silver humanoid figure was flying at an astonishing speed. She narrowed her eyes and looked. The face inside the armor was none other than Tony. It's only been a few days. Kara was shocked by Tony's development speed. Before she could finish speaking, the armor suddenly stalled and plummeted straight down. Kara flashed into the shadows and took off her glasses. The suit quickly covered her entire body, and she tore off her outer garment, the S emblem on her chest shimmering with a faint light in the night. Shooting into the sky, she caught the falling armor steadily and landed on a deserted rooftop. The mask popped open, and Tony smiled awkwardly. "You saved me again." Kara frowned. "You're making almost as much noise as that time in Afghanistan." "It must be the high-altitude icing issue. I need to switch to anti-freezing material." Tony analyzed. "I don't know about the technology, but don't go getting yourself killed," she said in a teasing tone. The mask closed again, and Tony took off once more. "I'll have it fixed in no time, just wait and see." Watching his receding figure, Kara shook her head helplessly. At the very moment Kara saved Tony, Obadiah had arrived in Afghanistan. For him, dealing with the remnants of the Ten Rings gang, using advanced weapons from Stark Industries was easy. And an unexpected harvest made him even happier. Raza had once captured a scientist named Bruce Banner. According to the remnants, Raza had drugged Banner with some kind of black magic potion. They had seen with their own eyes this person turn into a terrifying green monster. Raza had originally planned to use electric shocks to wake Banner and create chaos during the U.S. military's encirclement, but out of fear, he had imprisoned Banner in a cellar far from the main stronghold and had never used this trump card until his death. Now, it had become Obadiah's trophy. Looking at the roaring green giant in the footage, Obadiah smiled. Uncontrollable, but incredibly powerful, this was the perfect trump card. He transported the Mark I wreckage and the unconscious Banner back to New York together. A few nights later, a charity banquet. Tony arrived uninvited. He was always like that. As soon as he entered, he met Obadiah, who had just returned from Afghanistan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a mild-mannered agent stopped him. Mr. Stark, I am Agent Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. God, you guys should change that name. Actually, we did, we're just not used to it yet. Coulson smiled. We need to talk. About your armor, and that blue figure in the sky over New York a few days ago. I need to check my schedule with my assistant first. Tony waved his hand absent-mindedly, his gaze already drifting toward Pepper, who was in the crowd wearing a gown. In the corner, Kara sat quietly. As a reporter for the Daily Bugle, she naturally wouldn't miss this grand event, though Pepper seemed to have some misunderstanding about her. After Pepper learned from Rhodes that she was the unconscious girl, she had placed her in the most peripheral position this time. But that didn't stop her super hearing from capturing the entire venue. Coulson's words stirred her heart. He had mentioned the blue figure. When she saved Tony that night, she had indeed hovered in the air for a moment. Not the CIA, and not the FBI. Strategic what division? Kara stood up and walked toward Coulson. Mr. Coulson, she showed her press badge and began with a smile. I am a reporter for the Daily Bugle. I unintentionally overheard your conversation with Mr. Stark just now. Would you be willing to accept a brief interview? Agents on both sides stepped forward to block her, but Kara's next words made Coulson raise his hand. I once conducted an exclusive interview with Mr. Stark, and I understand his entire experience in the cave in Afghanistan. Coulson's eyes narrowed slightly, and he signaled for the agents to step back. Miss Reporter, he maintained a polite smile, please tell me what you know. Kara gently smoothed her lapel and pushed up her glasses. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kara Danvers, a reporter for the Daily Bugle. May I ask which department you're with, Mr. Agent? Coulson saw through her evasion but maintained his smile. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, of course, we just changed it to a new name this year, SHIELD. I haven't quite gotten used to saying it myself. Kara's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, she had finally met the man himself. Mr. Coulson, could you introduce your organization in more detail? Miss Kara, Coulson's smile remained unchanged. Shouldn't you first tell me about what happened with Stark in that cave? Of course. Kara sensed his vigilance and spoke up. Besides conventional weapons, Mr. Stark also encountered a magic attack. Magic. Coulson's brow furrowed slightly. A mage who controlled 10 circular Dharma artifacts. Kara stopped at the right moment. She wasn't about to give away information for nothing. Coulson took the hint and continued. SHIELD is the primary global agency for handling supernatural and superhuman events. We take any relevant information very seriously. Kara nodded with satisfaction. That mage's ring weapons might be related to the name of their Ten Rings gang. He possesses the power to destroy a city block in a short time. How does SHIELD usually deal with such enemies? She was still testing him. We have professional response teams, Coulson replied calmly. However, as far as I know, there was another friend with special talents by Stark's side who defeated the enemy and escorted him to safety. Do you know anything about this, Miss Kara? My knowledge is limited, Kara fabricated without blinking. I only heard that it was a mutant. How much does SHIELD know about mutants? Coulson pondered for a moment. Mutants are a group of superhumans with special abilities. He also stopped there. Kara understood this was an exchange, so she threw out a chip. The mages, 10 rings, are said to still be buried in the Afghanistan desert. You might want to go try your luck. We will verify that. Coulson nodded, then revealed, regarding mutants, shield records show their abilities vary and are usually categorized into 5 levels. The first 2 levels have limited threat. Beta and alpha levels could cause major public incidents. And omega level, they only exist in records, but from the descriptions, they possess global scale threats. This was exactly the information Kara wanted to know. Miss Kara, you know about the existence of magic in mutants but haven't made it public. I believe you understand the importance of keeping secrets. Coulson's tone was gentle, yet pointed. Of course. Kara straightened her back slightly with confidence. After bidding farewell to Coulson, she began looking for Tony in the venue. If she could get another exclusive interview, it would add another significant achievement to her reporter's resume. However, after a quick sweep, Tony was nowhere to be found. Even on the terrace, only Pepper's solitary figure remained. Kara wasn't disappointed. The camera she had secretly set up had already captured the intimate moment between Tony and his female assistant, which was enough for the Daily Bugle to make a big story out of it. She looked down at the photo in her hand. Pepper's dress, which was cut almost down to her tailbone, made her shake her head inwardly. If she had to wear something like that, she'd rather use heat vision to burn the clothes. Kara's own dress only exposed her shoulders. The next day, Kara spent the whole day at her desk writing. For a long time, the hidden side of this world had made her feel a faint sense of unease. After gaining Kryptonian powers, she knew even more clearly that a peaceful life might have long since departed. Fortunately, her conversation with Coulson gave her a deeper glimpse. At least now she understood that as long as she didn't actively provoke those masters of magic, her safety was still guaranteed. If even an ordinary agent like Coulson could participate in supernatural events, it meant powers that could threaten her were not common. After delivering the final draft to Robbie's office, Kara put on her white coat and left work. The lights were just beginning to flicker on in the streets of New York, as bustling as ever. But she knew that the corners of this city were never truly at peace. Her phone vibrated with a new message from Tony Stark. Kara, please come to the Malibu villa. Something important. Kara was a bit puzzled. She hadn't used her super hearing lately, so she didn't know much about Tony's recent situation. Finding a deserted corner, she took to the sky and soon hovered over the luxury villa on Malibu Beach. Seeing such a lavish residence with her own eyes for the first time, Kara couldn't help but marvel at the world of the wealthy. After being a reporter for several months, her salary plus various income only amounted to a bit over $200,000, which was already top tier among her peers. Yet the villa before her was likely worth over $100 million. Her keen hearing captured the sound of machinery operating underground. She followed the sound down and entered the underground room. The scene before her made Kara freeze for a moment. Pepper was standing at the console, while Tony was removing his armor with the help of mechanical arms, his body trembling slightly as each piece was detached. Pepper looked up and saw Kara. She was surprised at first, then turned to Tony, her tone laced with anger. Tony, you just went through a gunfight in the Middle East during the day, and at night you're thinking about this kind of thing. What kind of thing? Tony waved a hand from the platform. While I would indeed be very happy to, with Miss Kara, catching a glimpse of the red light glowing in Kara's eyes, he wisely shut his mouth. I asked you both here because I need help. Tony walked down from the platform after removing the armor. I always thought Stark Industries was under my control, but it betrayed me. Obadiah betrayed me. Pepper, I need you to download all the evidence of the illicit arms deals from the company servers. And then, what are you going to do? Destroy them personally. I won't help you, Tony. You'll get yourself killed. Pepper turned to leave. Pepper. Tony called out to her. Stark Industries has already destroyed too much. You supported me when I was building weapons of destruction. Now that I want to protect people, you're going to leave. Pepper stopped at the door, silent for a long time, before finally turning back to pick up the USB drive on the table. You know what? She said softly. You're the only one who could get me to do something like this. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Kara. Kara, right now you and Pepper are the only ones I can trust. If I fail, please find all the leaked Stark weapons and destroy them. Why do you think I'll help you? Kara's voice was calm. She didn't want to get involved in this mess, just like going to Afghanistan, who knew what trouble destroying weapons would bring. Starks, clients, were all over the world. These waters were too deep. Hope, Kara. Tony gazed at her. It's what you taught me. What did I see in the eyes of those people held hostage by terrorists? Despair. Maybe only we can bring them hope. Kara was silent for a moment. I'll help you just this once. Beside them, Pepper looked confused, not understanding why Tony would entrust such a dangerous mission to a seemingly fragile young girl. Seeing this, Tony shrugged toward Kara. Kara helplessly took off her glasses and touched her bracelet. The nano suit spread like liquid, covering her entire body, and a red cape unfurled in the airflow. She slowly floated into the air, her eyes glowing with a searing red light. Two beams of heat vision shot toward the floor, branding a deep, burning S symbol into the metal plating. Pepper's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the girl in the short skirt hovering in the air. Let me introduce her. Tony opened his arms, his voice carrying a certain solemnity. Pepper, this is my comrade in arms from Afghanistan, Kara. You can also call her. He paused for a second, a corner of his mouth turning up. Supergirl. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Supergirl. I'm creating the universe in Marvel. Part 2. After Pepper successfully obtained the data and sent it back to the server, Tony decided to deal with Obadiah in New York personally, while Kara was entrusted to go around the world to destroy the Stark weapons recorded in the data. Tony handed Kara a sci-fi looking phone. It could connect directly to his server and access almost any network in the world. Kara waved goodbye, gripped the phone, and soared into the night sky. Watching the sonic boom cloud blooming behind Kara, Tony looked up and smiled. The plan was finally starting to move forward. Not long after, Pepper's phone rang. Tony turned back and went upstairs, picking up the phone on the table. Just as he was about to answer, a piercing high-frequency sound wave suddenly exploded. Tony's vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. At this time, Kara was cleaning up a stronghold on the other side of the ocean, having no time to sense the changes in New York. On the other end of the phone, an anxious Pepper noticed the abnormality on Tony's side and quickly contacted Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. Meanwhile, Obadiah had used a sonic device to steal the reactor from Tony's chest. He jumped into a car and sped back to Stark Tower, starting to assemble that giant behemoth, Ironmonger. In the Malibu villa, Tony, having lost his reactor, slumped at the edge of the table, his consciousness gradually fading. Just as the last sliver of light was about to go out, the robot Tony had always considered an idiot robot actually became smart for once, bringing the old reactor, Pepper's birthday gift, to his hand. Good boy. Tony couldn't hold on and fell into a coma. Fortunately, Rhodes broke in just in time and urgently embedded the reactor into Tony's chest. The light shone once more. Tony had no time to catch his breath. Pepper had already taken agents to arrest Obadiah, but he knew that Obadiah, having obtained the reactor, was definitely not someone a few agents could handle. He walked to the display stand, where the gold and red Mk3 armor seemed to be waiting for its master's need. It was time to protect the one he loved and end the mistake he had made. Rhodes stood aside, dazed. This was simply the coolest thing he had ever seen in his life. In front of Stark Tower, Pepper was reporting the situation to Tony. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a 3-meter-tall steel giant burst out from the earth. Ironmonger. Several shield agents opened fire, bullets sparking against the armor, but failing to leave even a scratch. With a sweep of its giant palm, the agents were scattered like dolls. Pepper took half a step back and swallowed hard. She knew she had nowhere to run. Just as Ironmonger raised its arm, a golden red figure dove down like a meteor, slamming hard into the giant's side. Amidst the screeching of metal, Ironmonger stumbled back. From under the mask, Tony's voice came through the external speaker. Your opponent is me, Obadiah. Obadiah roared, and the two steel bodies collided with a boom, roadside cars shattering in the battle. Kara swept across the globe with super speed, turning weapon strongholds into ruins one by one. Although her speed made her highly efficient, searching and identifying still consumed a lot of time. Just as she was about to head to the next location, Pepper's call cut into the encrypted channel. Kara. Tony is trapped on the roof. Obadiah is going to kill him. Tony plans to detonate the reactor to take him down with him. Kara, only you can save him now. Kara's heart tightened. This Stark really knew how to cause trouble. Super hearing instantly locked onto the coordinates of New York. She turned into a streak of light, tearing through the clouds and racing towards the city. On the roof of Stark Tower, Tony's armor energy was nearly depleted, and the indicator light of the old reactor had already begun to dim. Even worse, he was now being throttled by Ironmonger, the armor creaking under the pressure. It's over, Tony, Obadiah's voice came through the speaker. Stark Industries will be defined by me. Before Obadiah could finish his sentence, the sound of a sonic boom echoed in the air. A blue figure struck like a lightning bolt. Kara pulled Tony out of the grip with one hand and turned to kick Ironmonger's chest. The massive force sent Obadiah flying backward, falling straight down toward the reactor core below. Flames soared into the sky. Ironmonger was burning in the reactor as Obadiah howled in pain. Before dying, he spitefully pressed a device in his hand. It was his trump card. Obadiah wanted to take the entire city down with him. Kara exited her super speed state. Tony was out of danger. She picked up a piece of armor fragment from the ground, and as her freeze breath blew over it, ice quickly encased the metal. You can use this as a cold compress for the bruised areas. Kara walked toward Tony. Tony took the ice and forced a weak smile. I owe you another one, Kara. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. The glass along the entire street shattered at the sound. A few blocks away, a green giant shadow crashed through a building and soared into the sky. Hulk, forcibly jolted awake by the device Obadiah had preset, was now in a state of pure rage. Jarvis's alarm came from Tony's battered armor. Unknown biological reaction detected. Obadiah Stain's encrypted logs show this as his preset, final protocol. Tony looked at Kara, his voice calm yet heavy. Remember. We are here to bring hope to people. Kara was silent for 2 seconds and took a deep breath. After this is over, you have to treat me to a good meal. She took to the air, her cape fluttering loudly in the night wind. Hulk was tearing at the door of a bus as the surrounding crowd fled in terror. Kara dove down, grabbed Hulk's thick arm with one hand, and with a surge of power, swung him entirely around, smashing him into a distant open space. Hulk rolled over and climbed up, shaking his head. He stared at the blonde girl hovering before him, the rage in his eyes burning even brighter. No enemy had ever been able to throw him away with pure strength. Hulk roared and leapt, his massive fist smashing down with wind pressure. Kara entered her super speed. The world slowed down, and Hulk's fist approached like a slow-motion scene. She sidestepped it and delivered 3 consecutive punches to his ribs, shoulder blade, and abdomen, each strike powerful enough to punch through a small mountain. Hulk stumbled back but appeared to be unscathed. He roared and accelerated, his speed actually increasing continuously during the battle. In the moment Kara was slightly stunned, a heavy punch had already reached her chest. She was sent flying, her back crashing through 2 buildings consecutively before she managed to stop. Dust filled the air, and a long-lost sharp pain came from her chest. Ever since coming to Earth, no physical attack had ever been able to hurt her like this. Kara's mind raced. She realized things couldn't go on like this, the city simply couldn't withstand a full-scale battle between her and Hulk. Kara wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her brain beginning to think of a countermeasure. Hulk can't fly. Kara thought to herself. Her thinking concluded, and Kara charged out again. Her heat vision lashed out at Hulk like a rainbow, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. Taking advantage of the gap, her freeze breath gushed out with full force, the cold current instantly enveloping the green giant body. Ice spread rapidly, and Hulk turned into a struggling ice sculpture. Kara grabbed the frozen giant and soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and flying rapidly toward the edge of the atmosphere. The low temperature and thin air caused Hulk's movements to slow down, but his rage was still burning. The ice began to crack. If freezing isn't enough, Kara muttered to herself, then try this. She threw Hulk upward and then caught up even faster, throwing a heavy punch. Hulk flew higher like a cannonball, only to be caught by her again in midair and smashed further into the sky. Once, twice, 10 times, every collision erupted with a roar like a meteorite impact. They broke through the stratosphere and reached satellite orbit. The arc of the Earth shimmered below. Hulk's eyes finally began to lose focus. The continuous heavy blows and the oxygen-deprived environment made the Hulk's movements sluggish. Kara took a deep breath of the thin air, gathering all the strength in her body. She dove down, pulling her right fist back, as the energy within her Kryptonian cells converged like an ocean current. This punch shattered the sound barrier, pierced through the clouds, and carrying the immense kinetic energy of falling from the sky, struck Hulk squarely in the back. The green figure fell like a meteor, crashing deep into the wasteland. The impact sent up a 100-meter high wave of soil. Kara slowly landed on the edge of the crater, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. Kara's blonde hair was covered in dust. In the distance, Hulk had reverted back to the unconscious Dr. Banner, lying in the ruins and breathing quietly. She stood up, supporting herself on her knees, and looked toward New York. The pain was still spreading, but a strange sense of exhilaration throbbed in her veins. This was her first hearty battle since coming to Earth. Her red cape rose in the wind of the wasteland, and Kara took flight toward New York, the S emblem on her chest faintly reflecting light under the starlight. In the depths of the New York night sky, countless pairs of eyes were watching the duel that transcended human cognition through screens. A new name, a new superhero, was quietly spreading through the streets and alleys, Supergirl. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, falling onto the carpet of the hotel room. Kara woke up naturally and stretched comfortably. Her original apartment had been destroyed in the havoc caused by the Hulk the previous night. After returning to New York, she had to find a random hotel to stay in for the night. After a quick wash and change into a fresh shirt and trousers, she hid her suit bracelet in her sleeve and put on the black-rimmed glasses that could disguise her face. As a reporter for the Daily Bugle, Kara was heading to the Stark Industries press conference today. Outside Stark Tower, crowds were already surging. Overnight, New York seemed to have been rewritten. Rumors circulated through every street and alley about the steel duel, the green giant, and the blonde figure that had streaked across the night sky like a meteor. Reporters, cameras and microphones formed a dense jungle. Everyone was waiting for a definitive answer. Kara nimbly wove through the crowd, her press badge swaying slightly on her chest. She looked up at the skyscraping Stark Tower. The glass curtain wall reflected the morning light, though several floors still bore the cracks from last night's battle, like unhealed scars. The commotion inside the lobby was even more intense. The colorful logos of various media outlets intertwined, and flashes went off one after another, blinding anyone who looked. Kara silently blended into the crowd, her gaze sweeping across the room, familiar faces from the New York Times and the Washington Post, and even a few European media outlets that had come from afar. I heard that flying girl from last night had an S on her chest. Did Tony Stark really build armor that can fly? What exactly was that green monster? The murmurs rose like a tide. Kara pushed up her glasses and took a position toward the back. Her super hearing could capture every conversation in the entire lobby, but she focused her attention only on the podium. Pepper Potts was speaking in low tones with the staff, looking exhausted yet maintaining her professionalism. Colonel Rhodes stood to the side, his military uniform crisp and his expression solemn. And Tony. Kara narrowed her eyes slightly. Tony walked in through a side door, wearing a well-tailored pinstripe suit and an expensive tie. His face was somewhat pale, with obvious dark circles under his eyes, but his stride remained composed. He even raised an eyebrow at a few familiar reporters in the front row. There was no armor, no dazzling tech display. Just a man, stepping into the spotlight. The lobby suddenly fell silent. Tony adjusted the height of the microphone, his gaze sweeping over the countless pairs of eyes below. He was silent for a few seconds as the stillness solidified in the air. I know what you all want to ask, his voice carried to every corner through the speakers. Last night, many people saw things that are hard to understand. Kara crossed her arms and waited quietly. Some have asked me what that suit of armor was, Tony said slowly. My script says, private bodyguard. He paused, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost provocative arc. But the truth is, I am Iron Man. Flashbulbs erupted frantically. The crowd below erupted like boiling water. Tony pressed his hands down to quiet them and continued, as for that green creature, regrettably, that matter is still under investigation. He paused, his gaze seemingly wandering through the crowd as if searching for a specific figure. But there is one more question I suspect everyone wants to ask. He reached out to loosen his collar, a gesture that made him seem unexpectedly sincere. Who is that blonde girl in the blue uniform who can fly? The flashbulbs flickered like a rainstorm again. Kara cooperated by raising her camera. Tony raised a hand to suppress the noise. I know her, but based on her own wishes, I must keep her identity a secret. A wave of disappointed sighs rose from the audience. But I know, his voice was clear and firm, that last night, when this city faced a threat, she chose to stand up. When someone needed help, she reached out her hand. He leaned forward slightly, bracing his hands on the edges of the podium. We live in a world that is changing. Some changes we can see, and some we cannot yet understand. But one thing I am certain of. Kara unconsciously held her breath. We need hope, Tony said, each word falling like a heavy hammer on metal. We need to believe that when darkness descends, someone will step forward. Perhaps wearing armor, perhaps wearing a cape, or perhaps, just an ordinary person standing up. He straightened up, revealing a tired but genuine smile. As for me, I'm just a man trying to correct his mistakes. From today onward, Stark Industries will pivot entirely toward energy and infrastructure research and development. This is the new hope Stark Industries brings to the people. The press conference ended, but the crowd did not disperse. Kara turned to leave when her phone vibrated. A message from Tony. Back door, 5 minutes, don't wear the glasses. Tony Stark. She raised an eyebrow, put away her press badge, and quietly threaded through the commotion toward the quiet service passage at the back of the building. The passage smelled of detergent and coffee, a world away from the lobby up front. Kara took off her glasses and tucked them into her shirt pocket. The metal door slid open silently. Tony was leaning against the wall by the emergency stairs, holding a cup of steaming coffee. He had changed out of his suit into a simple black t-shirt, with a small piece of medical tape on the back of his hand. Are all Daily Bugle reporters this punctual? He handed her another cup of coffee, his tone carrying its familiar banter. Kara took it, the cup feeling warm against her palm. I thought a celebration called for champagne. When wounds hurt, coffee works better. Tony took a sip, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. Last night's fight. I knew you were super, Kara, but I didn't expect you to be able to go toe to toe with that big guy to that extent. It's a good thing you two eventually moved the fight above the atmosphere. I'm just a reporter, Mr. Stark, Kara said solemnly. Give it a rest. Tony curled his lip. What reporter can dismantle half of New York in minutes? Kara smiled and remained noncommittal. She looked toward the window at the end of the hallway. The sky outside was azure, with wispy clouds drifting by. I can feel it. Change is happening, Kara said softly. The world is changing, and we might all be turning into versions of ourselves we never imagined. Supergirl, Iron Man, are we really becoming the kind of people who can bring hope? Tony followed her gaze. The question isn't what we've become, he said slowly, but what we choose to do with this power. Isn't it? Kara shrugged. Since when did you, the playboy, start preaching? Her eyes were filled with amusement. A playboy doesn't have lethal shrapnel in his body, nor does he have to rely on a battery in his chest to stay alive. Tony spread his hands. He set down his coffee cup and took a key card from his pocket. This is a penthouse suite that hasn't been listed for sale yet, on a street that's still intact next to where you used to live. The property documents are inside. Consider it payment for helping me clean up those stray weapons. Kara was slightly moved. The address on the key card was in one of the most expensive areas of New York. I remember all the listings there were reserved by bank executives, she said, puzzled. How did you get it? Tony replied casually. I bought the bank. Kara. Over the following months, Kara lived quite leisurely. The property Stark gave her was a luxury penthouse on the top floor of that high-end development, large enough for her to fly short distances inside. She roughly estimated it to be at least 1,000 square meters. Tony even provided a car for her in the private garage. After Kara checked the model and the price, she cursed Stark under her breath as a major capitalist. However, the penthouse residence did make daily takeoffs and landings much more convenient. Under the night sky, the lights of New York were as bright as day, and Kara stood on the edge of the high terrace, overlooking this complex city. The morning in New York gradually woke up outside the window. Kara stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window with a coffee cup in hand, watching the traffic and pedestrians moving like a colony of ants on the streets below. A new energy billboard for Stark Industries flashed on the curtain wall of the building opposite, its blue and white electric arc patterns particularly striking in the morning light. Her work as a journalist had not stalled due to the subtle changes in her identity. J. Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, had recently returned from a business trip to Europe, and editor-in-chief Robbie had handed the daily management of the newspaper back to him. Upon his return, Jameson immediately assigned Kara, Robbie's most capable reporter, to his own command. This was a torment for Kara's ears. Jameson would roar every day about getting an exclusive on that flying woman, completely unaware that one of the subjects he most wanted to interview was currently sitting at a workstation outside his office, tapping away on a keyboard. Kara finished the last sip of her coffee and turned toward the walk-in closet. Dresses, suit jackets, a voice recorder, notebooks, the gear of an ordinary reporter was neatly arranged. Since she obtained the photos of the 10 Rings gang she had previously encountered in the Middle East from Tony and compiled them into the in-depth report, 10 Things That Changed Stark Industries, the article had won her this year's Pulitzer Prize. Kara privately suspected that Tony had played a role in this, because shortly after winning the award, Columbia University had awarded her a doctorate in journalism. And she knew that Columbia University's new campus had been donated by Stark Industries. Buttoning her dress one by one and smoothing out her suit jacket, Kara made a final adjustment to her collar in front of the full-length mirror. In the mirror, the young woman's blonde hair was tied in a neat ponytail, and her blue eyes behind black-rimmed glasses were calm and focused, looking like a completely different person from the figure who had once fought the Hulk high in the sky. She picked up her briefcase, her fingertips pausing for a moment on the doorknob. Super hearing spread out like a tide, instantly capturing the sounds of the entire city, the sizzle of frying pans in a breakfast shop several blocks away, the faint crackle of arc welding in the top floor lab of Stark Tower, the whistle of a ferry further away on the East River, and, 3 floors directly below her, the low-voiced conversation of 2 people. Target leaves her room around 9:45 a.m. daily, usually choosing to drive to the Daily Bugle. The voice was flat, carrying the characteristic static noise of monitoring equipment. Continue observation. Director Fury needs to confirm if her behavioral patterns are stable. The other voice responded, more composed, with the decisiveness of an agent. Kara pushed up her glasses, the corner of her lips curling into an almost invisible arc. SHIELD's surveillance team was certainly on time. She wasn't actually sure how she had attracted SHIELD's attention. Her disguise was clearly seamless. Aside from neutralizing a few bank robbers on the side of the road a month ago and saving children from traffic accidents a few times. Perhaps some part of her transformation process had been captured by a camera in some corner. Of course, it was also possible that SHIELD was simply too idle, using satellites to scan New York without any blind spots all day long. The elevator car was as polished as a mirror, reflecting her calm face. During the descent, she could hear a brief confirmation over the surveillance team's channel. Target has moved, entered the elevator, predicted route, high probability of heading to the Daily Bugle headquarters. The elevator doors opened in the first-floor lobby. Kara walked with steady steps across the bright marble hall, nodding to the duty manager at the front desk. The morning streets were full of vitality. Steam from hot dog stands mixed with the scent of coffee, office workers hurried along, and a street performer's saxophone played intermittently. Kara sat in the driver's seat, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping past a dark gray van on the street corner. The words, Manhattan Telecom Maintenance, were printed on the side, but under her X-ray vision, the sophisticated listening equipment and energy scanners inside the shell were fully visible. She pulled over at a newsstand and bought a copy of the Daily Bugle. The headline was none other than Jameson's masterpiece, Iron Man's Alley. Mysterious flying woman appears again on the streets of Manhattan. The accompanying photo was a blurry nighttime shot, only vaguely identifying a figure suspended in the air, surrounded by a halo of light. The article was filled with Jameson's signature exaggerated speculation and sharp questioning, describing the flying woman as an unknown threat that may be more uncontrollable than the Hulk, and strongly calling for the government should immediately adopt mandatory registration measures. Kara calmly turned the page. Beside the newsstand, a man in a suit was complaining to his phone about his boss in a low voice. On the other side, a student wearing headphones was quickly swiping his fingers across a tablet, the screen flashing a series of forum discussion threads about Supergirl. Shortly after, she parked her car below the newspaper office and walked through the doors of the Daily Bugle headquarters. The place was forever filled with the scent of old paper, American coffee, and anxious sweat. In the newsroom, the sound of ringing telephones, the clatter of keyboards, and the raised voices of reporters arguing intertwined into a familiar clamor. Today was the day for students from the Midtown High School's junior high division school newspaper to visit the Daily Bugle. The youngest among them was only 12, just starting his first year. As Kara passed through the newspaper lobby, she noticed a thin child staring intently at the newspaper, more specifically, at the poster illustration of Tony Stark in the paper. Just then, the reporter responsible for leading the students' tour pointed at Kara and said to the child, "Little Peter, this is our best reporter, Pulitzer Prize winner Miss Danvers. She knows Iron Man Mr. Tony Stark and has done many exclusive interviews with him." The child named Peter looked up, pushed his oversized glasses, and revealed a nerdy appearance. He ran to Kara's side and spoke shyly. Hello, Miss Danvers. I'm Peter Parker from the Midtown High School newspaper. May I ask if you really know Mr. Stark?" Looking at Peter's shy manner, Kara found it quite amusing. She squatted down and smiled. "Of course, he's my friend." Then could you tell me what kind of person Mr. Stark is?" Peter's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Stark. Kara thought for a moment. He's a playboy, a billionaire, and at the same time, very willing to do things that help people. "I knew it." Peter nodded vigorously. "I think he's the best superhero. I want to become someone who protects New York like him in the future." Kara couldn't help but facepalm. She had actually encountered a little fanboy of Tony's in broad daylight. The child in front of her clearly treated Tony as an idol. "What about Supergirl?" Kara smiled and coaxed him. "Supergirl is also a very great superhero." "Supergirl, isn't she Iron Man's assistant?" Peter blinked in confusion. Kara's smile froze for a moment. "Little Peter, every superhero is unique. Do you only want to be someone else's assistant?" "Yes." Peter Parker answered firmly. "I want to be Mr. Stark's assistant and protect New York with him." Kara gave a helpless, soft sigh. "Then as Peter Parker, what kind of person do you want to be?" Peter was silent for a moment, then said softly, I want to be everyone's friendly neighborhood, just like a good friend who appears whenever people need them." Kara nodded with satisfaction. At least this kid's ideal wasn't bad. After saying goodbye to little Peter, Kara walked toward Editor-in-Chief Jameson's office. Just as she raised her hand to knock, a familiar roar came from inside. "Danvers. Get in here. Now." Kara put down her bag and pushed the door open amidst the sympathetic or curious gazes of her colleagues. Inside the glass walls, Jameson was like an enraged lion, waving a fax. "Look at this. An invitation from the Stark Industries PR department." He slammed the paper heavily onto the desk. "That egomaniac Tony Stark is holding some Stark Expo in Flushing. He even specifically requested that we send a reporter, suggesting that you be in charge of the follow-up." Kara's gaze then turned curiously toward the invitation. Kara picked up the exquisite invitation. The wording was polite and thoughtful, yet it still carried the forceful style characteristic of Tony Stark. The signature was a flamboyant TS abbreviation, accompanied by a scrawled smiley face drawn in pen. "It's probably because I reported on Stark Industries' transition," Kara said in a calm tone. "HMPH. I think he's trying to buy off the media to sugarcoat those shady, dangerous weapons of his." Jameson glared at her, his finger nearly poking her glasses. "I don't care what method you use, Danvers, I want you to dig up something real. Is there really collusion between Stark and that flying woman? Does that green monster have something to do with his secret weapons testing again? Also, those Stark weapons that vanished from the market, where exactly did they go?" He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, though it became even more piercing due to his excitement. "I've heard whispers that the government is getting increasingly dissatisfied with Iron Man. They've privately summoned Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries several times. There's a big story here, Danvers. I want an exclusive, understand? A real exclusive." "Understood, Editor-in-Chief." Kara pushed up her glasses, her gaze sweeping over the scattered posters on Jameson's desk. "Iron Man, stabilizing the East and West. The expo opens tonight in Flushing." Jameson sat back in his chair and waved a hand. "Go prepare your questions. Remember, you're a reporter for the Daily Bugle. Don't be fooled by Stark's sugar-coated bullets." Kara turned and left the office, feeling Jameson's burning gaze behind her, along with several equally inquisitive looks from the editorial department. This was a place hungry for explosive news. She returned to her workstation, opened her computer, and began organizing public information for the Stark Industries Expo. Data scrolled across the screen, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Since the Great Battle in New York 6 months ago, Tony seemed to have been traveling the world fighting terrorist organizations and insurgents. Even the US government had to admit that Iron Man's existence had saved many soldiers from sacrifice. As for Kara, after helping Tony completely clear out the leaked weapons, she had been staying quietly in New York. For the past few months, she had been pondering the same question: did she really want to become a superhero? Although the awakening of her Kryptonian memories had gradually allowed her to understand the meaning of hope, her experience living as an ordinary person for the past 20 years was still pulling at her. She had once been an international student from China and wasn't particularly keen on legendary stories like Captain America. This world was far more complex than she had thought during her student days: mutants, sorcerers, and various extraordinary beings, including no shortage of opponents who could threaten her Man of Steel body. But the Kryptonian memories and her experiences over the past half year were always on her mind. The House of L's precepts, those imprints of hope and protection, and Tony Stark's transformation, how a once cynical man was willing to risk his life to protect others. Kara rubbed her temples with some irritation. Possessing power is one thing, risking oneself to use it for the sake of protecting others is another. She took a deep breath and pulled her attention back to the reporting outline in front of her. Since she couldn't figure it out for now, she would focus on the task at hand. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and night quietly fell over New York. Kara organized her materials, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked out of the newspaper office. She had to go to the Stark Industries Expo to dig up the big news Jameson wanted. She got into the expensive sports car gifted by Tony and drove toward Flushing in Queens amidst the complicated gazes of her colleagues. She hadn't seen Tony in months. She wondered how he was doing, probably still tinkering with those iron toys at home. As the sports car rounded a corner, Kara glanced at the rearview mirror, her brow furrowing slightly. Those SHIELD agents from earlier in the day had quietly followed her again. They really are persistent, she muttered softly, a faint flush of annoyance rising to her cheeks. Annoying as it was, she didn't want a direct confrontation with SHIELD for now, but when Kara saw a familiar small, thin figure at the intersection ahead, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Perhaps, she could give them a little payback. Kara pulled over, activated her super speed, and in an instant, found a little something from the roadside bushes and put it into an empty cardboard box she found in the car. She got out and quickly called out to Peter Parker, who was heading home with his backpack. Hey, little Peter, remember me? Miss Danvers. Peter's eyes lit up, then he looked a bit confused. What are you doing here? I'm going to the Stark Expo for an interview. Kara lowered her voice and mysteriously shook the cardboard box in her hand. Could you do me a favor? Give this to the people in the car behind me. In exchange, I'll get you an autograph from Iron Man. Deal. Peter nodded immediately, a bright smile breaking across his face. Really? Thank you, Miss Danvers. Kara returned to her car and stepped on the gas. As the sports car sped away, she couldn't help but imagine the expressions that would appear on the agents' faces. Peter, holding the organic eggs Aunt May had told him to buy, was wondering how to complete the mission when the door of the gray van opened on its own. A man and a woman, both dressed in black and looking very capable, stepped out. Hi there, kid, the female agent crouched down, showing a gentle smile. What did that lady just give you? Can I see it? Miss Danvers just said to give this to you. Peter honestly handed over the cardboard box. Give it to us. A flash of surprise crossed the female agent's eyes, and she whispered to herself, that shouldn't be, the surveillance process is very discreet, even professionally trained people might not notice. The male agent beside her didn't think much of it. He took the box and examined it carefully. It looked ordinary, with nothing unusual. He then lifted the lid. A pitch-black little spider suddenly jumped out and bit him precisely on the webbing of his hand. Ow! The male agent jerked his hand away, and the spider hit the ground, where he crushed it with a step. Black Widow. The female agent was stunned. Clint, why are you calling me? No, Natasha. It's a spider. That spider was a black widow. Clint clutched his hand, grimacing in pain. Natasha quickly grabbed his hand. The area was already visibly red and swollen. She turned and ran back into the van, took out a Shield standard multi-purpose anti-venom, and deftly injected it into Clint's arm. The swelling gradually subsided, but two tiny puncture marks remained clearly on the skin. Didn't you say you have eyes like a hawk? Why didn't you react? Natasha teased. That Black Widow jumped too fast. I didn't have time to catch it. Clint shook his still aching hand. The famous Hawkeye couldn't catch a jumping Black Widow. Ha ha ha, this will be your lifelong regret, Clint. I'm going to laugh at you for a long time. Natasha said with a slight curl of her lips, continuing to tease Clint. Clint's face darkened. He would definitely be able to catch it next time. He had been careless this time, not expecting that blonde girl to have a child deliver a spider. A child's prank. Clint shook his head helplessly. Clint looked at Peter. The boy was still standing there holding the eggs, looking completely innocent. Clint finally sighed and turned to Natasha. Resume the mission. The target has entered the expo area. The van quietly drove away from the street corner. Peter watched the vehicle disappear, scratched his head, and muttered softly, I should be able to get Mr. Stark's autograph, right? Little Peter hugged the eggs in his arms tightly and walked quickly toward home. Flushing, entrance to the Stark Industries Expo. Neon and holographic projections rendered the night sky into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic ocean. The air was thick with the clamor of excitement, the heavy bass of electronic music, and the blended scent of popcorn and fuel. Kara parked her car in the media zone, adjusted her daily Bugle Press pass, and passed through security with the bustling crowd. Her super hearing automatically filtered and located sounds within the cacophony, the rhythmic beats of dancers on the dazzling stage, the laughter of couples taking selfies in the glaring lights, and higher up, several steady, rhythmic heartbeats and breaths hidden behind explosion-proof glass, surveillance towers, and lighting rigs. Shield personnel had changed shifts, but they remained as omnipresent as shadows. Tony Stark had not yet appeared. It was very much his style, whetting appetites, making a sensational entrance, and grabbing all the headlines. And at this moment, Tony. Heading 270, speed 30 knots, maintain altitude at 15,000 feet, prepare to clear the drop point. Inside the Iron Mask, a clear parameter report came through the headset. As the commands finished, Tony piloted his latest achievement, the Mark IV armor, and leapt from the transport plane's hatch. The explosive drumbeats of a shoot to thrill rang in his ears, intertwining with the roar of fireworks outside. A flash of near-manic light flickered in Tony's eyes. If his estimates were correct, his time was running out. The toxins from the palladium reactor were severely eroding his body. Unless he stopped using the reactor, he would die of palladium poisoning. The Mk4 deliberately dove toward the firework explosions. The tremors of the impact transmitted through the armor, and the brief sensation of pain made him feel alive. Nowadays, only this kind of stimulation could make him temporarily forget his approaching death. The armor sliced through the night sky, rapidly approaching the expo venue. Exclamations erupted from the crowd as every lens and gaze instantly tilted upward. A speck of gold and red light rapidly enlarged in the night sky, the scream of thrusters drawing closer. It traced a perfect arc and, with a near provocative, flashy hover, landed steadily in the center of the main stage. The Mk4 shimmered under the spotlights, the subtle sounds of its precision mechanical components clearly audible. The faceplate popped up with a clack, revealing Tony Stark's face. He wore his signature, slightly roguish smile, his eyes bright to the point of being overly hyperactive, showing no sign of fatigue or abnormality. He waved to the crowd, triggering a tsunami of screams and applause. Even more dazzling fireworks sprayed from the stage. With the help of mechanical arms rising from the podium, Tony smoothly disengaged the armor. After removing the armor, he began to strike various exaggerated poses. The dancers behind him moved in sync with high kick steps, slowly walking toward Tony. As he struck his final pose, the dancers mimicked the posture of Iron Man's repulsors, aiming at him as if to blast him with an energy called love. Below the stage, Kara could hardly look. In the past, she might have appreciated the romantic dancers, but now she was the Kryptonian girl, Kara Zor-El. To her, those dancers were just noisy. Although the lineup on stage was good-looking, it was far from her current appearance. Kara had always been quite confident in her looks. On stage, the dancers gradually exited. Tony suddenly spoke amidst the deafening cheers. It's good to be back. He spread his hands. Did you miss me? The audience below heckled. Blow something up. Tony joked for a bit before starting his formal speech. I'm not saying the world is enjoying its longest period of uninterrupted peace because of me. Holding her camera, Kara listened, dumbfounded. Had this guy taken the wrong medicine? He was a completely different person compared to his image a few months ago. I'm not saying Uncle Sam can kick back on a lawn chair and sip iced tea. Because I haven't found anyone with the balls to go toe to toe with me at my best. Tony continued to enjoy the thrill provided by the spotlights. The intense light caused his senses, which were gradually numbing due to the poisoning, to slightly recover. Welcome back to the Stark Expo. He opened his arms to the audience. Now, a special guest will bridge the gap between life and death to explain everything to you. Please welcome my father, Howard. Tony gestured, and the large screen on stage began playing an old recording of Howard Stark. Meanwhile, he himself quietly exited while the audience's attention was drawn to the video. Kara was completely confused. When did this guy turn back into that playboy from before? Even her colleague from the New York Times beside her muttered under his breath, a classic Stark exit. The moment Tony stepped backstage, the exaggerated public smile vanished like a power cut. His figure merged into deeper shadows, the piercing clamor separated by heavy curtains, turning into blurred background noise. Turning his back to any potential cameras, he quickly pulled out a detector and pressed his fingertip to the sampling port. A faint sting followed, the screen lit up, and the dim glow reflected his suddenly tightened profile. Blood toxicity level, 19%. The numbers flickered before stabilizing, several percentage points higher than last week. Extrapolating from this curve, Tony closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the gloom that had been forcibly suppressed by the fireworks and spotlights resurfaced. But he quickly tucked the detector back into his suit's inner pocket, and when he turned around, his face had regained its composure, as if he had merely checked his schedule. At the front of the stage, the old footage of Howard Stark, full of futuristic passion, was still playing, speaking of the vision for the city of the future. Most of the audience's attention was captivated by it. However, Kara's supervision caught the scene of Tony retreating backstage. She withdrew her gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. The reading of blood toxicity level 19%, and Tony's instantaneous emotional shift changed her judgment of tonight's typical Playboy showmanship. What toxin was it? An industrial accident? A leak from new armor materials? Or something else? Given her understanding of Stark Industries' technology, ordinary chemical or biological toxins shouldn't cause Tony to wear that kind of somber expression. Kara temporarily suppressed her doubts. Jameson's task was not yet complete. Tony's speech was full of talking points, but it didn't count as big news. She needed more material. She followed the flow of reporters toward the exit. It was already overcrowded, packed with media reporters from various outlets and corporate representatives. Kara didn't forget Little Peter's reward, and conveniently bought an Iron Man poster. Shortly after, Tony walked out accompanied by his bodyguard, Happy. Reporters swarmed them, and several scantily clad female reporters desperately tried to shove phone numbers into his hands. Kara was in no hurry, standing with an elderly man selling posters. The old man was quite talkative, telling Kara that he had drawn the posters himself and that they even included short plot stories. Happy walked ahead of Tony, pushing through the crowd as he introduced, "This is Larry King." "Oh, Larry." Tony greeted perfunctorily. Kara saw her chance and handed over a pen and the poster. Tony didn't even look, scribbling his name hastily. When he looked up, he caught sight of Kara's press pass. Kara Danvers. Tony had been wondering where Kara was. After all, the Daily Bugle had received an interview invitation. Kara. "Oh, my old friend." Tony said joyfully. "Every time I see you, I find it strange. Why is it that I can't recognize you once you put on glasses?" Kara could almost feel the hostility of the surrounding female reporters manifesting into something physical. But she had no mind to deal with those people and their various agendas. Sensing that someone seemed to be waiting for Tony outside the door, Kara exchanged a few pleasantries and then reminded him, "Tony, someone is waiting for you outside, it seems like something's up." Tony pushed open the exit door. A woman in a burgundy suit stood waiting quietly. Look at this, Tony joked to Happy. Does she come with the car? The woman watched Tony approach and handed him the documents in her hand. Your subpoena, Mr. Stark. You and Supergirl are required to attend a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. What if I don't know, Supergirl? Tony looked toward Kara's direction. The Senate believes you will certainly be able to contact her. The woman's gaze was firm. Tony was silent for a moment, then shouted loudly toward Kara. Kara, looks like you'll have to go to Washington for an interview. Kara handed the signed poster to one of Happy's bodyguards, instructing him to pass it on to Peter Parker of Midtown High School. Afterwards, she relayed the news of Stark's upcoming hearing back to Editor-in-Chief Jameson. It seemed a trip to Washington was inevitable, otherwise, the Senate might very well tarnish the identity of Supergirl. Washington, D.C. The early morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, and the white dome of the Capitol Hill was faintly visible in the gray sky. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth, and an invisible, taut atmosphere of political maneuvering. Kara arrived on an early flight, accompanied by several fellow New York media professionals. Everyone's expressions varied as they quietly exchanged various speculations about this sudden hearing. No one knew if the mysterious Supergirl would appear, nor did anyone understand what the senators truly knew or what their intentions were. But everyone sensed the approaching storm, a storm aimed directly at Tony Stark. Kara found a coffee shop near the Senate office building, where the hearing was to be held. She ordered a latte and opened her laptop to do a final review of her materials. She had registered as a Daily Bugle reporter to attend, but Editor-in-Chief Jameson's demands on the phone last night were far more than just attending. I want to know what that fool Stark is hiding. She rubbed her temples, her gaze drifting out the window. Supervision pierced through walls and distance, seeing the final preparations being made in the hearing room. Staff members hurried about, and security was visibly heightened. She also saw Tony's striking Audi R8 driving through the DC streets. Tony inside the car looked no different from when he was at the expo last night, still with that cynical expression, even adjusting his tie in the rearview mirror while waiting at a red lantern. But Kara remembered that 19% reading. She used the free time on the flight to try and search her information channels for special toxins possibly related to high-energy rare metal reactors, but only found scattered and mostly theoretical data. As the time approached, Kara closed her laptop and walked towards the Senate building. After passing through layers of security, she entered the hearing's public gallery, which was packed with reporters, assistants, and onlookers. The meeting room was solemn and oppressive. Behind the long interrogation table, several senators were already seated. At the head was Senator Stern, known for his tough conservative stance, his face grim, his gaze sweeping the room like a torch. Tony sat alone in the witness box. Pepper and Happy sat in the back row. He was still impeccably dressed in a suit, crossing his legs, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, as if he wasn't there to be questioned, but to attend a slightly boring talk show. He didn't even bother to look at the senators, turning instead to chat with Pepper in the back row. Mr. Stark, please pay attention. Senator Stern struck the gavel. What is it, dear? Tony playfully responded. Could you please listen seriously? Senator Stern struck the gavel again. Do you possess a specialized weapon? He began his questioning. Tony straightened his face and replied earnestly, I do not. Well, it depends on how you define the word weapon. Iron Man is a weapon. Senator Stern stared intently at him. My device does not fit that description. It's a high-tech prosthetic. Tony continued to explain. It is a weapon, Mr. Stark. My top priority is to hand over the Iron Man weapon to the U.S. government. Senator Stern's tone was unyielding. Tony waved his hand irritably towards the senators' seats, equally firm. Then you can forget about it. I am Iron Man, and I am one with the suit. Handing over the suit is like handing over myself, which is like selling myself. He paused, then clearly articulated the last few words, you'll never get it. Kara maintained her professional reporter's demeanor, rapidly taking notes. The senator quickly summoned weapons expert Justin Hammer, the CEO of Hammer Industries, was brought in to corroborate that Tony's armor was a dangerous weapon. However, Tony quickly exposed Hammer's true colors, projecting a series of evidence onto the large screen at the hearing. On the screen, various dangerous weapon experiments from around the world were exposed, especially Hammer Industries tests, which seemed to have resulted in the death of a test pilot. Although Hammer desperately argued that no one had died as a result, the entire room was in an uproar. The senator and Hammer's faces were terrifyingly grim, their gazes like knives stabbing at Tony. You want to take my property? No way. Tony stood up, facing everyone, but I did you a huge favor, I successfully monopolized world peace. He struck a signature victory pose. Senator Stern was still not giving up, pressing further. Mr. Stark, putting aside weapons for a moment, that flying woman, how do you explain her? Didn't you claim to know her? Perhaps you can tell us her true identity. The air in the hearing room suddenly solidified. All cameras, all eyes, instantly focused on Tony. In the back row, Kara gently pushed up her glasses. Senator, it seems you are a villain who likes to betray friends, Tony sneered. Stark. Everyone saw her battle with the Hulk that day, which almost destroyed half of New York. That woman is as dangerous as the Hulk. She must accept government supervision. The Senate also summoned her today. Where is she? Senator Stern roared, losing his composure. Tony watched him contemptuously, continuing his sarcasm. How could an elegant lady deign to meet a buffoon like you? Screw you. Go to hell, Stark. Stern cursed. This hearing is adjourned. A senator nearby quickly interrupted, trying to prevent his colleague's unsightly display from being fully recorded by the cameras. Tony turned, striking a completely victorious pose, and specifically waved towards the Daily Bugle camera. Kara precisely captured that moment. Flashbulbs rained down, following Tony Stark's head-held high departure. A characteristic, victorious smile was plastered on his face as he casually waved to the media on both sides, as if he had just concluded a successful product launch, not a government inquiry intended to strip him of his armor. Pepper and Happy followed closely. Pepper's brow was slightly furrowed, as if she was quickly assessing the potential commercial and public opinion chain reactions this public confrontation might trigger. Happy faithfully used his burly physique to separate the overly excited crowd. Kara did not continue forward. She quickly checked the images she had just captured on her camera. Tony's wave, his mocking expression towards the senator, his confident display of evidence, and his final defiant victory pose. The photos were clear and powerfully angled, enough to support a fiery cover story. She had already thought of the title, Stark's Hearing, a complete victory, world peace, I'm in charge. Of course, the internal text needed some modification. She would need to mention Senator Stern's accusations regarding supervision and Supergirl, though those accusations seemed pale and powerless against Tony's sharp counterattack and Hammer's embarrassment. Kara packed up her things and slowly walked out of the meeting room with the crowd. The hallway buzzed with activity, reporters excitedly exchanged recorded statements, analyzing the political implications. Kara's super hearing caught fragmented conversations. Stark's stock will surely soar. Hammer is finished. Who exactly is that flying woman? Stark is too arrogant. Something will happen sooner or later. She calmly walked to the restroom, and in a stall, quickly emailed the core photos and a brief explanation back to the Daily Bugle editorial department. Almost simultaneously, Jameson's reply popped up, short and excited. Excellent work. Front page. Keep a close eye. I want more dirt on Hammer. Kara put away her phone and sighed softly. She washed her hands and looked at herself in the mirror. Her blue eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses held a trace of imperceptible fatigue. The political calculations permeating the air in Washington, combined with the hidden sense of crisis surrounding Tony, made her feel an invisible weight. Undoubtedly, the federal government was already watching her. When she left the building, Tony's motorcade had already departed. The afternoon sun was somewhat dazzling, dispelling the morning mist, but the shadow of Capitol Hill seemed to grow heavier. Kara decided to return to her hotel first to process her manuscript. However, just as she was walking towards the subway station, her phone vibrated again. A voicemail. Miss Danvers. It was a crisp male voice, devoid of extra emotion. Mr. Stark invites you to dinner at the Malibu Villa. It was Jarvis's voice, Kara immediately recognized. She pressed the reply button, her tone calm. Tell Mr. Stark I will be there on time. The Malibu coastline appeared as a cold blue-gray in the twilight. Waves crashed against the reefs below the cliffs, making a rhythmic and eternal sound, starkly different from the artificial tension of Washington. Tony Stark's villa was like a glowing geometric shape embedded in the cliff wall, full of modernity yet tinged with a hint of loneliness. Kara drove along the winding private road. The security system controlled by Jarvis silently identified the license plate, and the gate slid open quietly. She parked the car in the designated area and walked toward the iconic panoramic glass doors. The doors opened automatically, and warm light and soft jazz flowed out, mixed with the saltiness of the sea breeze. Tony and Pepper were already waiting in the workshop. The two were holding champagne glasses, seemingly celebrating something. Seeing Kara, Pepper spoke joyfully. "Hey, Kara. Long time no see." Indeed, since the last great battle, the two had not seen each other. Pepper was busy dealing with the various messes Tony left behind, while Kara was busy at news scenes. Kara walked in and handed her coat to a small service robot that slid up silently. That robot seemed very afraid of Tony, even hiding behind Kara. Dummy. Don't think hiding behind Kara will let you escape the mess you made of the juicer just now. Go clean up the table. Tony shouted at the robot. The little robot was so scared that it retracted its head, made of mechanical arms, even lower, pressing tightly behind Kara's leg. Kara smiled and patted it. Only then did it reluctantly move to the table and begin cleaning. Pepper handed over a cup of tea at just the right temperature. Kara took it but didn't respond immediately, instead looking around first. "So, why did you call me here, exactly?" She took a sip of tea. Tony looked toward Pepper, his gaze gentle. "I'm giving you a big scoop, Kara. I've appointed Pepper as the CEO of Stark Industries." Kara was surprised. As Stark Industries was a top-tier global enterprise, Tony had actually handed it directly to Pepper. While holding up her camera to capture the moment Tony and Pepper toasted, she said slowly, "Congratulations, Ms. Potts, on becoming the CEO of the world's largest company." Pepper raised her glass in acknowledgement. "Pepper, go prepare the handover documents first," Tony urged. "I need to have a few words with Kara." Pepper put down her wine glass and smiled at Kara. "Kara, make yourself at home. I'll head up first." Tony watched Pepper leave, then turned to gaze at Kara, speaking calmly. "Kara, I'm dying." Kara wasn't surprised and asked just as calmly, "Is it because of the toxins in your body? What is the blood toxicity level now? How did you know? The expo opening? Or the hearing?" Tony wasn't surprised either. "You must have seen it when I was testing." Kara only raised an eyebrow slightly. Tony lifted his shirt, showing the area around the chest reactor covered in spider web-like black corrosive marks. "It's been a while," he said in a low tone. "It's at 24% now. I'm almost at my limit." "Because of what? What dangerous experiment did you do to yourself this time?" "Palladium poisoning. The reactor core is palladium. If I keep using it, I die. If I don't, I die faster." Tony looked exceptionally haggard. Kara fell silent. She hadn't expected the situation to be so severe. "Is there no alternative?" she asked softly. "No. I've tried every known element." Tony ran a hand through his hair. Kara activated her supervision. The palladium toxins were constantly spreading from the reactor, eroding his entire body. "It is indeed very bad." Her expression was serious. "So what do you plan to do? You're giving the company to Pepper, but what about the suits? After you die, the armor will likely fall into the hands of those with ill intentions." "I've thought it through," Tony mused. "I'll give the Mk2 to Rhodes and lock down the core technology. The military will only be able to make limited modifications and won't be able to obtain the key technology through reverse engineering. What about the rest? And your most central reactor technology, how do you plan to handle that?" Kara put down her teacup, the bottom clinking sharply against the glass tabletop. Tony looked into her deep blue eyes and said slowly, "That's the real reason I asked you here today. Pepper and Rhodes won't be able to protect these. After I'm gone, they'll be taken sooner or later. These new armors and technologies. I can only entrust them to your safekeeping, Kara." "Me? Are you serious? I don't know the first thing about power armor." Kara was very confused. "Only you, Kara. After I die, if this technology is in your hands, even if the military deploys the entire army, they might not be able to take it away." Tony toyed with the holographic projection of the reactor in his hand. Kara thought for a moment and agreed to Tony's request. Since it was just safekeeping, she could simply find a planet outside of Earth to bury them. Seeing her agree, a hint of relief crossed Tony's haggard face. He slowly stepped onto the armor assembly platform, and the Mk4 armor smoothly covered his body. Through the faceplate, he said to Kara. Kara, can we have a fight? I know you're strong, but exactly how strong? Even Jarvis can't scan your vital signs. There seems to be a force field on the surface of your body interfering with the scan. Kara looked at him with a strange expression for a moment, then finally sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll fight you. But don't be heartbroken if I break your armor. She slowly floated into the air, her Kryptonian suit covering her body like flowing water, her red cape fluttering lightly in the airflow. I just developed the 5th generation, this one is old. Tony's tone was quite confident. The corners of Kara's mouth curled up. Is that so? Then come on, let's take it outside. With a movement, she crashed through the window and streaked toward the sea like a meteor. I was waiting for you to say that. Inside the armor, Tony felt as if his blood was boiling again. The thrusters ignited, and he followed close behind. Upstairs, Pepper, who was focusing on drafting documents, suddenly heard the sound of shattering from below. She rushed down, and what met her eyes was Supergirl and Iron Man facing off above the sea. Pepper gasped in shock. What the hell are those two doing? Above the sea level, Tony took the initiative. Knowing Kara's strength, he turned his repulsor blast to maximum power, and a brilliant white beam of light shot out. Kara didn't dodge, meeting it head-on. The beam hit her body but failed to cause the slightest damage, not even making the full curves of her chest tremble slightly. Tony was shocked by her defense. That strike just now was enough to penetrate the latest main battle tank, yet it was ineffective against her. He opened the armor's micro-missile pods, and dozens of micro-missiles swarmed toward Kara like a hive of bees. Kara looked at the sky full of exhaust trails, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Her burning heat vision cut through the night sky like a sharp sword. Most of the missiles exploded in midair, with only a few detonating at her side. Flames instantly swallowed her. At the window, Pepper shouted anxiously, "Enough, Tony. You guys come down now." The fire dissipated, and Kara appeared unharmed. While Tony was dazed, she moved. Activating her super speed state, she instantly flashed to Iron Man's side, grabbed the armor's arm with one hand, and forcefully hurled him high into the sky. Following that, she surpassed the rising armor at an even faster speed, hovering above it, grabbed Tony again, and slammed him toward the sea with all her might. Boom! A massive wave exploded on the sea surface, water splashing everywhere. Kara hovered in the air, her super vision piercing through the seawater, but she found no sign of Tony. The next second, Tony actually burst out of the water from another area of the sea, and his long charging chest repulsor fired with a roar. Kara failed to dodge completely and raised her arm to block. The massive energy impact sent her reeling back several meters in the air before she stabilized herself. Tony didn't care about energy consumption, his chest repulsor continuously pouring out beams of light. Kara's eyes turned red again, and burning energy surged from her pupils. She moved forward against the beam, her heat vision slowly pushing back the energy of the chest repulsor. The clash of the two high-energy forces illuminated the gloomy sea as if it were daylight. The wind whipped up by the impact sent Pepper's long hair flying wildly and her clothes fluttering loudly below. Seeing the heat vision gradually approaching, Tony glanced at the energy readings, they were terrifyingly high. He quickly spoke, "Kara, I surrender. You are the champion of this match." Hearing this, Kara closed her eyes, and the heat vision stopped abruptly. She smiled and said, "I haven't even used my full strength yet, Tony. If I can develop a stronger armor, I will definitely be able to fight you with everything I've got." Tony was still unwilling. An anti-Supergirl armor. Kara chuckled, "Honestly, I'm actually looking forward to it." The battle subsided, leaving only the wailing of the sea breeze and the surging waves. Tony and Kara flew back to the villa one after the other. In front of the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, Pepper stood with her arms crossed, her expression a mix of shock, anger, lingering fear, and deep helplessness. "Explain." Her voice was calm, but beneath the calm, a brewing rage seemed ready to erupt. "Before I call the Coast Guard, or SHIELD, if they're actually any use." Tony's faceplate snapped open, revealing a face that was slightly pale from intense exertion, yet strangely flushed with a hint of excitement. "Relax, Pepper, it was just a friendly technical exchange. Just testing the limits of the 4th generation armor, along with Kara's athletic ability." He tried to brush it off with a joke, but the weakness in his voice was hard to fully mask. Kara landed gracefully, tucking her wind-blown blonde hair behind her ear, and gave Pepper an apologetic smile. It's my fault, Pepper. He wanted to fight, and I couldn't hold back. I'll pay for the glass. Pay for it. Pepper looked at the messy living room and the broken windows with a wry smile. Forget it, the Stark Industries insurance policy should have an item called accidental property damage caused by the boss's sudden whims. I hope the terms actually include that. She sighed, stepped forward, and ignoring the undried seawater on Tony and the coldness of the armor, reached out to cup his face, carefully examining his complexion. How are you feeling? I'm fine, couldn't be better. Tony interrupted her, holding her hand. But his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the silent detector on the workbench. He gave Kara a look. Kara understood, instantly entered the super speed state, and silently tucked the detector into Tony's jacket pocket nearby. Immediately exiting the speed state, she cleared her throat to divert Pepper's attention. Pepper, my suit dissolved my original clothes. Can you help me find something to wear? This isn't very polite. Pepper immediately looked at her with concern. Oh. Of course, a lady shouldn't be without proper clothing. Wait a moment, there are some new ones in the villa, I'll get them for you. She turned and hurried upstairs. Kara watched Pepper's figure disappear, then turned to Tony. Perhaps we should talk about business. Regarding those things that need to be kept safe. Tony nodded, signaling Jarvis to activate the holographic projection. Complex 3D blueprints unfurled in the center of the studio. They were design blueprints for dozens of different models and purposes of Iron Man armor. From the basic Mk2 to the just-tested Mk5, and more concepts that remained in the design phase, deep-sea exploration type, space operation type, polar research type, and even a preliminary concept for a massive behemoth codenamed Hulkbuster. Beside it was a dense technical database, centered on reactor iteration technology and some more cutting-edge energy application research. This is everything. Tony's voice turned serious. His fingers swept across the rotating projections, design blueprints, material formulas, energy core data, control algorithms. Each set has an independent encryption lock and self-destruct protocol. I have already preset the segmentation and handover procedures for Jarvis's high-level access. After I die, apart from the limited Mk2 access preset for Rhodes, and the company management rights held by Pepper, the only one who can unlock and access all the core technology is you, Kara. He turned to her, his gaze sharp and heavy. This isn't to make you the successor to Iron Man, nor is it to have you use them, unless the situation is so critical that there is no other choice. Your task is to ensure they are not misused. If anyone attempts to force Pepper or Rhodes, or uses any means to steal the technology, you have the right, and the ability, to make these technologies disappear from Earth completely. Kara gazed at the faintly rotating blue projections, silent for a moment. These were not just a few suits of armor, they were the crystallization of Tony Stark's wisdom and heart's blood, the power with which he tried to change the world. Now, he had entrusted this heavy trust to the one he called a friend. I promised you, Tony. She finally spoke, her voice steady, I will keep them safe. Unless necessary, they will only be blueprints in a database and parts in a warehouse. But, she changed the subject, I still believe that finding an alternative is more important than you making arrangements for the aftermath. You said you've tried all known elements. Known, stable, and theoretically feasible. Tony walked to the holographic periodic table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the glowing little squares, finally stopping at the position of palladium. The light there seemed particularly dim. Jarvis has simulated millions of combinations. None can replace palladium's stabilizing role in miniaturized fusion. This is a dead end. Kara walked to his side, supervision scanning over the jagged black veins around the reactor on his chest once more. Her gaze also landed on that periodic table. Although the Kryptonian knowledge base in the Fortress of Solitude was incomplete, its basic understanding of matter and energy far exceeded that of current Earth. Her gaze moved slowly, sweeping over the various element symbols and descriptions of their properties. Her consciousness sank into the different dimension within her. She awakened the AI, Silver, in the Fortress of Solitude. Silver, if one were to replace palladium's stabilizing role in miniaturized fusion, and it had to be harmless to the human body, is this feasible in Kryptonian technology? Feasible, my master. Silver's response was calm and comprehensive. The database records that Krypton once overcame the application of miniaturized cold fusion in medical devices. The key is to induce element property transformation artificially, guiding basic particles into a stable state, where their extranuclear electron arrangement or lattice structure undergoes permanent optimization, thereby providing more efficient and cleaner catalysis and stabilization than natural elements. How to induce it artificially? Kryptonians once used the radiation of a special kryptonite to catalyze a common element. Kryptonite. What is that? Where can it be found? Kryptonite is a mineral unique to the deep layers of Krypton. Its colors and effects vary. The most common is green kryptonite, which can weaken the physique of Kryptonians. However, the planet where the master is currently located does not have this mineral. What about other planets? Kryptonite is unique to Krypton. If the master can find fragments from after Krypton's destruction, it might still remain on them. Kara gave up completely. Krypton had long since perished along with the universe it belonged to. Apart from herself, the Fortress of Solitude, and that mysterious different dimension, everything from that universe was perhaps gone forever. She pulled her consciousness back from the Fortress of Solitude. In reality, Tony was still whispering. So, Palladium is the only known one. Tony, Kara interrupted him, in our world, the boundaries of the known are defined by human technological levels and observation methods, right? Tony was stunned, looking at her, of course. But we are talking about the substrate for stable cold fusion, which requires extremely specific physical and chemical properties. What if there were an element, Kara interrupted again, that wasn't naturally stable, but in a specific energy field, could be artificially intervened with to enter a lasting stable state? The changes in its extranuclear electron arrangement or lattice structure could provide more efficient and cleaner catalysis than palladium, while being almost non-toxic to the human body. Tony froze, his brows tightly locked. You mean, artificially inducing element property transformation? It's been discussed theoretically, but the energy levels and precision requirements for actual operation are extremely high. Currently, relevant human technology is still limited to the synthesis and improvement of existing elements. And I have tried all paths based on existing elements. I don't know the specific technical details, Kara confessed. If this path is currently impassable, perhaps we can only hope for whether new usable elements exist outside of Earth, or magic. You could try the latter. Extraterrestrial new elements. Slim hope. As for magic, Kara, do I look like someone who knows a wizard? Except for that evil wizard in the cave. Tony's tone dropped. Relax, Tony, Kara tried to ease the atmosphere. Didn't I give you a small magic shield prop? It can block enemy attacks at critical moments. Magic prop. Tony showed a strange expression. Kara, are you actually a wizard? No. Kara played with a strand of hair and shook her head. Due to some encounters, I just know a little bit of basic knowledge. But I cannot use magic myself. Magic and I don't get along. Doesn't that just bring us back to square one? Tony sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. I need a brand new element. Something that perhaps doesn't exist on Earth's periodic table at all. Before long, Pepper came down with a brand new set of clothes. It was an expensive-looking women's sailor suit. Sorry, Kara, Pepper said apologetically. This was the only decent set of women's clothing in Tony's house. The others, clothes bought for certain temporary visitors, were really not suitable for a proper lady to wear. But don't worry, this set is brand new, the tags haven't even been removed. Tony shot a quick glance, then nonchalantly picked up a tablet, pretending to be engrossed in the news. Even though the screen was upside down, he still looked fascinated. Kara had no choice but to take the clothes. She couldn't very well go home in her supersuit, heaven knows how many shield agents were still lurking in the bushes near the house. Pepper led her to the dressing room to change. When she came out, Pepper's eyes lit up. Kara was young to begin with, and this student-like outfit made her look even more youthful and vibrant, making Pepper reminisce about her own school days. Looking good, Kara, it suits you. If you paired it with some silk. Tony stopped mid-sentence as he caught Kara's slightly narrowed eyes and wisely shut his mouth. Dressed in this outfit, Kara felt that Tony Stark might as well just let the palladium poisoning kill him. What kind of clothes did he buy? The skirt was so short that her thighs felt chilly. Having changed, Kara drove away from the Malibu villa. She had to hurry home and change her look, otherwise, the whistling from the roadside would be enough to annoy her. Back home, Kara immediately threw the sailor suit into the trash, then showered and changed. She still had to go to the Daily Bugle to submit news material, the news that Pepper Potts was about to become the CEO of Stark Industries was a true exclusive. After all, Tony had just told Pepper himself moments ago. The Daily Bugle editorial department. Editor-in-chief Jameson stared at Kara's news draft. Pepper Potts, Stark's new leader, his expression shifting from shock to ecstasy. For the Daily Bugle, this was undoubtedly the biggest exclusive of the year. No, the past few years, Stark Industries was getting a new captain. Danvers, you truly earned that Pulitzer Prize. Jameson was practically roaring. Where's Robbie, the one who recruited you? I'm going to give him a big kiss. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Kara had a bit of a headache from his loud voice. This is a real exclusive, an exclusive. Jameson stared at the manuscript as if in a trance, but then suddenly looked up. No. Danvers, come back. Stark himself is going to Monaco for a vacation, you'll continue to follow up. When you get back from Monaco, you'll be the Daily Bugle's editor-in-chief and senior investigative reporter. You said it. Kara turned around, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. No taking it back. Kara was indeed quite happy. Nowadays, her monthly expenses in downtown Manhattan exceeded $10,000, the land there was worth its weight in gold. As a feature reporter and editor, her monthly salary was $20,000, and with bonuses from report subscriptions, it was at most $50,000. But an editor-in-chief's monthly salary started at $50,000, and with bonuses, it could approach $100,000. She felt she was one step closer to being rich. A few days later, the news that Pepper Potts would serve as the CEO of Stark Industries completely shook New York. That Stark would hand over the company to a female assistant was simply unbelievable. As the first to break the news, even before Stark Industries' official announcement, the Daily Bugle garnered the city's full attention. People were buzzing. Who exactly was this reporter Kara Danvers, and how could she obtain such heavy insider information so far in advance? Meanwhile, Kara was already in Monaco. Monaco. The Mediterranean sun was more intense than New York's. The air was a mix of expensive perfume, fuel, sea breezes, and an almost luxurious leisure and restlessness. The F1 Grand Prix had turned this small city into a grand party of non-stop roaring. Kara, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, dressed in a light linen gown with her Daily Bugle press pass hanging around her neck, wove through the elegantly dressed crowd, her waist bag stuffed with various interview equipment. She had heard that many wealthy people came here for parties and figured she could dig up a lot of news. The exclusive report on Pepper's promotion to CEO had made her famous in the journalism world and brought practical convenience. Many wealthy people were willing to accept her interviews. For example, the man in front of her who approached on his own initiative, Justin Hammer. He was incessantly boasting to Kara about how close his relationship with Tony was, calling them the closest business partners. Kara silently noted in her notebook, Justin Hammer, sincere, or hypocritical. A commotion suddenly came from the hotel entrance. Tony stepped out of a Rolls-Royce, talking in low tones with Pepper while waving to the reporters at the door. Kara, who was almost falling asleep from Hammer's nagging, immediately used an excuse to slip away and jogged toward the entrance where the reporters were gathered. Running closer, she caught sight of an acquaintance and quickly lowered her head to hide her face with her notebook, but it was too late. Tony had already noticed her and called out loudly. Kara, over here. Kara walked to Tony's side with some embarrassment, her gaze falling with a hint of oddness on the red-haired woman beside him. Kara, this is Natalie, my new assistant. Natalie, this is Kara, a popular reporter from the Daily Bugle and a rising star in New York journalism, Tony introduced. Kara narrowed her eyes and greeted with a trace of imperceptible guilt. Nah. Ms. Natalie, hello. Is your friend's hand all right? That little gift was quite fierce. It took a lot of effort for me to catch it. The person in front of her was indeed one of the agents who had followed her, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha hadn't expected to meet Kara here either, but her professional skills allowed her to immediately enter character. Hello, Miss Kara. I think you might have the wrong person, she calmly denied. Tony looked puzzled. Kara, do you two know each other? No. The two said in unison. Kara knew full well this woman was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but she didn't plan to expose her for now. Who knew what S.H.I.E.L.D. would do to Tony or herself if they were exposed? Hey, Kara, haven't seen you for a few days. That report of yours was really good. Pepper, beside Tony, also greeted her with a smile. Miss Pepper, you flatter me. You're getting more and more beautiful too. Kara exchanged pleasantries politely. Kara, this Ms. Natalie is Tony's newly hired, private, assistant. Pepper glanced at Tony with a subtle tone. In Kara's view, this lady agent had clearly won Tony's favor with her beauty, that was very stark. She crossed her arms, looking like she was enjoying the show. Don't all look at me like that, Tony turned to Natalie solemnly. But then again, Natalie, you look stunning today. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Here are your seats. Natasha showed a professional smile, leading Tony and Pepper to the front seats. Tony gestured for Kara to sit down first, while he took Pepper to mingle with other wealthy people. Kara didn't hesitate. After sitting down, she began to focus on the exquisite and expensive dishes on the table. Halfway through her meal, she looked up and saw Tony being cornered by Hammer. Kara's jam-stained red lips curled up slightly. It was about time Tony tasted what it was like to be stuck with that annoying guy. The waiter took away Kara's empty plate. While Natasha was privately surprised by Kara's voracious eating habits, she turned to report to Tony that the dishes were all served. However, Tony, who was supposed to return with her, had vanished midway. Kara scanned the surroundings with her supervision but didn't find a trace of him. Of course, she deliberately skipped the men's restroom, as she hadn't forgotten her current gender. But she didn't care much and lowered her head to continue enjoying the delicacies on her plate. And at this moment, Tony. He checked his blood toxin levels once again. 53%. Staring at his haggard face in the restroom mirror, Tony murmured low. Is there any worse news than this? Amidst the grandeur of the party, champagne bubbles reflected the light of crystal chandeliers, and the rustle of elegant clothes and shadows of the guests intertwined with laughter into a bustle of vanity. However, the delicacies on Kara's plate gradually lost their appeal. A faint unease was quietly spreading along the edges of her keen senses. Tony had been away from his seat for too long. She set down her silver fork, and her super hearing filtered through the surrounding chatter, the band's performance, and the clinking of glasses like a tide, focusing intently toward the restrooms. There was no sound of Tony, only the rush of water and the subtle movements of others entering and leaving. Her eyes scanned the room once more, but he was still nowhere to be seen. Natasha, or rather, Natalie, at this moment, was weaving through the guests with an elegant posture. Her gaze seemed casual, but she had also noticed Tony's long absence, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Kara stood up, deciding to get some fresh air and check near the men's restroom while she was at it. Just as she reached the archway connecting the main hall to the side corridor, she saw Tony walking toward her from the other end of the hallway. His pace still carried that Stark-esque composure, and the smile on his face was even a bit brighter than before, as if he had merely gone to touch up his makeup. But Kara's supervision caught the details. His knuckles were white from being clenched tightly. A flash of almost perfectly suppressed despair flickered deep in his eyes, and around the reactor on his chest, the hideous black lines had expanded even further than last time. Hey, Kara, full already. I heard the desserts here are good, Tony said as he walked up to her, his tone light as he tried to lead her away from this relatively quiet corner. Tony, Kara didn't move, her voice lowered, are you okay? Tony's smile stiffened for a split second before becoming even more exaggerated, okay. I'm great, of course. Champagne, beautiful women, Mediterranean sun, what's not to like? He raised a hand to pat her shoulder, but she gently dodged it. You know what I'm asking. Kara looked him straight in the eye, her blue eyes clear as mirrors under the dim corridor lights, as if they could see through all disguises. The palladium toxin, it's worsened again, hasn't it? The smile on Tony's face finally faded slowly. He looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before pulling Kara behind the shadow of a decorative pillar. His voice was pressed extremely low, carrying a trace of an undetectable tremor, 53%. Kara, it's climbing faster than Jarvis's worst-case simulations. All the new solutions have still failed. 53%. The number carried a chill, making Kara realize the severity of the problem. You need help, Tony, not to shoulder this alone. Kara's voice carried a sense of finality. Does Pepper still not know? No. She can't know. Tony denied immediately, panic flashing in his eyes. Pepper would do something foolish, she'd stop everything to force me to get treatment, but there is no treatment. It would only make her watch me wither away, adding to her pain, and the company was just handed over to her. Tony took a deep breath, struggling to calm his emotions. Listen, Kara, maybe you can understand. But this is my fight. Promise me, don't tell Pepper, Don't tell anyone. Kara looked at the vulnerability and pleading behind the pride in his eyes and fell silent. She knew that forceful persuasion wouldn't work on Tony Stark, it would only make him close himself off even more. I won't say anything on my own initiative, Kara finally promised. But Tony, if you need help, I'm here, as a friend. Tony gave her a deep look, his gaze complex. Thanks, Kara, really. He lightly patted her arm. I want to go for a walk. You go back first. He turned and walked alone toward the side door leading to the racing track. Kara stood there, watching his departing back. She understood that at this moment, Tony needed to be alone. After hesitating for a few seconds, she ultimately did not follow. A man like Tony Stark becomes prouder the closer he gets to a dead end. He would rather bear everything alone than let those he loves suffer the pain of parting. She returned to the still boisterous hall, but her mind was completely elsewhere. She sat down casually in a corner, her super hearing quietly unfolding like an invisible net, covering the direction Tony had gone. She caught his heavy and irregular footsteps, and even heard him cursing under his breath at the air, his tone full of anger and helplessness toward the palladium element. Withdrawing from her super hearing state, Kara sighed softly. All she could do now was wait for a turning point, or at least, wait for Tony's condition to improve slightly. Before long, the hall's televisions began a live broadcast of the real-time racing situation at the Monte Carlo circuit. The images shocked everyone. Tony Stark had actually put on a racing suit and was conducting a pre-race interview with reporters. If you have a race car but don't drive it, what's the point of owning it? Tony said to the camera, his smile nonchalant. This madman. Kara cursed under her breath, no longer able to sit still. She quickly rose, ignoring the guests around her who were raising their glasses and laughing or admiring Tony's bold words on the screen, and strode toward the exit. Natasha keenly noticed her departure, her eyes shifting slightly, but she had already turned her steps toward Pepper. 53% blood toxicity. Intense exercise, high stress, possible impacts, any accident on the race track could be fatal for the current Tony. As Kara walked out of the hotel, she felt that Tony was simply enjoying one last burst of madness before death. She should have known, Tony Stark was never someone who could listen to advice. Monte Carlo circuit. The sun baked the asphalt road, and the air vibrated with the preheating roar of engines until it felt hot. The fanatical atmosphere was almost tangible, with flags waving in the stands and the crowd's noise reaching a fever pitch. Wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, Kara used her daily bugle credentials to squeeze into the media area near the pit lane exit. The view here was broad, allowing her to clearly see the starting grid and the first few turns. On the track, the cars sped like arrows released from a bow. Tires shrieked against the ground, the speed so fast it was breathtaking. Tony's driving skills were not bad, he skillfully wove through the chaotic traffic, steadily improving his position. Kara's gaze was locked onto his F1 car, her super hearing doing its best to filter out the deafening noise to catch any anomalies. As the race reached the third lap, it entered a relatively stable stage of maneuvering. Tony seemed to be getting into his stride, his racing lines smooth. Just then, Kara jerked her head, her gaze shooting like lightning toward the source of a strange sound. It wasn't from the track, nor the stands, but near the barrier between the pit area and the track. A man wearing gray overalls and pushing a toolbox was lowering his head, approaching the gap in the barrier with a steady pace that was out of place with the busy atmosphere around him. Tony! Watch out! Kara cried out, her voice instantly swallowed by the roar of the engines. Kara thought to herself that this was bad. There were cameras everywhere, and she couldn't personally go down to save him without exposing her identity, so she could only continue to watch. She saw the man suddenly tear off his overalls the moment he stepped over the barrier, revealing a crude but menacing metal vest underneath, arms wrapped in thick electrical cables, and those two energy whips flickering with ominous blue-white electrical light. The man swung his arms, and the energy whips tore through the air with a devastating whistle, lashing toward Tony's speeding race car. In the nick of time, Tony seemed to sense the danger and tried his best to swerve and avoid it. But the car's extreme speed and the narrow space of the track left him with nowhere to hide. One energy whip grazed the ground, melting a blinding scorch mark into the asphalt, the other struck the car's suspension with a solid hit. Bang! Blinding electrical light and sparks from tearing metal exploded at the same time. Amidst the loud bang of a bursting tire, the race car spun out of control like a heavily struck top, crashing violently into the concrete barrier. In the sound of intense friction and impact, the car body slid and rolled as it twisted and deformed, finally coming to a stop on its side. Thick smoke billowed out from under the hood. The track fell into instant silence, only to explode into even more terrified screams. People in the stands rose one after another, trying to see the carnage within the thick smoke. Reporters in the media area, like sharks smelling blood, aimed their cameras at the accident scene, the sound of shutters clicking filling the air. Kara anxiously used her supervision to pierce through the thick smoke and twisted car body, locking onto the cockpit. Fortunately, Tony was not inside. He had escaped in the chaos. At this moment, Kara struggled internally. If she transformed into Supergirl, now, her identity would inevitably be exposed. There were too many high-speed cameras on the track, and even using super speed, she might be caught in the act of changing. After all, a person could not simply vanish into thin air. But if she didn't act, Tony would likely lose his life. She had rescued Tony several times before, whether for a purpose or just as a convenience, and even agreed to his requests with the premise of not affecting her own life. But this time was different. The area around the track was covered in cameras and reporters, providing no place for a secret transformation. Once exposed to the public eye, the quiet life she had worked so hard to build would collapse, followed by endless pressure from all sectors of society. Is it worth taking such a risk for a friend I've only known for a short while? Kara debated within herself. When she first gained her powers, she was driven by fear of the unknown, but now, possessing a stable life, she did not crave to be a hero. A hero often meant danger and responsibility. Kara knew that previously only S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony knew her identity, but now, once exposed to the public, she would never be able to return to her life as a reporter. Just as she struggled internally, a screeching sound of tires, sharp enough to pierce the eardrums, exploded from the perimeter. Immediately followed by the roar of an engine and the thunderous sound of metal crashing into barriers. Everyone, including the man with the whips, looked over involuntarily. A black modified sedan, like an out-of-control beast, brazenly smashed through the final barrier, executed a sharp drift at the edge of the buffer zone, and slammed into the man with the whips, pinning him against the roadside chain-link fence. The passenger and rear doors then swung open violently. It was Pepper and Happy. They had actually driven through layers of obstacles. Kara did not waste this precious opportunity. Taking advantage of the two of them stalling the enemy, she quickly turned and walked briskly toward a secluded restroom on the outskirts of the track. By the track, Pepper's face was as pale as paper, her lips bitten until they bled. She tightly clutched a silver-red streamlined metal suitcase in her arms. It was exceptionally heavy, yet her arms were surprisingly steady. Happy kept slamming on the accelerator, crazily ramming the enemy. Pepper threw the suitcase with all her might. Tony on the road quickly activated it, and the suitcase unfolded in midair. The Mark V armor covered his entire body like liquid. Tony kicked away the car shielding Pepper and Happy. Without a word, he forced himself to endure the intense pain and dizziness throughout his body and engaged in a fierce battle with the man with the whips. In shock and anger, the opponent whipped back. Tony didn't even dodge completely, he just turned slightly, letting the whip graze his armor, sparks flying. The man with the whips knew he had to finish this quickly, the police could arrive at any moment. He swung with all his might, the energy whip wrapping around the Mark V's head, the powerful current causing the display inside Tony's mask to flicker violently. Tony was electrocuted and fell to one knee. Just as the opponent was gloating, Tony suddenly grabbed the whip and actually wrapped it around himself. Using this crazy method, he rapidly closed the distance and slammed a heavy fist into the weak point marked by Jarvis, the connection between the crude reactor and the man's body under his left ribs. Bang! A dull thud mixed with the sound of metal and bone shattering. The man screamed, his left side visibly collapsed, and the energy whip fell to the ground. But Tony also paid the price. Forcibly enduring the strike from the other whip while completing the heavy blow made his already severely injured body worse. Inside the armor, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face under the mask as pale as a ghost, his vision increasingly blurry, nearly fainting. At this time, Kara, having run to the restroom stall, was observing the situation on the field remotely with her supervision. Seeing the man with the whips subdued, she breathed a sigh of relief. Pepper and Happy had arrived in time, and she didn't have to struggle over whether to risk exposure by intervening. However, the man with the whips had pressed a button. It was a device he had secretly installed on the car when he was hit by Happy. Kara reacted the fastest, her gaze instantly locking onto the car carrying Pepper and Happy. An activated time bomb. Countdown started. 3 seconds. 1 second had already passed. Her pupils contracted. The restroom she was in was secluded and empty, almost never visited. With no more worries, Kara instantly entered the super speed state. The nano suit covered her body in an instant, and accelerating with full power, she turned into a blue shadow, shot through the ventilation window above the stall, and darted toward the track. The second, Kara had reached the bomb. Everything around her was nearly frozen. Tony's rigid posture, the open mouths of the crowd, the dust that hadn't yet settled. She ripped the bomb out along with that piece of the car body and threw it into the high sky with all her might. The third second. Under Kara's immense strength, the bomb had reached an altitude of over 1,000 meters. The countdown hit 0. Boom. The high explosive detonated violently in the air, the firelight painting the sky over the track a deep red. Kara exited the super speed state. The flow of time around her resumed, and the crowd, as if just awakened, screamed in terror at the loud explosion high in the sky. The man with the whips glared at Kara in disbelief. He didn't understand why the bomb had exploded high in the air. Tony angrily tore off the opponent's reactor and crushed it in his hand. The police immediately stepped forward and arrested the attacker who had lost his power. Thank you. Tony signaled toward Kara's direction. Kara nodded slightly, her figure flashed, and she vanished without a trace. The cheers on the track receded like the tide, replaced by even sharper siren wails, the roar of rescue vehicles, and the clamor and discussion of the crowd surviving the aftermath. When the man with the whips was handcuffed and taken away by the police, he was still roaring incoherent Russian curses, but no one paid him any mind. Pepper and Happy crawled out of the car, still shaken, and rushed toward Tony, who was surrounded by medical personnel. The Mark V armor had been partially removed, revealing Tony's pale, bloodless face, though he forced a weak smile. Kara's figure had already vanished, so fast it was as if it were just an afterimage left on the retina by the sunlight. Only Tony knew, and only he understood, what that bomb thrown high into the sky meant. Once again, at the most critical moment, she had used a way that defied common sense to save everyone, including himself, and his most cherished Pepper and Happy. A quiet seaside promenade somewhere in Monaco. Kara had changed back into the linen dress from her bag, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, leaning against the railing. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, brushed through her hair but could not blow away the chaos in her heart. She hadn't been exposed. Her actions in the super speed state, the deliberately chosen unmonitored stall, the moment everyone's attention was drawn to the track and the explosion, theoretically, she was safe. But psychologically, that split-second decision had stirred up even greater waves. The moment she saw the bomb's countdown, her body reacted before her reason. The suit covered her, the super speed activated. This made it impossible for her to avoid that question any longer. She asked herself, what if the bomb's countdown wasn't 3 seconds, but 0.3 seconds, or even instantaneous? What if Tony had completely lost the ability to fight? Would she still hesitate? Could she still convince herself to stand by with excuses like, inconvenient to change, or, might be exposed? The answer, she did not know. The Kryptonian power was like a pebble thrown into the lake of her once peaceful life. She had finally managed to let the ripples subside. Yet, in the crisis moment when the bomb was about to detonate, that instinct to rush out and stop the disaster was so strong it almost overwhelmed all fear of having her peaceful life shattered. That was not the admonition of Kryptonian memories, nor the call of heroism, but something simpler and more primal. She could not watch people she knew, watch innocent lives, be blown to pieces when she had the ability to stop it. A hero often means danger and responsibility. She repeated her previous thought in a low voice, a complex curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps, from the moment she decided to use this power to help Tony clean up weapons, from when she saved the bus the Hulk was about to destroy on the streets of New York, or even earlier, from the moment she chose to exist under the name, Kara Zor-El, that life of an ordinary person had already drifted further and further away. Power itself is a kind of responsibility. Whether she admitted it or not, it was there, quietly influencing every choice. Perhaps she didn't necessarily have to become Supergirl, but the existence that was Kara Zor-El could no longer fully retreat back into the shell of college student Kara. The two were slowly and irreversibly merging into one. Kara's phone vibrated. It was Jameson. His voice was even more excited than usual, almost bursting through the earpiece. Danvers. You were at the scene, weren't you? What was that just now? That blue figure. How did the bomb fly into the sky? And the battle between Iron Man and that whip freak. I want all the details. Every angle. Now. Immediately. This is big news that could go down in journalism history. Kara took a deep breath, her tone returning to its usual calm professionalism. Chief, I'm organizing the material. The scene is very chaotic, and many details still need to be verified. However, it's certain that Mr. Stark used a portable suit to subdue the attacker. As for the high-altitude explosion, current reports lean toward the belief that Supergirl appeared to prevent the disaster. She skillfully gave the response expected of an excellent reporter. Hanging up the phone, Kara knew that speculation and discussion about Supergirl would soon sweep through public opinion again as eyewitness accounts and blurry images circulated. A private medical center in Monaco. Tony lay in a high-end intensive care unit, connected to various monitoring instruments. His external injuries had been treated and were no longer a major concern, but the internal shock and blood loss still required time to recover. The most troublesome issue remained the glaring, 53%, palladium toxin reading on the blood analyzer. It had even climbed slightly due to the intense combat and injuries. Pepper sat by the bed, holding his hand that wasn't connected to an IV. Her eyes were red and swollen, but her emotions were barely stable. Happy stood guard outside the door like a guardian deity. You almost died again, Tony, Pepper said softly, her voice trembling with the relief of a survivor and a hint of reproach. But I didn't die. Tony tried to force a smile, but it pulled at his wounds, making him grimace in pain. Thanks to you, Pepper. And Happy, and Kara. He paused, his gaze turning serious. That madman with the whips. I want to see him. A few days later, on a flight back to New York. Kara sat by the window. On her laptop screen was the final draft of the report on the Monaco circuit attack. She deliberately focused on Tony Stark's personal battle, Pepper Potts's decisive actions, and the impact of the incident on international event security and superhuman issues. Regarding Supergirl, she used vague and cautious wording like, an unsolved mystery still awaiting further investigation. Outside the window, a sea of clouds surged under the sunlight. Kara closed her laptop and looked out at the deep blue beyond the porthole. Balance, this would be a subject she must study in the future. Between her identity as a reporter and her extraordinary abilities, between a normal life and the responsibility to help, between hiding secrets and taking necessary action. The plane began its descent, and the familiar silhouette of New York unfolded below her. Kara understood that once they returned to New York, Jameson would pursue clues about Supergirl. Like a shark scenting blood, Schild's gaze would inevitably focus even more intently. Tony would have to face his life and death crisis and a pile of messes, and she herself had to figure out what kind of posture she should adopt to exist in this increasingly complex world. When the next crisis arrived and forced her to choose between identities, she didn't know which side she would take. A few days after the Monaco incident, in the lower-level workshop of the Malibu Beach Villa. The eerie blue light of the holographic projection cast a sickly hue over Tony Stark's pale face. He sat alone in the driver's seat of an antique car, the whiskey in his crystal glass swaying slightly. The amber liquid reflected the deep shadows under his eyes and the increasingly hideous black veins spreading around his neck. No experiments, no complex molecular model calculations. Jarvis's latest comprehensive simulation of known element combinations had been declared a total failure the previous night. Blood toxin level, 80%. This number pierced his forced composure like an icicle. The desperate counterattack in Monaco had temporarily dispersed the shadows of death, but the price was an accelerated erosion of the toxin. The increasingly clear sense of failure and dull pain from within his body reminded him at every moment, the hourglass of time was about to run out. Sir, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes has arrived and has been cleared to enter the living room, Jarvis's voice sounded calmly. Tony didn't look back, draining the glass in one gulp. A burning sensation spread from his throat to his chest, bringing a brief moment of warmth. Rhodes walked in wearing his crisp military uniform, his face a mix of concern and seriousness. He glanced at the empty glass in Tony's hand, his brow furrowed. Tony. Rhodes, if you're here to persuade me to consider the military's proposal, you can turn around and leave now. Tony's voice was hoarse, carrying its usual sharpness but lacking confidence. Rhodes walked to his side, remained silent for a moment, and looked out the window. I've read all the reports from Monaco. That man named Vanko claims your father stole something from his father. The ramblings of a madman. Tony scoffed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rim of the glass. My father was Howard Stark. Would he need to steal anything from anyone? But his technology, those energy whips, they have similarities to your reactor. Rhodes turned to face him directly. Tony, this isn't an isolated incident. The Senate, Hammer, and now this Ivan Vanko who appeared out of nowhere, pressure is coming from all sides. There's absolutely no need for you to save the world alone. You don't have to fight this battle by yourself. Tony suddenly began to cough violently. Rhodes stepped forward to check on him but was waved away by Tony. Get out, Rhodes. He panted, his back to his friend. Leave me alone. Rhodes looked at his slightly trembling back and finally sighed. Call me anytime. He turned and left. Silence returned to the living room, leaving only the sound of Tony's suppressed breathing. He walked to the workbench, his gaze blankly sweeping over scattered element samples and failed blueprints. Suddenly, he violently swept his arm. Crash. Most of the items were swept to the floor, making a sharp, cluttered clatter. A sense of powerlessness submerged him like a tide. Technology, wisdom, wealth, all seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of life's countdown. For the first time, he truly felt that the door named life seemed to be slowly closing before him. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, at Kara's home, Kara stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a freshly printed document. This wasn't a report for the Daily Bugle, but a report she had carefully screened, integrated, and analyzed over the past few days from various encrypted databases, academic journals, and even gray zone servers around the world using the special phone Tony had given her. She was trying to cross-reference the application theories of cold fusion from the Kryptonian knowledge base with Earth's elemental science. After calming down, she ultimately couldn't sit by and watch Tony die. She even felt a faint sense of apology for her moment of hesitation in Monaco. After all, Tony had always treated her as a friend and had even been willing to entrust her with the future of Iron Man's technology not long ago. The process of reasoning made her head throb. These profound scientific theories were too difficult for her. If not for the unique super brain of a Kryptonian, the incomprehensible symbols and formulas in the knowledge base alone would have been enough to drain her mental energy and send her into a coma. Dressed in a nightgown, Kara sat on the edge of the bed and irritably tossed the draft papers filled with calculations into the air. The papers fluttered down like snowflakes, burying her beneath them. Ting! The phone rang. Buried under the papers, Kara reached out to push the drafts off her face and dragged her groggy head out of bed. Caught off guard, she was tripped by the blanket. Roll, roll. She rolled onto the floor, her blonde hair becoming even messier. Dazedly propping herself up with both hands, she crawled to the side of the chair and picked up the phone. Tony's voice came from the other end, carrying a deliberately crafted lightness. Kara. There's a party in Malibu tonight. I'd like to invite you to attend. Have you lost your mind, Tony? You're dying. Kara responded crossly. She almost laughed in frustration. She was over here racking her brains over his toxin, and he actually had the mind to throw a party. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Tony's forced, confident voice. It's fine, Kara. I've been through so many crises, haven't I survived them all? You know, this isn't even as dangerous as that time in the Afghan cave. That time we. What's your toxin level? Kara interrupted him. Kara, you were flying in the sky back then. You looked so cool. Tony seemed not to hear her, excitedly reminiscing to himself. Tony. Kara's tone was serious. The other end fell into silence again. After a long time, a number came softly. 89%. Kara also fell silent. Perhaps this really was Tony Stark's last party. I'll be there, she said softly after a moment. Hanging up the phone, Kara looked out at the deepening night. She hadn't expected the process of toxin erosion to have already reached the final mark. Tonight might truly be the last time she sees Tony Stark. Night, at the Malibu villa. The scene of this party was utterly different from the opulence of Monaco or the extravagant galas of Stark's past. Deafening heavy metal rock threatened to shatter the glass walls, while dizzying, flashing colored lights cut through the haze of smoke. Empty liquor bottles and scantily clad, laughing, playful models floated in the pool. The living room carpet was strewn with glittering confetti and spilled drink stains. Strangers of all kinds, models, fringe entertainers, art world libertines, even a few women with ambiguous airs, crowded every corner. The air was thick with unrestrained shrieks, raucous laughter, and drunken ramblings. In Kara's eyes, this was a complete, apocalyptic revelry. And at the heart of the party, Tony Stark, clad in the repaired Mk4 armor, was surrounded by several exquisitely made up, scantily dressed models. He stood at the DJ booth, his gauntleted hands fiddling with the turntables. The faceplate flipped open, revealing his face, an unhealthy flush interwoven with pallor, his eyes unfocused yet feverishly bright. He clutched a bottle of unknown strong liquor, slurring flirtatious words to a model beside him feeding him grapes. Pepper stood helplessly below the platform. She had already announced the party's end, but Tony had pulled a post-party party, allowing this madness to continue. Seeing Pepper's distress, Kara felt powerless too. After all, only she knew Tony was dying. Tony, still drunkenly on stage, mumbled incoherently, "See, this is life. You, beautiful girls." His voice was hoarse and high-pitched, yet lacking substance, each word seeming to drain his dwindling reserves of energy. "Enjoy it. This is Tony Stark's super party. Ha ha." Kara's supervision allowed her to see more. Tony's rapid, irregular heartbeat, the toxins coursing through his bloodstream, the subtle damage in his lungs from violent coughing, and beneath the forced exuberance, a bottomless well of exhaustion and despair. This was no longer a farewell party, but a public, heart-rending ritual of self-destruction. Tony. Kara could bear it no longer. She pushed through the cacophonous music and crowd, walking up to the stage. It seemed to take Tony a moment to focus and recognize her. His manic grin froze for an instant, then became even more exaggerated. "Kara. My reporter friend. You've come to join us. Quick. Get this lady the strongest drink. We're celebrating, hic. Celebrating what? Celebrating that you're dying." Kara lowered her voice, speaking to the incoherent Tony. The smile vanished instantly from Tony's face, replaced by a childlike mix of anger and gloom, his mask pierced. "Die. Who says I'm dying?" He took a fierce swig of liquor, the liquid spilling from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his chin. "I'm just enjoying life. What do you know? You're always so serious. Just like Pepper." He tried to stand up, but staggered, nearly falling, and was caught by a model beside him. He pushed them away, swaying unsteadily, and wrapped his arms around Kara, mumbling incoherently in her ear. "Kara, don't you have all those powerful superpowers? You can fly, withstand bombs, beat up big green monsters, but you can't save me, right? You can't save anyone. So, why not join the party?" His words cut into Kara's heart like a knife. That moment of hesitation and struggle in Monaco resurfaced. Kara shook her head, snapping back to the present. Before her was no longer the proud genius, but a man distorted by fear and pain, a man drowning. All her previous theoretical calculations seemed utterly laughable in the face of Tony's current hysteria. She was never good with scientific theory to begin with, yet to make up for that moment of hesitation in Monaco, she had exhausted her mind calculating those difficult formulas. Those calculations. I was never good at them, and you say this to me. A wave of wrong surged within Kara, her voice carrying a barely perceptible sob. All this time, she had been trapped between reporter Kara and a Supergirl. Whenever a crisis arose, the dilemma of whether to intervene or not followed her like a shadow. After just a few previous interventions, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already uncovered her identity. If she wanted to preserve her current life, she might need to severely limit her public appearances. And now, Tony was blaming her for not being able to save him. Though spoken in a state of incoherence, it still left the already conflicted Kara feeling deeply lost. Seeing Kara's hurt expression, Pepper could no longer endure it either. Though she hadn't heard the conversation clearly, Tony's madness was clearly hurting her. In Pepper's view, Kara, this 20-year-old girl, had saved them multiple times. No matter Tony's state, he shouldn't treat her this way. "Tony, you need to calm down. You've had too much to drink. You need treatment." Pepper stepped forward, trying to intervene. "Treatment." Tony let out a wild, grating laugh. Treatment is this. Music. Booze. Beauty. And this. He slammed a fist against the arc reactor in his chest, triggering a violent coughing fit and gasps for breath. The surrounding models let out small gasps of alarm. The crazed Tony even reached out a hand to touch Kara's face. His bloodshot eyes held no spark, only chaotic muttering. Miss, you're so beautiful. A drunken man in a leather jacket also pushed forward, holding something like a selfie stick, its camera lens aimed directly at Tony and Kara. Hey. Stark. Say something. Is this your new girlfriend? Zap. A beam of energy shot out, striking Tony with precision, sending him flying back in his armor. Pepper quickly stepped forward to pull Kara away, her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at Tony. A silver suit of armor strode into the hall. The faceplate flipped open, revealing Rhodes' grim face. The beam had been fired by him. Tony climbed up from the floor and, without backing down, propelled the Mk4 towards Rhodes. Meanwhile, Kara's mind was in turmoil. She stumbled towards a corner. Pepper supported her, but words of comfort were indistinct. Just moments ago, when Kara had been stung by Tony's harsh words, fragments of Kryptonian memories once again surged violently, assaulting her consciousness. Krypton, on the eve of destruction. The young Kara was placed into a navigation pod. Her parents' figures were blurred outside the transparent canopy. Goodbye, my daughter, our hopes and dreams go with you. You will give the people of that world an ideal to strive towards. They will race behind you, they will stumble, they will fall. But in time, they will join you in the sun, Kara. In time, you will help them accomplish wonders. Kara, daughter of El, you will give them hope. My child, you will save them. Hey, Kara, wake up. Pepper's voice pulled her back to reality. Kara's eyelids fluttered. Hey, Pepper. How long have I been asleep? She raised a hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight. From last night until now. Happy and I brought you to the hospital. Pepper took her hand. Kara, what happened to you last night? You suddenly fainted. The doctor was at a loss, their instruments had no effect on you. Kara shook her dizzy head. Memories of last night gradually sharpened. The party, Tony's drunken words, those dreams. Krypton, her parents, hope. Ever since the incoherent Tony accused her of, you can't save anyone, these memory fragments had begun to surface incessantly. Save, huh, she murmured softly, a complex curve forming at the corner of her mouth. What did you say? Kara. Pepper asked, puzzled. I'm fine, Pepper, it's just an old issue, Kara said, sitting up. What about Tony? Before I passed out, it seemed like he was fighting someone. At the mention of Tony, a flash of anger crossed Pepper's face. Don't worry about that madman. How could he treat you like that? It was so rude. It seemed she still didn't know the truth about Tony's poisoning. Pepper, I'm fine now, Kara said, throwing off the covers and standing up. I need to go out for a bit. Kara, you just woke up. You need rest, Pepper said worriedly. Dares to molest me. Kara turned her head, offering Pepper a smile. I'm going to go beat up that madman. Next to Malibu Coast Highway, at the Big Donut Shop. The scorching California sun, blindingly bright, illuminated the huge pink and white sign, and the even more exaggerated yellow donut model serving as an outdoor seat. In eerie contrast to this slightly absurd scene was the golden red figure seated in the center of the model Tony Stark, wearing his Mark IV armor. His faceplate was open, revealing a pale, tired, and sickly face. Sweat soaked his temples, his eyes were sunken, and he stared blankly at the distant sea horizon, completely oblivious to the cell phone cameras and whispers of the scattered passers-by. He held an ordinary, sugar-glazed donut, occasionally taking a mechanical bite, crumbs falling onto his shining chest plate. At the collar of his armor, black, web-like patterns were faintly visible on his skin. The shadow of death was so heavy that even this steel shell, which had given him strength, now seemed like a magnificent coffin imprisoning his weakening body. The emptiness after the party, the sting of having hurt Pepper and Kara, especially Kara's wronged and shocked expression last night, and the deep fear of death, all blended into a numbness and despair that almost consumed him. He couldn't even bother to think about where Rhodes had gone after angrily flying off in the Mark II. Just then, a tall figure walked with steady steps directly across the empty parking lot, arriving beneath the giant donut model. Sir, please get down from the donut. Nick Fury's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrative quality. Tony took off his sunglasses and glanced indifferently. He knew this Shield director, the guy who always wanted him to join some Avengers Superboy band. Tony reluctantly jumped off the model and followed Fury to find a seat inside the shop. I told you, I'm not interested in your Superboy band. He was still recalling Kara's aggrieved look, distracted. Fury looked at him like he was a joker, then waved to Natasha behind him. A needle was precisely injected into Tony's neck. What did you give me? Are you going to steal my kidneys to sell? Tony winced in pain. Lithium dioxide, to temporarily suppress the toxins in your blood, Fury calmly explained. Tony snapped back to reality, looked at the injector, and anger flared on his face. You're fired. Natalie. You don't get to decide that. Natasha smiled faintly. Fury gestured. Agent Natasha Romanoff, I assigned her to observe you after you were poisoned. You'd better apologize to me. Tony still stared at Natasha. Tony. Fury interrupted his change of subject. You transferred company management to your female assistant, and let your friend fly off in your armor, if I'm not mistaken. He took it himself. Tony remained nonchalant. He took it himself. You're Iron Man, does he have the ability to just take your things? Is that reasonable? Fury didn't believe him at all. According to Mr. Stark's security protocols, no armor system can be activated without authorization, Natasha calmly added. Tony laughed in anger. This woman had been pretending to be his assistant before, but now she was contradicting him. Tony, your current state is a big problem. Fury's tone turned commanding. We need you back at your post as Iron Man. SHIELD is busy and doesn't have time to cater to you. There are bigger problems to deal with in the Southwest. Tony scoffed. He was dying. What post was there to speak of? He even deliberately hurt the people he cared about, just to lessen their pain of eternal separation from him later. SHIELD sees everything. Then you should know my condition. Tony looked coldly at Fury. I'm dying. I've tried every method, every element combination. No one can save me. Fury was unfazed by his gaze. I'm here to tell you, he said slowly, you haven't tried everything. Unless you really know aliens, I've tried every element on Earth. Tony didn't believe him at all. You don't have to believe me. Fury's single eye was sharp, but you have to believe your father. My father. Howard Stark. Tony frowned. Come with me. Fury stood up. There's a heartbroken girl waiting outside. Rewind to a few hours earlier, at the hospital entrance. The sun was glaring. Kara took a deep breath, trying to temporarily suppress the heavy feeling brought by her Kryptonian memories from last night. She patted her pocket, only loose change in her phone. Pepper was probably too rushed and forgot to bring her bag back from the party. I need to go back to Malibu first. As she was thinking, a pitch-black Chevrolet slid out as if from the shadows on the ground, silently stopping by the sidewalk. The car windows were tinted dark, revealing no glimpse of the interior. The passenger window rolled down, and it wasn't happy. A face with hard lines, wearing a black eye patch, turned towards her. His single eye looked at her calmly, without surprise or inquiry, as if her presence here was a matter of course. Kara Danvers. Nick Fury's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a penetrative quality. Get in, we need to talk. About Tony Stark, and about you. Kara's heart pounded. Her supervision instantly saw inside the car. In the driver's seat was Agent Natasha Romanoff, who had once monitored her. She quickly calmed herself, her expression placid. The back seat was empty, no weapons were pointed at her, but the car's modifications and the demeanor of the two occupants exuded an intense seriousness. SHIELD. Kara steadied herself, showing no hint of panic. She knew this moment would come eventually, she just hadn't expected it to be when she had just been discharged from the hospital and was most unprepared. Not bad eyesight. Fury's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Skipping the troublesome probing is good for both of us. You're concerned about Stark's condition, and so are we. Get in first. Kara hesitated for a moment. Nick Fury's appearance was very imposing, but he mentioned Tony, and it seemed he wasn't going to take immediate coercive measures. Tony's state last night and the impact of her Kryptonian memories made her realize that the current situation was complex, and SHIELD might be an additional help. Kara opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The car interior was spacious, filled with a mixed scent of new car and precise equipment. As the door closed, the street's noise, clamor, abruptly faded. The car smoothly merged into traffic. Natasha's driving skills were excellent. You've been monitoring me. Kara spoke first, her gaze directed at Fury in the passenger seat. Her voice was as calm as possible. We monitor all individuals or events that have close contact with Tony Stark and exhibit unconventional traits. Fury didn't turn his head, looking at her through the rearview mirror. Your identity is Supergirl, your earlier conversation with Agent Coulson, and some vague eyewitness reports. He said it lightly, but each point alluded to secrets Kara had tried to hide. Kara was silent. So, are you arresting me now? Or is this an informal interrogation? If I were going to arrest you, Miss Danvers, Pepper Potts wouldn't be the first person you saw when you woke up. Fury turned sideways, his single eye sharply scrutinizing her. Stark is a mess right now. Palladium poisoning is killing him, and his self-destructive tendencies could cause a greater disaster. Our primary mission is to resolve this problem, and you, for now, appear to be one of the few who can get close to him. He paused, seemingly evaluating his words. Last night, before you passed out, Stark said some awful things to you. We intercepted parts of it. Kara felt a hint of surprise. SHIELD knew more than she had imagined, but now, they were prioritizing Tony's crisis. What do you want me to do? Observe, and if necessary, dissuade him from overly reckless behavior. Of course, we will provide necessary support. Support. Like telling me how to save his life. Kara chuckled. A flicker of light passed through Fury's single eye in the rearview mirror. We are on our way to meet Stark to discuss that. Meet. Where is he? A place suitable for his current dramatic state. Natasha spoke for the first time, her voice steady, with a hint of sarcasm. Santa Monica Pier, Big Donut Shop. The car drove towards the west coast, and Kara looked out at the rapidly receding streetscape. Kara understood that SHIELD's initial intention and her desire to help Tony were not in conflict. I understand. Kara said, I will cooperate, but you must guarantee to keep my identity a secret. Fury let out a sound almost like a cold snort. Saving a dying genius inventor is troublesome enough. We have no interest in pushing another superhuman to the opposing side. The conversation temporarily ended, and silence returned to the car, but the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. It was a temporary alliance formed based on limited common goals. As the black Chevrolet approached Santa Monica Pier, Fury spoke again. In a moment, you stay in the car, or observe from a distance. Let me talk to Stark first, and once he accepts reality, then you can appear. Kara nodded. She understood Fury's meaning. First, official pressure would break Tony's defenses, then she, as a friend, would provide comfort and support. Although the means involved calculation, the goal seemed consistent. The car stopped in a secluded parking spot not far from the donut shop. Through the car window, Kara's supervision already saw the figure sitting on the giant donut model, wearing armor and looking incredibly lonely, Tony Stark. Go, Kara said to Director Fury, I'll be watching. Fury said no more, opened the car door, straightened his black trench coat, and walked with steady steps directly towards the giant and absurd donut. Kara remained in the car, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the battlesuit contracted into a ring on her wrist, her gaze piercing the distance, quietly observing everything. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.